The Trinity Bleeds. The Grave Winner Book 3. By Lindsey R. Loucks.
Chapter 1. Dad. My daughter was screaming, loud, terrified shrieks that sliced at my heart, and I had no idea why everyone pretended they didn't hear it. Sunlight streamed through my office window in a long rectangle over the cracked tile floor, and beyond it, my secretary sat outside the open door. Between the clicks of her red-painted fingernails over the computer keyboard, she stared at her lap, unless she cut the mouse in the office I didn't tell her about, and was deciding what to name it, while rubbing between its ears. She was likely texting. How many times had I told her to leave the texting for her breaks?
But not once did she glance up and ask,
"Who is screaming?"
I gripped the edges of my desk so tight, white topped my knuckles, my insides shriveled with every cry into a trembling mess, and I thought I might be sick. It had to be Leigh. It sounded just like her, but I had no idea where the screams were coming from. I'd searched the office and circled the building 3 times. She wasn't here. The last time I saw her was this morning when she took my scientific logic and split it open. I had always believed science explained everything, but when Leigh brought the dead grass to life on the kitchen table, memories of all those arguments with Cassandra stormed back like a wintry torrential rain.
"The truth is right there in front of you. Why do you refuse to see it?"
She would say time and time again, because things like that don't exist. Can't exist. Yet when Leigh sat across from me at the kitchen table, her blue eyes so hauntingly similar to Cassandra's, and pleaded with me to believe her, my resolve began to crumble.
no, that wasn't right, continued to crumble. When Cassandra was still with us, I could almost believe anything was possible, because a woman like her, so strong and selfless, had chosen me to spend the rest of her life with, the rest of her too short life. But in the end, even she couldn't convince me. We once drove out to the middle of nowhere to a sunflower field, and she claimed she made the earth rumble.
"There. See? I would show you more, but I'm afraid someone will see."
I believe that's called thunder, I'd told her, and pointed to a growing collection of clouds in the east. Her fingers curled at her sides, her nostrils flared, and I tried my best to keep the grin that threatened to stretch over my face hidden. Or she would scratch my eyes out and serve them to me for dinner.
"See that tree over there?
She'd said without looking at it.
Watch the branches."
And I did, until Leigh started screaming. Cassandra and I leaped into action, searching for her, my mind buzzing with the kind of panic only a parent can feel when their child is in danger. It was only a scarecrow that had scared Leigh, but I would never forget that agonizing sense of alarm, which was exactly how I felt now. I didn't know why, though, or how. Leigh should be at school, but because it had caught fire with her and Darby inside it, she wasn't. She wasn't at home either. Even though I'd grounded her for the rest of her life, I had no idea where she was, which wouldn't win me any Father of the Year awards, but my gut swamped me with the fact she was in trouble. Pushing to my feet, I dialed her cell once again.
Go away, unless you're Joe or Dad.
Her voicemail answered. Then a beep sounded. "Leigh, I need to speak with you," I said, and didn't even attempt to keep the anxiety out of my words. My secretary turned her head, listening, but I didn't care. My whole family had always been fodder for her gossip hobby. "Call me back on my cell as soon as you get this message." I dropped the phone in its cradle with an unsteady hand and took my jacket from the back of the chair. "Charlotte, I'm leaving early."
She swiveled around in her seat, hands in her lap to cover her phone, or her pet mouse, while her jaw hit the floor.
"Early, but you never—"
"Something's come up. Cancel the rest of the afternoon's appointments."
"Oh, okay."
Outside, I hoped the screaming would blend in with the traffic noise and the road construction farther up the street, but it pounded between my ears like an amplified jackhammer. I had to find her. Make her explain to me more of what she talked about that morning. Why had she dug up my granddad's ring and wanted me to recite the words inscribed in it? What had it said again? "You set free my strongest gift"? I had no idea what that meant, but she had seemed so relieved after I'd said it. And as soon as I did, a swell of memories had flooded my mind, as if they had been gripped by an impenetrable dam, something long and dark weaving between the bars of my bed's headboard, a shadow standing in my dad's study, Granddad tucking the ring into my little fist with trembling hands.
"Too much power can corrupt sorcerers, which is why I had to suppress your dad's. Yours are hidden in that ring,"
he'd said, and glanced over his shoulder nervously, as if the army men lined up for battle on my dresser could hear him.
"Repeat after me. Magic does not exist."
I did repeat it, back to him, and until Leigh asked that I read the inscription on the ring, I had believed it wholeheartedly. I drove home, thinking, hoping. She would be there safe. She wasn't. The next logical place was Joe's. I shoved the Jeep into reverse, a mix of a scowl and a sob constricting my face when I looked at the front of the house. The screen door had been smashed, and according to Leigh, a girl from school had taken a rock to it. Slivers of glass that had escaped the broom winked in the sunlight around Cassandra's lilacs, and twinkled up the length of their thick and sturdy purple petals. I had never seen lilacs look so alive and strong, especially after our unfortunate yard virus that had turned everything into an ominous bad dream. I had assumed a considerate neighbor, or someone from the Kansas Department of Agriculture, had replanted fresh lilacs and rolled out new grass over our entire yard as a show of goodwill. But after what Leigh demonstrated this morning, I wasn't so sure. Was she capable of something like that? She had talked about sorceresses and had claimed to be one herself. Darby, too. And this realization wrenched my whole world out from under my feet. I didn't know anything anymore. It reminded me too much of the unstable feeling I had when Cassandra died. It was all I could do to keep myself standing, let alone my 2 little girls. With our new reality, we needed each other, now more than ever. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Leigh's screams wouldn't let me. Blinking back tears, I drove to Joe's. Certain Leigh would be there. After all, this was her second home. Hope straightened my shoulders from the worried stoop they had been in all day. But on the way up the sidewalk, the skin along my spine prickled. My sure step slowed to a standstill, and a deathly chill clenched my muscles around my bones. A powerful gust of wind rushed past and tossed stray leaves, flower petals, and small branches across the Monroe's yard. I shivered, despite the spring sun that was only just starting its descent. I turned my head a fraction, the hairs on the back of my neck lifted, as if someone was running an icy finger along my scalp. It felt as if someone was behind me, watching. I had more important things to worry about than someone playing practical jokes, but the pinch of dread in my throat multiplied. Somehow, being here, standing out in the open, felt wrong. Slowly, I turned around, but no one stood behind me. I blew out a sharp breath as I took in everything familiar. The Monroe's yard that was in need of a mow and a good weeding. My Jeep in the driveway. A woman in her nightgown 2 houses away. No, that wasn't familiar at all. She was Ms. Boeing, the shut-in, who hardly ever ventured out of her house unless it was to refill her plastic cups. Around the single wispy tree in her yard, she had wedged 50 or more plastic cups into the dirt and filled them all with broken twigs. Now she paced back and forth in front of her tree, her yellowed nightgown flapping around her, while she swung her arms at the air in obvious frustration. Standing on either side of the tree trunk were 2 elderly women I had never seen before. They knelt on the sparse grass, their movements perfectly synchronized, and plucked 2 dandelion puffs from the ground. Ms. Boeing must know them from somewhere, and I had no reason to be spooked by a trio of old women. I strode up to the Monroe's front door and rang the bell, but another blast of wind deflated my insides. Leigh's screams echoed in my head so loud. I covered my ears and slammed my eyes closed. She was in trouble. More trouble than I might be able to help her with. I knew it in the marrow of my bones. Her screams faded to a dull roar, as did the wind mere seconds later. Though it felt like an eternity, I breathed hard, trying to still the shudders that kept quaking through me. I looked to my left again. From bald stems in the 2 strangers' hands, dandelion puffs drifted lazily in front of them. Big smiles stretched their mouths as they waved both their arms in front of them with exact, coordinated movements in some kind of strange greeting. The Monroe's front door finally opened. Callum stood just inside.
Mr. Baxton, hey. Sorry, I was downstairs and didn't...
His dark eyes tracked over my face.
Are you all right?
Leigh, is she here?
Normally, when I mentioned her name in front of him, I didn't miss the spark of sudden interest, like a faulty light that had been plugged into a brand new outlet. Now, however, his face paled and his throat bobbed on a hard swallow.
She isn't...
Do you know where she might be? A flash of red appeared behind him, and Jo wedged herself between her older brother and the doorframe.
Have you tried the graveyard, Mr. Baxton?
I dropped my head in my hands with a heavy sigh. Of course she would be there, with her mother. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Callum stomped on Jo's foot, and she let out a yelp.
But they have a very strict rule about closing the graveyard early.
Jo said in a rush.
You have to be out of there before dark, like hours and hours before.
Yeah, I think they close at 6.
Callum added. I nodded, not really listening anymore, and blinked down at my black Oxford shoes. A flower petal had lodged on the toe. A purple one. A lilac petal. But the Monroes didn't have any lilacs growing in their yard. Twigs were strewn around their front steps with thorns sticking out of the sides. Those were from the hawthorn tree. But the Monroes didn't have a hawthorn in their yard either, and a third burst of wind zipped the petals off the ground and pushed a long line of them into the neighbor's yard. The twigs skittered through the grass and skipped off to join them. Meanwhile, Leigh's magnified screams bludgeoned the inside of my head. My knees buckled, and I almost went down. But Jo and Callum swept to my side to hold me back up.
Mr. Baxton, what's wrong?
Jo asked, voice thick with concern. Callum locked my elbow around his neck, taking the brunt of my weight.
Do you need to come inside?
Ms. Boeing was shaking her head now, and pulling at her hair. The 2 strangers dropped their empty dandelion stems at the exact same time, and the wind stopped dead. They'd blown on them the same time the wind had kicked up. I was sure of it. It didn't make any sense, but neither did Leigh's constant screams. But why were they blowing away all the twigs and flower petals out of the Monroe's yard and into the next?
Mr. Baxton, please, is something wrong?
Jo asked. and the rims of her eyes had reddened as if she was about to cry.
You can tell us, even if it seems impossible.
I'm just not feeling myself today, that's all, I said. You're good kids. Leigh's lucky to have you. Jo bit down on her bottom lip, while tears streamed her face. What did she know that I didn't? And how long had she known? If I hadn't been distracted by my own grief, I could have realized this sooner. Leigh's in trouble, isn't she? The words came out helpless, resigned. Her friends stood there, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, their expressions matching what I already knew. Callum gripped his sister's shoulder and aimed a grim look at me.
Whatever you need, we'll help.
Jo wiped her face.
She told us not to, Cal.
Whatever you need.
Callum said again, his voice stern. Just then, Mrs. Gonzalez's car pulled into my driveway up the street, with 2 ponytailed passengers in the back seat. Without Leigh home to watch her, she would be all alone. And given that I feared for one daughter's safety already, alone wasn't going to happen. Can you watch Darby? I asked. Just for a little while so I can find Leigh. Jo nodded.
I have a Bobby Fever bookmark for her, anyway.
I sighed my relief. I'll be right back with her.
We'll have a peanut butter and pickle sandwich waiting when she gets here,
Jo said, and disappeared behind the closing door. I trotted to the house, glancing over my shoulder at the situation with Miss Boeing on my way. She was frantically waving at the elderly women who were stepping into her house, pleading with them to stop. I didn't know because I couldn't hear a thing over Leigh's screams. I picked up my pace and fixed a serene smile on my mouth. As Darby dragged her backpack out of the car, there was no need to worry her about Leigh, but every scream inside my head urged me to hurry. Hi, Pumpkin, I said, shouldering her backpack. Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez.
Dad?
She scrunched up her nose so her glasses climbed past her eyebrows.
You're home early.
I am. I waved as Mrs. Gonzalez backed out of the driveway, then moved to take Darby's hand. She shook me off. Jo and Callum are going to watch you for a little bit, okay? Let's go.
They are? But where are you going?
To run some errands.
Why can't I come with you?
Because... I turned, realizing she was no longer next to me. She stood in the middle of the street, arms crossed, and heels dug in, likely until I answered her. Her mother's stubborn streak had branched into 2 equally persistent daughters who would likely test my patience even after I was dead.
It's Leigh, isn't it?
She asked. I rubbed my chin and looked at the house, thankful yet frustrated I had a daughter who was smart enough to see right through her old dad. A couple hawthorn twigs lay scattered below the front window, and across the driveway in the neighbor's yard, a number of lilac petals held to the blades of grass among many more twigs. But, like the Monroes, we didn't have a hawthorn tree, and Cassandra's lilacs looked as hardy as ever. Besides, there was hardly a breeze on this side of the street, except when the 2 women had blown on their dandelion fluffs, which meant what exactly? That the Monroes and I had twigs and petals in our yards, and the women puffed them away? But why? Did Leigh have something to do with it?
Dad.
I don't know what to tell you, Pumpkin, because I don't know myself. I knew absolutely nothing, and that added extra weight to the anxious stone in the pit of my stomach. Jo has something for you, though, and she said something about peanut butter and pickles. She grimaced.
I would rather eat spider eggs.
She said. But finally she picked up her feet and followed. I resisted the urge to sweep her into my arms and sprint across the street, but just barely. The sun had dropped lower in the sky. Instead of feeling a slight relief from the spring heat, cold sweat doused the back of my shirt and beaded all over my face. As we climbed the Monroe's porch steps, I glanced at Miss Boeing's house. Now, no one stood in the yard. After the first knock, Callum answered the door and smiled down at Darby.
What's up, Big D?
She pushed past him into the house.
I'm a trammeler sorceress, that's what's up.
Lock the door, I said to him, then took off for the Jeep before he had a chance to respond. Inside the close quarters of the vehicle, Leigh's screams filled my ears, to the point my eyes wobbled inside their sockets. I clamped them shut and fumbled at the ignition with the key. When I was fairly certain I wouldn't pass out, I opened my eyes and slammed the gas in reverse. I turned the wheel in the direction of Heartland Cemetery and hoped with everything inside me I would find her there. A flash of yellowed nightgown to the right, and suddenly Miss Boeing stood right in front of the Jeep. My heart rocketed into my throat. I shoved at the brakes. Tires squealed. I'd come within inches of running her down, and she hardly seemed to notice. She flitted around to my side of the Jeep, hands yanking at her hair, while she shook her head hard. Miss Boeing.
It's tonight. She's 3. She didn't stop them, and it's tonight.
She reached a withered, clawed hand into the open window and grabbed my arm. Body odor poured off of her, and when a clump of her wiry gray hair tickled my wrist, I twisted away from her in disgust. Who didn't stop them? I asked, my voice shaky. Stop who?
Leigh didn't.
As far as I knew, Leigh didn't personally know this woman, but Miss Boeing obviously knew her. But who was Leigh supposed to stop? A puff of black smoke appeared behind Miss Boeing's bony shoulder and funneled into her mouth. She jerked and twitched. Her eyes flashed a brilliant blue, almost as if they were lit from the inside. Miss Boeing! I grasped her arm, but recoiled at the feel of her glacial skin. What was happening?
There's nothing you can do.
She leaned into the window, her grimace displaying rows of teeth as yellow as her nightgown, her diseased smell assaulting my senses.
Tonight, she dies.
I fell back in the seat while her words crashed into me. Tonight, dies. When the black smoke gusted out of her mouth, Ms. Boeing slumped over the open window. Before I had a chance to shake her, demand more answers, smoke raced between my lips with my next inhale. Pain tore gashes down my throat, and as day turned to bluish night, my screams joined with Leigh's. Chapter 2. Dad. My hand. That was the first thing I became aware of when I awoke, regained consciousness. Something was biting into my palm, something hard and sharp, while something else joined my fingers together, something sticky and strong enough to hold when I balled my hands into fists. Where was I? And why didn't I remember how I got here, wherever here was? I had been on my way to Heartland Cemetery to find Leigh. My shuddering moan forced its way out above the screaming din that filled my head. I jerked my hand away from the sticky substance, but it gripped my entire body like some kind of cocoon. Terror barged into my lungs, and I dragged in a gasping breath. The sticky thing was wrapped around my face, too, touching my mouth, sealing off my air. It would suffocate me, second by slow second. My daughter. I had to find her. I had to get out of here. For her sake, I couldn't panic. I adjusted the thing in my palm slightly so I could run a finger over it. Teeth. Metal teeth. It felt like my car keys, and sharp enough to slice my way out. My shallow breath spun my head, but I worked the key from my palm to my fingertips and sawed at my binding. Silk threads broke around my wrist, my elbow, and still I kept sawing. It reminded me of the way a spiderweb strand felt, only thicker, bigger. But there weren't any spiders large enough to catch a grown man, were there? With my arm finally free, I cut into the webbing over my mouth and inhaled putrid, dank air. The smell made me cut faster, and once the rest of my head was free, I stared into the dead eyes of Ms. Boeing. She hung across from me in another section of web, her face so sunken in. Parts of her skull had torn through her wrinkled flesh. She looked as though all of her insides had been sucked out. I quickly looked away, fighting the urge to vomit, and cut at the rest of the web, with Leigh's screams echoing inside my mind. I briefly wondered if Miss Boeing had the chance to scream too, and why I hadn't heard her. Once free, I scanned the area. The web blanketed 4 walls of a small room, but through a thin veil a door appeared. I lunged toward it, spider webs clinging to me once again, and fell out into a short hallway that led to some stairs. Ms. Boeing's basement, if I had to guess, and I sped through the rest of it on high alert, for anything that could have made me into a liquid meal too. I burst out the front door, and reeled back at the total darkness before rushing to my Jeep, parked in the driveway. What had made me detour to Ms. Boeing's house, and why couldn't I remember? How long had I been there? The drive to Heartland Cemetery flashed by, in a blur of running red lights and honking horns. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered was saving Leigh, and if I was too late, I squeezed the steering wheel as a swell of emotion burned the backs of my eyes. I turned the corner past the video store on screeching tires, then swerved into the gravel parking lot of the graveyard, my door already open before I pulled to a stop. When my feet hit the ground, complete silence crashed between my ears. Leigh had stopped screaming. The suddenness of it roared inside my head, while other, normal sounds gradually took over. The steady clang of empty flagpoles lining the entrance from a steady wind. The hum of my Jeep I hadn't yet switched off, and the rev of my heartbeat, knowing I might already be too late. "Leigh!" I yelled, and rushed at the gate. It was secured with a heavy padlock, and the only thing I had to try to force it open was a tire iron. I popped open the trunk, retrieved the tool, and slammed the padlock with every ounce of strength I had. Every crash rattled up my arms and banged my teeth together, but the lock wouldn't budge. I lunged at the gate and shook it, knowing that wouldn't do any good. "Leigh!" I shouted. "I believe you." There had to be another way inside. My headlights cut through the metal gate over the winding rocky paths to some trees that grew next to the side fence. That was as good as anything, so I sprinted past the front entrance and around the side. I shot up the chain-link fence, as fast as my tense muscles and old bones would let me, then went hand over hand on the nearest tree branch and dropped to the ground. I had never broken, and entered into anything in my life, but that had been surprisingly easy. Still crouched, I let my eyes adjust to my shadowy surroundings, and listened. Sound had changed inside the cemetery, outside the gates. Wind rustled the tree leaves, but inside, everything stood motionless. The rumble of the Jeep's motor didn't reach this far either, though the headlights still beamed out front. But most importantly, I didn't hear Leigh's screams in reality, or inside my head. It was as though they had been cut off, silenced, which was 10 times worse than her constant shrieks. What if I was too late? Stagnant, rotted air threatened to gag me, so I covered my nose with my sleeve and moved forward, mentally mapping where Cassandra's grave was from this different angle, and holding hope in my tight fists that I would find Leigh untouched. Every footstep over the rocky path was a gravelly shout in the extreme quiet. Clouds passing over the moon swung shadows around gravestones and statues, making them appear alive and pressing closer. Of course, that was ridiculous. But after everything I had seen and heard today, I would never again disregard anything as impossible. Cassandra rested just over the slight bump in the path up ahead, but I didn't see any sign of Leigh. Maybe she wasn't here. Maybe Ms. Boeing's warning had been wrong, and Leigh was waiting for me to come home. I wanted to believe it, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Still wrong. Which meant she had to be here somewhere. Darkness hid Cassandra's gravestone, but I could still make out its silhouette. Watch over her, babe. Please, I prayed. I sure hoped she could hear me. To my left and deeper into the cemetery, thick shadows shifted. I couldn't make out anything except more gloom, but I pivoted my feet in that direction. A steady trickle sounded the closer I drew. Something wet and heavy like falling raindrops, but it wasn't raining. Thunder shook the ground as if in disagreement, but it was like no thunder I'd ever heard before. It didn't start in the sky. It came from below. Kansas did get its fair share of small earthquakes, but this felt stronger, as though the earth itself was rupturing. I sped my steps. Drip, drip. It came faster now, louder, like a major storm was breaking, except nothing pelted my skin. Another blast of thunder rumbled the earth, and red lightning forked across the wispy clouds. Red, not white. What the hell was happening? Ahead, the dark took on a life of its own. On either side of the dull glow of the curving path, I couldn't see. It was as if everything else had dropped away from existence. Drip, drip, drip. A slice of moonlight pierced the clouds and cast over a large tree just to my right. It stretched thick branches skyward, and pouring from those branches to the ground below was whatever was making that drip sound, not rain. Hesitantly, I reached out my hand to catch some, and at least a dozen drops splattered all over my fingers. My stomach clamped. As I lifted my arm up to the moon, my hand was drenched in red. Was that blood? But how? I blinked around for some sort of explanation and stumbled forward up the path. The dripping followed. It came from everywhere, and some streamed a thin, dark line toward my shoes. I backed away, toward the other side of the path, and stopped short when my shoe crunched over dead grass. Not just dead, but a blackened sea of spiked nightmares like my yard had been. Even though I couldn't see it to be sure, the sound alone stabbed the truth up my back. Whatever Leigh was involved with, whatever was happening here, it had happened at home too. The earth growled beneath my feet, as if in agreement with my realization. Heart in my throat, I turned and found another tree split down its center. Limbs sagged from the trunk, and blood cascaded from them in sickening waves to the uneven ground below. Why were these trees bleeding? Where was the blood coming from? Inside the... Oh, a head of red hair, only a head, lay just behind the divided trunk. My legs gave out, and I sank to my knees, a desperate shout welling up inside me. Please, no, I groaned, and fell forward onto my hands. Icy, loose dirt with rivers of blood running through it reeled me back again. No, that couldn't be Leigh. It was someone else. It had to be someone else. I crawled forward on my hands and knees because I had to know. I had to be sure, even though what I found might well destroy me. The rotten stink coupled with the coppery scent of blood rolled my stomach the closer I drew. The head faced away from me, and thin, sparse hair growing on half of it caught the drops of blood falling from the tree. Leigh had much thicker, wavier hair, and had colored all of her blonde hair red. I saw it that morning and hated it. But that didn't matter. But if this wasn't Leigh, then who was it? What had happened here? I pushed myself upright on shaky legs, and at the same time, the ground rumbled a third time. So strong it threw me off balance. 3 times. Hadn't Ms. Boeing mentioned something about Leigh? And 3? Leigh! I shouted, trying to gain my footing. But the thundering earth drowned me out. Something shifted to my right. A body, whose arms were firmly locked around a small gravestone, rolled to its side. I strode closer over the shaking ground. The dark stains streaking the body's gray sweatshirt pulled me up short, as did the decaying odor emanating from everywhere. I forced down a swallow and circled it. This person was too thin, practically wasting away, and their feeble hands lost their grip as the earth continued to shudder. A number of curved seed pods snapped under the person's weight. Henderson, the gravestone read. The earth rocked violently, knocking me down, and a great ripping sound filled the night. The person rolled toward me over the unsteady ground. A black void filled the place where her head was supposed to be. Sarah Henderson's head. Oh my God, it had to be her. I lunged out of the way and heaved into the loose dirt so hard. My eyes watered. A cold sweat that quaked. Shivers through my body harder than the trembling earth broke out all over my skin. She was dead. And then, she came back and I saw her. I had hoped for a brief moment, before Leigh convinced me I was wrong, that Cassandra would come back too. But what had Sarah even been doing here? Leigh! I shouted again, but my voice was too hoarse to carry. Finally, the ground stilled. Somewhere far off, a car alarm sounded. I pushed to my feet, my limbs heavy from exhaustion and worry, and blinked into the darkness for some sign of Leigh. Over the steady plink-plunk of blood, I didn't hear anything. I should have if Leigh was still here. Alive. The loose dirt and mess of footprints on the ground proved that someone had been here recently, but I refused to believe the battle had already been lost, despite Sarah's decapitated body. Leigh was here. She had to be. Until I saw her, I would not give up hope. On the winding path once again, other faint sounds emerged from the darkness. The deeper I went into the cemetery, the crunch of grass, a twig snapping. I slowed my steps, an icy prickle sliding up my spine because I no longer felt like I was alone here. Leigh, are you there? I asked, staring into the night. The bleeding trees answered with continuous drips. Quietly, I turned in a tight circle on the path, waiting and listening. A tired sigh rattled just to my left. I spun around at the same moment a cloud released a corner of the moon, and in front of me stood a walking dead man. Graying flesh slumped from his chin to his dirt-streaked striped tie. His lips had peeled back from his jaw into a too-wide, grotesque smile, and his eyes lolled from their sockets. I yelped and staggered back, but behind me, a dead woman in a soiled wedding dress grasped at my elbow before I shook her off and ran. They came back. The dead had come back. Cassandra. Tears clouded my vision, but I didn't dare stop running for fear. A dead woman in a purple polka-dotted dress would come stumbling up to me like a long-lost lover. Of course I wanted her back. Of course I did, but never like that. But now the dead were everywhere, all drifting toward the back of the cemetery. I turned, once again, my flesh wriggling. Lightning sparked a brilliant red in the night sky. Where I'd been standing seconds ago, knelt 3 figures next to Sarah's headless corpse, another headless woman, a woman who billowed black smoke, and the third. Sarah's body lurched to her feet, her arms juddering and twitching with frantic spasms. She flashed forward, toward me. Terror flooded to my soul, but she was too fast, too strong. She caught me around the middle with exceptional strength. Her skin iced through my thin dress shirt, and she dragged me backward in a mess of shuddering movements. Away from the 3 figures. The third person's shock of red hair waved over her face in a sudden burst of wind. Between the wavering strands, a pair of glowing blue eyes slashed through and connected with mine for half a heartbeat, and I knew I was already too late. "Leigh," I whispered. But even I couldn't hear myself. The ground the 3 figures knelt on cracked open, and my daughter plummeted down.
Chapter 3. Leigh. Sunlight splashed on a bare arm capped with a purple sleeve covered in black dots. But that couldn't be right, because I was in a grave at night, dying. A pair of vivid blue eyes met mine, framed by blonde hair. Mom, alive. She stood in a field bursting with sunflowers. A light breeze that smelled like flowery perfume turned her hair and fluttered the ends of her dress. She was here, with me, just when I needed her the most. Was this heaven? Was I already dead? I reached out to make her stay at my side forever, but my hands grabbed at nothing. She started to smile, but it broke apart with the tears in her eyes.
I'm so sorry, Leigh. I've made so many mistakes.
It's okay, I wanted to tell her, but bursts of color behind my eyelids were floating in front of her, hiding her from me. Mom. Her perfume still lingered in my nose, along with the soil-scented death sentence. There was a scream, and I realized it was my entire body begging for air. The fiery burn in my lungs would consume me if I didn't open my mouth. I couldn't take the pain anymore. I couldn't. So I didn't. My mouth opened and a strange kind of calm drifted over me. My heartbeat slowed. The explosions of color behind my eyes swept away in a gust of wind like lost balloons, leaving an empty field of sunflowers bobbing happily in the sun. The pain lessened. The sunflowers vanished. And then nothing. And then something. Power. A spark. Something jolted through every vein in my body, awakening me, resurrecting me, fueling me with a strength beyond anything I'd ever imagined. I wanted to hate it the second it coursed into me, but I felt too strong, too indestructible. It made me feel alive, more than I ever was before, even buried under 6 feet of dirt. But it had zero effect on the part of me that counted most, my will to fight. In fact, that part of me seemed to have multiplied in force. It hooked my fingers into claws and tore me up through my grave a second and last time. Deep down, I must have known this was the only way I could defeat the 2 sorceress-eye, by becoming one of them, because I didn't care about power. They could spin my story however they wanted, try to convince me that I hurt my 2 teachers, with a load of spiders inside my head, warping my thoughts, stealing Darby's trameler blood, resurrecting Ica, tearing holes in my clothes to make myself look more like 1 and 2. I knew the truth, though. The things that propelled me forward in life were the people I loved. That was it. And to keep those people safe, I would do anything. I had done anything, and now I needed to win, to defeat 1 and 2, once and for all. With this new energy buzzing through me, I really thought I could. Fresh air breezed over my knuckles, and I punched, tore, and fought the rest of the way out within seconds. My mouth opened automatically to suck in a breath, but I found I didn't need to. Dead people don't breathe. Lumping myself in with the magically undead skated a shiver of self-loathing up my back. I scrubbed mud from my face and eyes, then gazed up at the night sky. Lightning sizzled across thin clouds, and behind the crackle, millions of stars and planets pinpricked the darkness in super high definition. Everything took on a bright blue tint. The dead sorceress eye trameler filter had no doubt turned my eyes the same glowing color, so I really was like them in every way possible. A silent scream held my mouth open, and trying to bite down or pushing at my jaw wouldn't close it. If I could inhale, I would no doubt smell rot and death and myself. I was dead. Dead and resurrected. A nightmare. Everyone I cared about would never look at me the same again. Did that matter? Yes. Yes and no. As long as they still had the ability to look at anything, I supposed I would just have to live with it. Or something. The earth pitched and rocked below my feet, and between that and the howling wind that snapped at the black rags I wore, a steady drumbeat at the ground. It sounded like something was leaking, or like a heavy rain pit-pattering against the leaves before splatting to the dirt. No, not rain. Blood. The Trinity trees, the only trees in the graveyard still alive because they were immortal, were bleeding, because the final hinge on the door to the core had been broken. Soon, all of the magical prisoners locked inside it would be freed, including Gretchen, the darkest sorceress who ever lived. The whole reason I was in this undead mess in the first place. Disgust rolled down to my toes, as thick as the torrential waves cascading from the split in Ika's old ash tree. If Tram was here, what would he think of me now? He had said that when 1 and 2 had their chosen 3, the Trinity trees would bleed. The collective power of the Trinity trees, ash, oak, hawthorn, combined with a trio of powers, Trameler, sorceress, death, would crush the final hinge, and the core would open. Because I had been made 3. Because I had allowed 1 and 2 to shake up my belief in myself. Because I had allowed myself to die. Despite the raw energy coursing through me, a heavy dose of uncertainty needled through all of it. Not about my power, but about me. How could I make everything right again if I didn't wholly trust myself? Because what if 1 and 2 were right, and the darkness hidden inside me, not the spiders, had made me make all the decisions that had led me here? Behind me, whispers swirled through the night, but I found I could understand them perfectly. Before, dead whispers sounded like a coded language I could never crack. Now, the whispers were almost deafening, hardly whispers at all, but real voices.
What are we waiting for?
Wait. Give her a chance to acclimate.
Yeah, give me a chance to acclimate. As soon as I thought it, the whispers stopped. Were they inside my head? No, I could feel the icy burn of sorceress eye stares on my back. Slowly, I turned to face my killers. 1 stood at the foot of my grave, headless and waiting. 2, or Ika, puffed black smoke from the gaping holes all over her face, her foot just inches from Sarah's body. An ache spread around my stilled heart. Sarah had fought so hard by my side. The one person I never thought I would be friends with, especially in death. But like me, she had lost. Only now she was with her unborn son. She had gazed down at his grave as her body fell, and a look of peace had filled her haunted eyes. Now she lay at the foot of his grave on a nest of ash tree keys, her arms splayed out as if in a hug around her son's headstone. I pushed myself from the ground to stare down the two sorceress-eye, but a voice, one outside my head, dipped my stomach to my knees.
Leigh, where are you?
Dad. Oh God, no. He had been here beating on the gate before, and now he sounded much closer, as if he was inside the graveyard. He couldn't see me, not as a living nightmare. He couldn't be here when the core opened. My next thought sliced at my insides, and I glanced around the graveyard, my vision sharpening onto the smallest blade of grass. But I didn't spot Mom anywhere. Dad couldn't see her either, returned from the dead just like me. It would kill him. I wanted to shout, to ward him off, but my jaw wouldn't work, and only a series of whispers burst from my mouth. So I reached inside the confines of my own head. What did you do with my mom? I growled at the sorceress-eye.
A strange gleam lit Aika's eyes, a brighter shade, almost like a smile would if she'd been alive. The eyebrows circled, with what was left of her 2 tattoo lifted.
What did we do? You're the one who brought her back.
I didn't. Never willingly. Though the memories the spiders inside my head had buried before I puked them out flashed in terrible detail of me doing just that. Me, raising my mom from the dead, even though I'd fought so hard to keep her in the ground. It couldn't be my memory, though. The spiders that had scuttled inside me must have planted it.
Leigh.
Dad was so close now. I could almost feel his breath crawling over the back of my neck. Please, I begged. He can't see me like this, and if he sees my mom, it will crush him. Where is she?
Leaving the graveyard out the fallen back fence,
one answered, her headless body completely motionless. Her voice sounded like a knife scraping burnt toast, as though she had been a chain smoker in a previous life. Leaving to go where? I asked. She couldn't just wander around Crapper while the core opened. It wouldn't be safe.
Enough questions,
Aika snapped.
Kneel and let's get this done.
Mom, back from the dead. I wanted to scream and cry until my throat caught fire. Would she go home? To the place she recognized? No, she wouldn't, because I had surrounded the house with hawthorn twigs, which would make it undetectable from the dead. That, and lilac petals to protect against anyone who had practiced dark magic. The house would be safe. Joe's, too. But I desperately wanted Mom back in her grave, where she would be protected. Aika's smoke wafted closer until she stood inches away.
I said, kneel.
The unmistakable sound of rocks crumbling underneath shoes filled the night, over the shuddering earth. No, I said, my voice on the brink of a hiss.
This is the center of the Trinity.
One grasped my arm with scrawny fingers and yanked me to my knees.
Do what must be done.
Not here, I demanded, and shot to my feet again. Aika snatched at my arm, her blue eyes narrowed into angry slits.
Here. Now, or I will kill your dad right in front of you, slowly.
I knelt, because I refused to play games with my dad's life. Why didn't I keep my thoughts to myself, instead of announcing who it was shouting my name?
3! 3! 3! The Trinity has bled. Open the gateway between the living and the dead.
The dead, tremular sorceress I chorused inside my head.
333, the Trinity has bled. Open the gateway between the living and the dead.
Both their hands tightened around my arms, holding me in place, while their browned fingernails dug into my flesh.
Say it.
One ordered, then started up the chant again. I couldn't. I didn't want to, but Tram was inside the core, taken by his own father, the counselor, the ruler of the core, and I had a feeling the counselor wouldn't just let Tram go, since he served a greater purpose than just a lowly prisoner. Maybe I could find Tram before his dad drained him and his two sisters of blood, and then walked the earth as a murderous immortal. One apocalypse could easily spark another, and my finger rested awfully close to the figurative trigger. Ika's cold gaze centered on mine, through a haze of her black smoke. A dark shadow shifted around the headstones just yards away, tall, lanky, and dad-shaped. A few more feet, and he would be able to see me. I flexed my hands with indecision. Would he survive the core opening right under his feet?
Leigh!
My name came like an explosion inside my head, with shrapnel beating against my brain. I ducked my head while the echo slammed against my skull. I could say it and try to save Tram. Or I could refuse and risk Dad's life at the hands of Ika, unless I killed her first. Dad's warmth surrounded me the closer he drew. One and Ika held to my arms so tight, black blood streamed down my wrists and between my fingers. While they repeated the words, all their attention was aimed at me. But if Dad stumbled closer and interrupted us, Ika could kill him with a flick of her wrist. I knew it as well as my own death, and witnessing them break him would be my final undoing. Ika, still on her knees, turned her head and lifted her arms toward the approaching shadow of my dad. Oh, hell no. With both my arms still locked at my sides, I hissed, and the pollution known as Ika vanished. But one was already rising from the ground. If she had a head, she would be facing Dad. Then she wasn't, though. She stood behind him with her hands dangerously close to his throat, and he acted like he didn't even know she was there. A burst of black smoke wafted past, and I knew Ika was somewhere close. An iron stone crushed me with the weight of what I had to do. I splayed my fingers out to hover over the ground, because what else could I do? One, or Ika, would kill Dad if I didn't. 3, 3, 3. The Trinity has bled, I started, and even inside my head, my voice cracked. Open the gateway between the living and the dead. One and Ika joined me in the chant, and the ground rumbled, longer that time. Hating myself for what I was doing, I glanced at Sarah's corpse. For once, I needed to do something right, and I didn't know how much time I had before the core opened. I didn't know how one and Ika had done it, or if there was a better way, if better was even the right word. But I flexed my stomach as if in a coughing fit until a black, misty sphere floated from my mouth. But Sarah didn't have a mouth for it to funnel inside and possess her. I didn't have a lot of options, though. Please just let this work. The black mist swept into the blood and bone where her head used to be. Her hands flailed at her sides and picked up stray ash tree keys. Her arms and legs jerked into a windmill of movement until she stood and lurched toward Dad. He stopped in front of us, terror blazing behind his wide eyes, and just before Sarah hauled him to safety, he saw me. Dead, and at the same time, not. I closed my eyes against him. wishing he could do the same and unsee me for good. The ground gave one last heave, and a giant crack zigzagged the earth right out from under my feet. I was falling into the opened core, One and Ica at my sides, and hundreds of ash tree keys to set the prisoners free. But Dad and Sarah weren't falling. He was alive and unhurt, at least physically. Still, his yells scrambled urgency through the black sludge clogging my veins. I desperately wanted to go to him, to keep him safe, to keep everyone safe. But I couldn't. Not yet. Black shadows swept up to meet us, slowly at first and then faster and faster, their faces twisted in cruel yet gleeful smiles. The captured prisoners were now free, because the final hinge on the door to the core had been broken, and I had been the one holding the sledgehammer.
Chapter 4. Leigh. Roots burst through the walls of the never-ending hole to catch us, eventually. The combination of One's and Ica's roots tunneled the dark expanse rapidly, and I let them lead since I didn't want to ride the hasty hell train to the center of the earth. I wished all those times Tram had sped through earth and concrete with me, that I had the know-how to help him. We could have timed ourselves and made it a race if we hadn't been trying to save the world all the time. And look at how well those efforts panned out. Tram was dead. I was dead too, and had just risked all of humanity to save my dad. But knowing One and Ica, they would have found another way to bend me to their will. They always found my weak spot, and I was getting sick of it. What would Tram think of how epically I had failed him? I hated to think about it, which was why I needed to focus on ways to right all my wrongs. The first step was to rescue Tram from the counselor. But once the roots dropped us into a dimly lit, vast cave of sorts, I realized that first step might not be so easy. The three of us stood on a narrow stone floor with cracks webbing the length of it, like a bridge that led to nowhere. An orangish light came from somewhere, but there weren't any walls or a ceiling in sight to hold it. It didn't waver or throw shadows like candlelight. It just existed somehow. Beyond the light's reach, an immeasurable dark spread into nothingness both above and to the sides of the bridge.
No magic down here,
One warned, striding forward.
Understand?
Fine.
Ica said and followed.
What now?
We find Gretchen.
One answered. I followed too, since finding Gretchen might mean finding Tram. No way could I find anything on my own here, yet One and Ica seemed to know exactly where they were going. I guessed I missed that particular telepathic memo. But the farther we walked, the more confused I became. There was nothing here, just an empty cavern with strange lighting bordered by an infinite vastness. And why were we walking in the first place? One and Ica vanished, and reappeared elsewhere all the time. That was a regular theme in the many nightmares I had about them, their unpredictability. But here, it almost seemed as if they were feeling the place out, almost as if they were afraid. One's fingers twitched at her sides, and Ica glared down what was left of her nose. Both of them appeared to be marching into battle. And for what? To save a sorceress who had spilled more blood than the Trinity trees in the graveyard. She deserved to be... Ica let loose a hiss. My body crashed onto the stone floor and skidded sideways dangerously close to the edge of the bridge. Loose stones and grit rubbed over my bare skin, but I barely felt it.
Keep your despicable thoughts to yourself,
she growled. I picked myself up, unhurt, while a crazy laugh bounced around the inside of my head. She could hear everything? I started toward her to give her a full ambush of my thoughts, as well as a good fist-pounding, but the room had changed. In the direction I now faced, which used to be behind me, a network of small, narrow caves had carved themselves into existence. One and Ica faced them too, their posture rigid, waiting.
You hissed, you fool. I said no magic inside the core,
One said, and backed away from both Ica and the caves.
I did the same, trying to guess what was happening, what would happen next. The core obviously had power inside it with tricks and secrets hidden away, just like One and Ica, just like me. But I couldn't begin to understand what might have given up a free escape just to lurk down here with us. Behind Aika's billowing smoke, something exploded. Rocks of all sizes skated past her on the stone floor, and an awful moan echoed back and forth between the non-existent walls of the core. A flash of gray, something swept toward Aika and picked her up so her feet barely touched the ground. A whispered plea sounded in my head, but a crackling choked it off. Aika reached out, her fingertips glowing red, but before she could use her dark magic, her arm turned to stone. Gray rock snapped and cracked as it grew up her neck and over the back of her head to plug her ugly black smoke. The stone spread down her back in long popping streams until it reached her toes. Then, whatever held her, dropped her. Her body shattered into tiny pebbles and a layer of dust that coated the air. Before I could process all the different levels of happiness that coursed through me, a pair of oily black eyes found mine through the haze of dust and smoke. They were set inside a monstrous tree trunk that towered over all of us by at least 4 feet. A mouth gaped open below its eyes, stretched in a death scream like mine, but only a low moan rattled out of it. Its bark blended in with the caves behind it, not white, but a dull gray. Stone, I guessed, with thorns sticking out of it. A petrified hawthorn. Death's tree. I balled my hands into fists and readied myself for its next move. The rocks that had once been Aika crunched underneath its roots that looked like feet as it stepped toward us. Its strides were enormous. I had no chance to escape something as tall as that with my short, stubby legs. Despite one's demand that we not use magic in the core, she snatched an ash tree key from my waistband and vanished, leaving me all alone with this thing. Oh, that bitch! Another explosion sounded behind me, another moan that scraped icicles up my back, but I didn't stick around. I ran, to put distance between me and it, or them, and to give my brain time to sort out a plan. The only sorceress power I knew was that I could accidentally conjure purple balls that smelled like lilacs, turn people into trees, and raise the dead. None of those would help me much right then. I felt more comfortable in my trameler skin because Tram was training me. Had been training me. My roots could take the petrified trees down. They had to. Mom, if you can still hear me, I need my roots. Even though I was dead, the mother-daughter psychic link we shared hopefully still worked because that was the only way I could communicate with my roots, too. Tram had told me to speak to them through my heart, and talking to Mom was the only way I knew how. Hopefully, the lack of a heartbeat wouldn't matter. Footsteps crashed toward me much faster than I could sprint. If they touched me like they had Aika, that was it. My ears burned to hear the familiar tremor of the earth when my roots wormed to the surface. But because I was in the core, it might take time for them to get here. Time I didn't have. I pumped my legs harder, faster. Without the need for breath, I could go forever. But the stone trees might catch me first. A faint tremble in the earth gave me a shot of hope, and if I could have smiled, I would have. I just hoped my roots were in crushing distance in 3, 2... Now, I told them. I angled to the left sharply and cut away from the tree's pounding feet. A deafening crash split the air over my shoulder, and out of the corner of my eye, a flash of crimson twisted out of the ground. Crimson, not the usual root brown. Take them down, I ordered. As the trees slanted toward me, my red roots coiled around their so-called legs and yanked. Their stone bones cracked, and their broken legs collapsed underneath them. Rocks sprayed in every direction as their bodies crumbled with the impact. Branches reached toward me like gnarled fingers until their trunks hit the floor, and then a pile of gravel was all that was left. Relieved, I slouched my shoulders. Thank you, Mom. Talking to her even though she couldn't answer back, even though both of us were dead, made me feel a little less lonely, especially here in the core, a place I knew very little about. I blinked down at my roots squirming on the ground, waiting for me to tell them what to do next. The red color kind of glowed around them, like fire around hot barbecue coals. Bending closer, I pressed a hesitant finger to one. My skin hissed and smoke curled upward, but I didn't feel a thing. My nerves were just as dead as I was. Were my roots hot because we were in the core? Wasn't it like 1,000 degrees down here or something? My inability to feel was one tiny and probably the only bonus of being dead. Now, my only option was to keep going straight toward a great big nothing, and then what? The bridge didn't have any curves or turns or anything. Another loud blast behind me shocked over the ground and made my squirming roots leap into the air. I stopped to look behind me, but when the telltale moaning didn't start up, I squinted into the distance. I must have walked farther than I thought because I couldn't even see the caves or the piles of rock I'd disintegrated the 2 stone trees into. Just the bridge, the eerie orange light, and nothing else. I started walking again, all my magnified senses on high alert, while something prowled behind my back, watching, slipping closer. Another petrified tree because I'd used magic? Somehow I didn't think so, but I definitely wasn't alone anymore. Most of my focus had switched to behind me, so it took a few seconds to process what lay a few yards ahead. Something palm-sized and black, and my brain immediately became convinced it was a large spider. Thanks, brain. My past experiences with spiders would likely require a lot of therapy if I wasn't already dead. I crept up on it with slow steps while trying to make sense of its shape. It grew up from the ground in an upside-down cone. The part closest to the bottom curled outward in thin, delicate tips. I crouched over it, only glancing at it while I scanned my surroundings. A dead lily. Not a spider, thank God, unless one hid underneath it. It might have belonged to Lily, a senior at school and also Tram's sister. That sounded so weird, Lily and Tram as sister and brother. I never would have expected that, but if I had learned anything these last few weeks, it was to expect the unexpected. Lily was down here too, killed just after Tram right in front of my eyes by her own biological father. I shivered, not from cold but from the memory of that night. Nothing would ever make me forget the look on their faces, the terror in their eyes. I shook myself to keep my focus and searched the bridge once again. With the luck I'd been having, this was probably a trap, and it would likely spring when I picked up the dead lily. Unless it wasn't a trap. Maybe Lily had dropped it when the counselor took her here. Maybe it was a sign that she and Tram were close. Yet I still felt like someone or something was watching me. Slowly, I reached toward the lily and flipped it over. I leaped backward as dead flower parts scattered out, grew legs, and scuttled through my imagination. Stupid, stupid imagination. But it really was just a flower. It rocked slightly with a papery sigh before I scooped it up in my palm. I'd had enough dead plants for 50 lifetimes, but seeing Lily's dead lily not tucked behind her ear bothered me. We weren't friends, never had been, but Mom risked her life to save Lily and Tram. Mom had struck a bargain with Gretchen before capturing her and vowed that she would switch 2 of Gretchen's babies, Lily and Tram, with 2 other babies to fool the counselor. It had worked until it didn't, which was just a couple days ago. So what if I brought the lily back to life? It would probably do me just as much good as it was now, but what if Lily left it for a reason? As a lifelong and beyond member of the rule-breaking club, I had already performed magic in the core by calling on my roots. This could help me. Somehow, I knew it could help me even though it would die again because of my death touch. I settled it back on the ground. The hairs along my body lifted to attention. Good to know my 6th sense hadn't died, but my insides squirmed like they might if I was trapped in an enclosed space with a killer. Whomever stalked behind me might as well be breathing down my neck. This might not work since I couldn't speak aloud or touch the flower, but I had to try. Break the ties that bind you to death, I said inside my head. The flower unfurled and stretched thick pink petals toward the orange light, as if it thought it was the sun. And standing behind it, when it hadn't been a second ago, stood another stone tree, its branched fingertips inches away from my chin. Oily black eyes stared into mine. A low moan heaved from its gaping jaw. It opened its hand to claw at my neck, with its version of a death touch that would reduce me to a pile of pebbles. My stomach tightened on a scream I didn't have the air for. I tripped backward over my own bootlaces and smashed to the ground. A stone foot made from thick roots quickly followed my descent until it was all I could see, filling my vision, crashing toward my head at top speed. Oh my God, move. I rolled out of the way just as its foot shattered against the ground. Get it! I ESP'd my roots. They swept toward the tree, but without its roots to stand on, it toppled while my roots yanked it down even faster. Toward me, right behind it. Shit! Other way. But it was too late. The tree was falling once again, too fast for me to move, a stone death sentence with a single touch or squish. Slice, I said, and somehow my roots knew what I meant. They ripped through its body, destroying it, before it tipped over completely and pounded me into the ground. Chunks of petrified tree hailed down and gashed at my skin. If I could have held my breath, I would have. Would I still turn to stone under all this debris? I waited, unmoving, and listened to the clatter of rocks and dust bury me alive for the third time in my life. Seconds passed. I wriggled my fingers, my toes. Hooray for the dead punk rock girl who didn't morph into an actual rock. Stone rattled and knocked together as I tried to unload the weight on top of me and get to my feet. When a pair of wings fluttered by, I snapped my eyes open and blinked debris out of them. A black bird flew over my head, a bird whose neck rolled at an odd angle. I knew that messed up bird because it had tried to kill me by dragging me into traffic and had dove down Lily's throat. It belonged to Aneska, the counselor's third child who lived down here with him. She was just as loony bin crazy as her dad, and she was also the one who had helped him find Tram and Lily, and where Aneska went, the bird was sure to follow. The lily, pink and alive and still upside down, lay inches from my fingertips. I scooped it up to give it to its rightful owner, and I fully expected it to wither in my palm. When it didn't, a sliver of hope ignited in my motionless heart. I didn't know how or why it didn't die, but this had to mean something. Pieces of petrified tree rolled to the floor and coated me with a fine layer of grit, free camouflage for a little dead bird hunting. And that hunt had to end by saving Tram and Lily. Chapter 5. Leigh. Surprisingly, I turned out to be an okay bird hunter, though I would never tell Joe that. At the thought of her, I quickened my pace along the stone bridge. I wished I knew what was happening with her, if she was still safely tucked away inside her house, surrounded by hawthorn twigs and lilac petals, to keep everything horrible away from her and Cal, if she knew yet that I had failed, and that the core had opened. Would she ever forgive me for the part I played to destroy the planet she'd fought so hard to save? I hoped so, and I hoped I would have the chance to explain it to her someday. My red roots slithered after me while I kept the bird in sight. And that's something else. That feeling that I wasn't alone, stalked after them. We were a line of prey and predator, and it was too hard to tell which was which. This bridge had to go somewhere, had to turn or branch off, but it never did. The broken bird flew down the bridge's center, its wings beating a steady rhythm that threw no shadows, which was almost as frustratingly weird as going nowhere. I was wasting enormous amounts of time. I curled my fingers into fists, but I didn't want to crush the lily still cupped inside them. When my thumb slid against the live petals, my body jolted as if I'd smashed into a wall. The lily fell, but when I bent to pick it up, the bridge had vanished. A white marble floor had taken its place, and my boots squeaked on its surface as I stood. Well, this was different. This was progress. This was a house. Behind me, arched double doors engraved with leafy, thorny vines towered over an entryway with an ornate chandelier hanging from its center. The entryway opened on the right and left into large rooms and ended in a mammoth framed painting of a pale man with wavy blonde hair. Except for the missing thorns leaking chemicals from his face, I recognized him instantly. The counselor. This was his house, and since I wasn't exactly invited in, I doubted he would make me a cup of tea and offer a tour of his lavish home if he knew I was here. Which was fine, since I preferred self-guided tours anyway. I ducked my head into the room on the left first, a sitting room with white everything, but the lily spun in my palm and pointed its inch-long stem in the opposite direction like a flower compass. Lily's idea? Genius, if it was. The room on the right looked the exact same as the other one, except the end of a black cloak sweeping around a corner into the next room. I froze and called to my roots so they could help me feel things out. A slight vibration rolled under my toes, then a series of soft knocks, as if they struggled to get through the marble flooring. One had said no magic, and inside the counselor's home, he really meant it. I would just have to rely on my quick wit and charm. Or my fists. Definitely my fists. Around the same corner the black cloak had gone, I stepped into an even larger room, one that reminded me more of the stone bridge. Long cracks forked up the rock walls and across the ceiling with some fissures big enough for me to crawl inside. If the core ever caved in, miles and miles of the earth would crush us all. Even dead, the idea of being buried alive again bothered me, despite the whole not having to breathe thing. The strange orange light that had been around the bridge seemed dimmer in here. It spotlighted an indented circle in the middle of the room. From the pitted center, 3 narrow channels had been tunneled into the stone to stretch in different directions across the cracked floor. Then they angled up the walls to an impossibly high ceiling, hidden even to me in shadow. 3 of them. Something told me that wasn't a coincidence. A bird's wings fluttered far above. Was Aneska in here, too, with her brother and sister? Had that been her I'd seen rounding the corner? "Tram!" I called, hoping with everything I had he could hear me. But Aneska might be able to hear me, too. Stealth. Now there was a thought. One I should have had before I waltzed in here doing the equivalent of crashing 2 cymbals together. But stealth would be hard to do if Aneska was tuned in to the same radio frequency of all my thoughts. I waited, muscles tensed, for any sound other than a bird's rustling, but all was quiet. On silent feet, I crept forward. The indentation in the middle of the room seemed to glow an odd reddish color. A smooth black stone brim with strange markings engraved all over it curved over its edge. The 3 channels that webbed from it were made from the same material. It gleamed in the light, almost as if it was wet. Feathers swished together over my head again, and I wondered if that dead zombie bird even knew I was in here with it, or if it knew and didn't care, or if it was communicating everything I was doing to Aneska. Whatever. Let them see. Stealth worked if time wasn't an issue, but it really, really was. I swiped a fingertip inside one of the channels, and it came up slicked with red. Blood, no doubt, and even more inside the pit in the center. A whole pool of it. This had to be where the counselor was draining his own children of their blood for his twisted quest for immortality. He wanted the core to open to relieve him of his counselor's duties, so he could explore a career in acupuncture, but couldn't open it himself because, lucky for everyone, there weren't 3 of him. But most importantly, he wanted the core to open so he could walk the earth, not as his ugly, chemically injected self, but as an immortal, and pick off everyone he didn't see as worthy. So, basically everyone. His kid's blood must be running down the channels and into the pool in the center from somewhere up above. The whole repulsive setup gave the room a sort of inverted gift box look, complete with bow and ribbons up 3 walls, minus 1 ribbon. Except this was likely a gift no one among the sane would want to receive. Tram and Lily must be up high then, concealed in darkness, maybe even inside one of the giant gaps in the wall. I followed the nearest channel to the wall and found a few hand and footholds I could use for climbing, and oh, how I loved climbing. Death hadn't changed me enough to forget my fears, and I had about 50,000 of them. Heights. I wished they would jump off a cliff. How was that for irony? Without the use of magic to help, I didn't have much of a choice. I tightened my grip and pulled myself up a few inches. At this rate, I could maybe scale the wall in a year. I forced myself to move faster, trusting the few instincts I had, and reminding myself I was already dead. If I fell, I would get up and try again. Lily? Can you hear me? Silence, except the air shifted above me. Not a bird's wings, but something else. Something like hair against papery skin. Whose blood channel was I climbing up next to? I gripped the handholds tighter and stared up into the shadows. There was a 66% chance this blood channel wasn't Aneska's, but if it was, I hoped I wasn't climbing up into a trap. Higher, faster, I climbed. With the orangish red light fading underneath me, it became harder to see where to put my hands and feet, even with my newly maximized eyesight. This darkness wasn't normal. It had to be some kind of magic. So, someone could use magic in here, but not me. Another few feet up and another until my head banged against something. A creaking sounded, and I had the sensation that something was swaying above me. Jackpot. Maybe. To see what it was, I would have to release my grip from the wall and reach behind and up over my head at an awkward angle, and I was already clinging to the wall in a jumbled mess of limbs. I closed my eyes to gather my thoughts, to store them in the cool. I got this part of my brain. And that was the absolute worst thing I could do. A second before I opened them again, wings snapped at my bare legs and flew up into my face. I hissed, but it didn't appear to do any good. The bird's beak stabbed into my cheeks, my lips, my eyelids. I shoved away from the wall and jerked my feet at the feathered undead, but my wild kicks connected with stone, missing the flying bird altogether. It wouldn't make me fall. I refused to be defeated by a floppy-necked dead bird. My feet placed once again in their crevices, I released one of my handholds and awkwardly wrenched my arm over my shoulder. My fist smashed into what felt like a stone bar, and I snatched at it. A bar of a cage, maybe? My grip on the bar had shifted all my weight, and I couldn't be sure I could find that same handhold again in this magical dark without flinging myself at the wall and grabbing at nothing. I had chosen the cage to clutch onto, and now I had to go with it. Or else. Hopefully it really was a cage and not just a bar floating over my head for no reason. Wings pulsed at the air and stroked my cheek while blowing hair around my eyes, just before diving into my mouth, my open mouth that could not close. Claws scratched at my tongue. Its beak pecked into the side of my mouth, and the sickening feel of blood and moldy feathers and decayed fowl triggered a massive shudder through my insides. Panic flared through me at whatever its motive. To possess me, to stop me from fighting back, didn't matter. That dead bird was toast. With more trust in the stone bar than anything else in my entire life, I freed myself from the wall and let the bar support my full weight. Too many feet up in the air, I dangled by one hand. With my other one, I seized the bird's tail before its head touched the back of my throat and yanked. That only made it even more determined to dive into my mouth. I grabbed the bar over my head with my other hand and thrashed my head back and forth so it couldn't enter. But all that movement swung the bar with a frenzy of squeaks. It had to be hanging from something, like a chain or a rope. Elbows flying, head shaking, feet kicking, I tried my best to fight off the bird whose sole mission seemed to be to distract me enough to let go. I moved my hands end over end in a mad effort to get away from it when my fingers brushed against the end of the bar and the beginning of another that rose up from the first one. This was a cage, then. So who, if anyone, was inside? I let go of the first bar in a blind, hopeful swipe for one right next to it, which I found. Now to pull myself up the vertical bars. Impossible since my upper arm muscles equaled the strength of soggy cardboard. Or so I thought before Trammeler, Sorceress, and Death's power, the trinity of magical gifts, flowed through my blood. Wings fluttered against the insides of my mouth. Claws bit into my tongue. Dizziness from my thrashing head and the swinging cage made it hard to tell which direction was up or down. Still, I had come too far to give up. I grabbed at the vertical bars, first one hand, and then the other, and pulled. My arms burned with the effort, Trinity power or not, and the cage tilted crazily above me so that the vertical bars were nearly horizontal. Whatever held the cage in the air moaned and strained. If it snapped, I would plummet, and that damn bird would look on and cackle. Somewhere far below a door opened and closed, and the dead bird instantly dislodged itself from my mouth and winged away. Was that a Nesca? Could she see me in the deep shadows way up high? No, it wasn't a Nesca. I didn't need to inhale for the chemical burn to scorch my nose and throat and lungs. It was the counselor. My arms trembled all the way to the shoulders, but I willed them still, willed the squeaking cage silent. I hung there and focused on what he might be doing, how long he would be in here, because my fingers began to slide off. The stone bars were too smooth, not grainy enough to provide a good grip for more than a few minutes, and I was slipping. If the counselor didn't know I was in here with him, he would soon enough when I smashed apart at his feet. I tried to adjust my hands, but stopped at the slightest protest from the cage. But soon, the door clicked shut. To make me think he'd gone? That little entrance had fed the urgency coursing inside me. I had to hurry. Another shaky pull-up, and my fingers grazed a handle. Yes! I didn't have time to wonder if this was a horrible idea, but I lifted the lever. Locked, but not for long. I freed an ash tree key from what was left of my waistband and stabbed blindly at the cage until I heard a click. A door crashed open into my shoulder, but I barely noticed. Whispers burst out of the open door in an urgent rush, along with a pair of hands that pulled me up into it.
Oh my God. Leigh, you found us?
It was Lily's voice, though all I saw of her was her glowing blue eyes 2 feet from mine, and I never thought I would think this, but it was so good to hear her voice inside my head. Are you all right? Where's Tram? Silence except the squeaky cage. Lily, we have to hurry. Where's Tram?
You're dead too,
she said, her voice soft.
Then that means...
I'm sorry, Lily. I did everything I could to stop it, but... Even as I thought it, doubt niggled its way into my mind, and I wondered once again if I really did do everything I could to stop it. But how could one, Aika, and her minions think that I could ever want this? Here, right now, dead and inside a cage with Lily. Of course, I did everything to stop it, despite what the founding members of the Dead Crazy Society said. What was done, and I couldn't change that. The only thing I had the power to change was the future. I fisted my hands and put as much conviction and acceptance in the voice inside my head as I could. I'm 3. The core is open. I'm sorry. But I'm going to do everything I can to make things right, and I need your help.
Okay,
she said. Her answer took me off guard because I guessed I expected some kind of protest or whining or complaining that she didn't have the guts to help. Whatever horrors she had been through lately had changed her, like my own had changed me. Good. Where's Tram?
In the cage on the opposite side of the room. There's a chain above mine, and if you pull it a certain way, it will lower us to the floor.
Do it. She lifted to her feet and fussed with the squeaky chain above our heads. I looked in the direction where I thought Tram's cage would be, as if I could see it, as if I could see him. What would he do when he saw me dead? When he knew the core had opened because of me? Would he hate me? I didn't think I could stand even the slightest bit of disappointment because he had done so much and tried so hard to save me. And me, here, would likely feel like a stab to his unbeating heart.
You're pushing all your thoughts toward him, but he can't hear you,
Lily thought. Huh?
The cages. No magic gets into them or out of them unless the door opens. Believe me, I tried.
I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Tram had built his underground cages for magical prisoners in much the same way. No magic in, no magic out, unless the door was open. Unless I opened the door myself to free one like I did to save Darby from being 2. The rest of those thoughts and feelings on that particular subject were swallowed inside a hidden trapdoor in my mind, so Lily wouldn't hear them. No one but me needed to sort that out, and these days it was awfully crowded inside my own head. Chains clinked and clanged until finally the cage began to lower, loudly with the slide of metal on stone. Is there a way to do this quieter? I asked.
I'm going as fast as I can.
So, no. And meanwhile, the counselor or Aneska could enter at any time, triggered by the noise of our escape. I gripped the edge of the cage through the open door and stared down into a black abyss, eyes straining for the orangish light at the bottom. We moved slowly, or at least it felt like it, and we still had to free Tram, not to mention the cataclysmic mess on the top side of Earth. Urgency raced through my veins where blood once did, and it chased a power I'd only seen glimpses of. Now it sizzled to my fingertips and begged to be released. A purple ribbon of electricity buzzed between my hands, and I stared at it, awed. I didn't think I could do magic in here. If I could inhale, I guessed it would smell like lilacs, and at that moment, that was all I wanted, to smell lilacs one more time. The pulsing streak engulfed the bottom of the cage I held to and zipped up the bars to the top. The entire cage became inflamed in purple light, beating back the magic dark, and lit up Lily in the corner with the chain. She gaped at me, and even though I knew she was dead, seeing her like that, like me, crushed my soul. Her blonde waves, her glowing blue eyes, her drooping mouth, the blood staining her silk shirt from Callum's party. She should have graduated days ago with her senior class and celebrated leaving me behind in Crapper High School's lunch line. She shouldn't be here in this cage, and neither should I.
Don't worry about me,
Lily said.
Focus it.
I blinked, breaking myself from my own spell, and fixated on the power rolling out of me. She was right. Focusing on escape and not what could have been was priority number 1. Lily gasped out a
"Whoa!"
when the powered-up chain slid from her fingers. It clattered against the top of the bars, faster and faster, while the end wound in a tight coil in the center of the cage. My power was pulling us down, and fast. We plummeted out of the darkness and into the orange light, and before I could reel it all back in, we slammed to the stone floor. The landing shocked rattling waves through my bones and spilled both of us out of the cage. I lay in a tangle of limbs, while my mind caught up with me at a much slower, less jarring pace. Lily?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure what question I hadn't asked yet that she'd just answered, but she jumped to her feet before I did.
Now, Tram,
she said, and jerked her head at the opposite wall we'd just fallen down. But the purple radiance had faded from the bars of the cage. Somewhere between the final seconds of the fall and a couple cracked molars, I'd lost my power.
It's not lost. It's in you. All you have to do is pull it from inside yourself like you did before.
What are you doing? I asked, my inner voice tight. Training me? Right now? Instead of answering, she pulled a delicate silver chain tipped with a pink metal leaf from around her neck. It shimmered and danced in the light of the room as she turned it for me to see the inscription on the back. But I already knew what it said because I was the one who slipped it in her pocket at Callum's party. Armed with a message from Mom, I had found 2 necklaces like that inside my baby book. They were tokens used to suppress, or hide, Lily's Trameler power and Tram's sorcerer power from their dad.
The leaf was stabbing me in the heart when the counselor took me to the core.
Lily thought.
When he was dragging us here, I took it out and read the inscription, "You set free my strongest gift," and my brand new Trameler power shook hands with my sorceress power. We've all gotten to know each other while I was locked inside. Her eyes narrowed at the fallen cage. But I don't know how you pulled purple electricity out of your fingers.
That makes 2 of us. But no way was I going to scale another wall and monkey around Tram's cage. I stared at my fingertips and willed something to happen, besides chipped black nail polish and grime forever jammed beneath them. Both times I'd created the lilac electricity, I'd felt urgency, a threat of some kind. Well, now I could just pick one from 1,000. Lucky me. A faint zip connected my index fingers, and Lily moved aside to reveal a pulley system on the wall, hidden behind Tram's blood channel. Come on, Mom. I need this to work. The energy pulsed to life, seeming to writhe and beg to leap from my hands, and I directed it toward the pulley with a simple command. Go. And wow, did it go. It shot toward the chains and lit the whole wall behind them with a purple vibration that shuddered the ground. Calm, I shouted, because the last thing we needed was a core cave-in. The pulley spun, the chain heaved lower, and soon another cage dropped from the ceiling, this time with a much gentler landing. I took steps toward it but stopped because a curly blonde head squeezed my still heart. His hair hung in his face, but without the usual luster the sun gave each strand, it looked as lifeless as he was. I had never seen him with his eyes closed, and I never wanted to again. He was a fierce Trameler, a Trameler sorcerer, always sharp and on the job, and seeing him any differently was a harsh reminder of all that I'd done to destroy everything he'd worked so hard to accomplish. But there was no time to try to unravel everything I wanted to say to him. I unlocked the cage with my ash tree key, and as soon as it swung open with a drawn-out squeak, his eyes popped open. They glowed blue, just like mine and his sister Lily's, but they pointed at the door directly behind us. Footsteps. Right outside. I tensed. It was too late to run and hide, and there was nowhere to run to. I'm sorry, I whispered to Tram because I didn't know if I would get the chance again. His gaze ticked to me. The door clicked open, and a chemical burn rolled through that assaulted my nose, my eyes, even my mouth. I didn't need to draw breath to smell him or look over my shoulder to be sure. The counselor was here.
Chapter 6. Joe. When Elf wasn't licking the polka dots off his stomach, he darted from room to room with his tail bushed out and his teeth bared like some kind of whacked-out furry ninja. It was unnerving, to say the least. Because animals have supersonic instincts, he must have known something awful was going to happen, which confirmed everything I knew to be true. Between his weird behavior and the thick blanket of night covering the windows, I was freaking out. What if my best friend didn't win the war she'd waged against the freaky sorceresses who wanted her dead? What if it was because of sorceresses and not humans' total disrespect for our sacred planet that would destroy it tonight? We could all cross that rainbow bridge in the sky sooner than we'd thought. The very idea of death scratched the inside of my skin with frozen fingernails and crawled it into a constant goosebumpy shiver. I wasn't ready to die. And I definitely wasn't ready for Leigh, too, either. We were like two parts of the same person, like old souls who were destined to be friends in every single lifetime, like the perfect harmony. And I might lose her. Cal would, too, and I knew he sensed it, because he'd opened and shut the refrigerator door about 1,000 times in the last hour without retrieving anything. Callum, the guy who eats everything. We have to do something. I kept my voice low so Darby wouldn't hear while I stared after Elf. Callum shut the door of the refrigerator with a sigh.
Like what?
Don't we have a tranquilizer gun in the garage?
For Elf?
No, for... I glanced over at Darby, who sat at the dining room table, hunched over a mammoth book, then tossed my hand out like I was rolling dice on our future.
I have no idea what that means, Weed.
Them, I whispered.
She means the magical beings inside the core,
Darby said, without looking up from her book. It was the same book Miss Hanson, the dearly departed school librarian, had given to Leigh so she could learn about her sorceress skills. I sure hoped the know-how Darby gained from it came in handy tonight, more so than it had for Miss Hanson. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, I said. Cal leaned against the refrigerator.
We made a promise we would stay here and not try to help Leigh.
And you already broke it when you told her dad where she was, I hissed. Mr. B hadn't come back either. It was near dark. It was getting late. He hadn't come back. And what if we had to adopt Darby? I pressed my palms together to extend my vital life force with some deep breathing, so I wouldn't freak the hell out any more than I already was. What if we don't have a choice? I asked. It's not like we know what's going to happen because we've done this before, you know. He nodded at the window above the kitchen sink.
As long as we stay inside, we're protected. Leigh made sure of that.
Yeah, I know. I, too, looked at the window and at my reflection, framed by the darkening sky behind it. Worry pinched my face, and because I had no idea what to do with my hands in stressful situations, they fussed and fidgeted with the soap dispenser by the sink. My dragon patchwork skirt, the badass recycler t-shirt Miguel made me, pretty much everything within touching distance. But what if it gets windy and the hawthorn sticks and lilac petals blow away? This is Kansas, after all.
I don't hear any wind.
Cal settled his hand on the refrigerator door again and quirked an eyebrow.
Do you?
No. It was strangely still outside, quiet too. Even the skinny branches on the top of the tree in the front yard didn't budge, which was strange since a family of robins had moved in, and it usually sounded like brothers and sisters squabbling over who got control of the remote. I knew a thing or 90 about those kinds of arguments. So, like Elf, had they sensed something too and took off? What if...
If you even think about finishing that next, what if I'm getting the duct tape?
Cal warned. He would, too, and he would have a ridiculously good time strapping me to a chair with my mouth taped shut until just before Mom and Dad got home, and he bribed me to keep quiet. I sighed toward the stacks of dirty dishes in the sink that smelled vaguely of moldy cheese, the worry eating me up inside too much to argue.
Hey.
Cal's reflection appeared over my shoulder.
I can get the catnip from downstairs if you want.
No more catnip, I said, shaking my head. I just want my best friend back. Cal's jaw ticked, and I knew he was thinking pretty much the same thing. He loved Leigh just as much as I did, even though it took him long enough to admit it, because he told her just that morning he loved her. My brother, who had the emotional equivalence of a fruit bat, had told Leigh he loved her somewhere between our discussion of Bobby fever bookmarks for Darby and the last of our tearful goodbyes. It had happened so fast, and I wasn't sure Leigh heard him when she rode off on her bike, but Callum acted as if it was the most normal thing to say to someone, which, I supposed, if you were in love, it would be. Maybe Miguel would tell me he loved me someday, but of course, we would both need to survive for him to do that. He had hawthorn branches and lilac petals sprinkled around his house too, so as long as he did what I said always and forever, he would be fine. And so would we. I just wished the porcupine headbanging in my gut agreed. Cal's reflection, half a head taller than me, squeezed my shoulder, and the kind of comfort that could only come from an older brother calmed me a little. Sometimes he was good for something.
Hey,
he said, and jerked his chin toward Darby, who turned another page, completely absorbed.
Why couldn't you have been more like her growing up, huh?
I jabbed him in the ribs hard enough to make him groan, while claws scrambled across the carpet somewhere unseen. A gray streak leaped onto the dining room table, knocked Darby's book to the floor, and jumped down to scurry right for us.
Elf!
Darby shrieked. Cal dodged to the refrigerator to get out of the way of the ninja terror. Just inside the front door, Elf stopped to whip out a leg flash dance style and licked the polka dots on his belly. 3 of them. Then, with the fur along his spine pointed straight up, he charged downstairs. What the heck? I had never seen him act like this, and it was weirding me out big time. I checked the window once again, almost completely dark now and still.
Black sticks in pregnant gardens,
Darby said. She had picked the book up from the floor and was settling it back on the table, her glasses winking in the overhead light.
What's that, Big D?
Cal asked.
To open the core.
Darby read,
The chosen must chant 333, the Trinity has bled. Open the gateway between the living and the dead, and the earth will tremble 3 times. Black sticks in pregnant gardens.
She glanced up at us, with her nose scrunched.
I don't know what that means.
Let me see, I said, and raced over. Sure enough, in the last line of a giant block of text. That was all it said.
That's it?
Cal asked from over Darby's other shoulder.
The core is supposed to be this big, crazy thing. And that's all this book says about it? What a bunch of...
I elbowed him in the ribs again to shut him up. Keep looking, Darby, and let us know if anything else jumps out at you. She shook her head, and her blonde ponytail brushed against my arm, which was posted on the back of her chair. A shudder rolled through her, and she leaned forward away from me and my arm as if she had felt my touch in the ends of her hair. Between episodes of binge reading, she had been acting weird. When she wasn't turning pages, she'd been itching herself until she'd grimace and then stop. She had stared up into the overhead light until it flickered, sat back in her chair with her eyes closed and her mouth moving on silent words, and I swore I saw her lick one of the pages. Was it the book telling her to do these things? I wasn't one to judge, having had a fixation with inedible objects myself, lemon sugar, body scrub, anyone. So I didn't ask questions. She needed to spend her time finding answers that would help Leigh, not satisfy my curiosity.
It only jumped out at me because Elf went nuts,
she said, and absently riffled through a stack of Bobby fever bookmarks next to the book.
This was the page the book opened to.
I shared a look with Cal, one that asked the question if our lives could get any stranger. The answer was probably a big resounding yes, because, hello, this was Crapper, Kansas. He just crossed his arms to hide his shaky hands, something he'd started doing ever since that night at the graveyard when he'd buried Leigh's mom again, and I'd been possessed, and Leigh had been buried alive. It was one of the very few things I didn't pick on him about, because we'd all experienced terrors beyond our wildest nightmares. While Darby nosed the microscopic print in her book, Cal and I stepped back into the kitchen, him to the refrigerator, me to the window above the sink. What was Leigh doing right then? Had the sorceresses come to the graveyard yet? Was Leigh winning the battle? I hoped so. Goddesses, I hope so. but not knowing was the absolute worst. Darkness took the final slice of sunlight, and I squeezed my eyes shut to will it back again. I tapped my fingers on the edge of the sink in a stupid attempt to speed up time when both Leigh and Mr. B would be back with us where they belonged. We should have at least asked for Mr. B's cell number to check up on him. From this angle, I couldn't tell if the hawthorn branches and lilac petals still circled our house, but with zero wind, they couldn't have really gone anywhere. Still, I had to check on them, to do something. This waiting was killing me. Cal, I'm just going to open the screen. I turned and leaped back with a sharp yelp. Darby stood right behind me, her head bent to examine her wrist. You scared me, I breathed. I glanced over at Cal, who studied us over his shoulder from his stance in front of the open refrigerator, then back to Darby, my heart punching holes into my ribcage. Her reflection hadn't moved across the window to join mine before she stood behind me, and I know I would have seen it if it had. If I didn't know any better, I would say she teleported from the table to there. My throat suddenly dry as burnt toast. I turned toward the window again, and there stood the reflection of a blonde little girl right behind me. Okay, so I was stressed out. That inner struggle was real, and it was making me hallucinate. I'd been so intent on seeing movement outside, I just hadn't seen her. That was all. She was just Darby, kid sister to Leigh, who also happened to be a Trammler sorceress. What's the matter? I asked, my voice wobbling. Did you hurt yourself? She pulled up the sleeve of her shirt and blinked down at her wrist, where countless bug bites rose in angry red lumps.
I forgot it.
Cal shut the refrigerator, eyes narrowed.
Forgot what?
My bracelet, the one Leigh gave me this morning. She said to never take it off, and I did because I didn't want to ruin it because Dad made me take a bath.
What bracelet, Big D?
Cal asked.
She said it would protect me. She said she made it out of hawthorn, and that book talked about hawthorn and reminded me of it.
She said, her voice pitched high. She wrung her hands together, looking from me to Cal, then marched toward the front door.
I need to go get it.
Cal sidestepped to block her, his hands raised.
Whoa! Not happening.
Your dad said you need to stay here, I said, and pushed myself from the sink to stand behind her. She had powers that could take us both down if she wanted something bad enough. I'd seen those powers firsthand from a couple other Trammler sorceresses I never wanted to see again. But Darby was just a little girl and too innocent to ever use dark magic because otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get past the lilac petals outside. Still, and I never thought I would think this, the littlest Baxton was really starting to creep me out.
It's just down the street,
she said, pointing as if we didn't know where her house was.
I have my key.
Cal shook his head.
That's a no-go.
Darby, why don't you and I go watch a Before Merlin's Beard movie, and Cal can take over the reading for a little bit? It was a pretty good idea, but she didn't even turn around to consider it. She raised her chin in stubborn defiance.
But I need it.
As soon as she said it, the earth tilted and sent the three of us stumbling to one side of the kitchen. What was this? Some kind of earthquake? But then Darby glanced over her shoulder. Her blue eyes filled with fright, mixed with a streak of what I could only describe as wickedness that pierced down my spine. Are you doing this? Disbelief muffled my voice to a whisper.
I think it's happening,
she said, turning back to Cal.
What's happening?
He asked, fingers splayed as if to catch some answers.
I think the core is opening. The book said the earth would tremble 3 times.
I shook my head. No, the core couldn't be opening. It shook once. Darby was wrong. She and the book and everything were wrong. Because if the core was opening, then that meant Leigh... The earth shivered again, as if to hammer the truth into my soul. I sagged against the counter, while a refusal to believe any of it choked from my throat. This couldn't be happening. Losing my best friend to 2 undead bitches should be impossible. Tears brimmed over my eyes when I looked to Cal for some kind of support, but he blurred into nothing more than a colorless blob. Was Leigh dead then? Had my best friend fought to save the entire world and lost? Another wild rumble underneath our feet shook the foundation of the house and knocked a dirty plate from the sink to the floor. It crashed with an explosion of glass, driving us away from it, me toward the dining room table and Cal and Darby closer to the front door. 3 trembles, 3 of them. Defeat weighted my entire body, and I had to hold myself up to keep it from dragging me to the floor. She was gone. Leigh was 3, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. A sob tripped out of my closed throat, and an answering, shuddering breath from across the kitchen broke my heart even more. Cal's face paled as he shook his head again and again.
I need my bracelet,
Darby said, her voice thick and wavering.
Leigh would want me to get it to protect myself because if the core is opening, then that means...
She's gone, I finished for her. Cal's watery gaze snapped to mine, a lethal expression hardening his face into stone, I guessed, because I had put into words what he refused to. I'm so sorry, I whispered, to him, to Leigh, to everyone. And I knew that if I was sorry, Leigh would be too. She'd probably fought, kicking, screaming, and biting until the very end, and I loved her even more for that. My best friend was gone because One and Aika had been dead set on killing her, on making her one of them, when all Leigh wanted was to be different than everyone else. Lost inside my own head with grief, I about jumped from my skin when Cal shouted,
Darby!
The screen door slammed closed, and the loud whine of it opening again brought goosebumps to my skin. He was opening the door. Why was he opening the door when the core had opened, and thousands of escaped magical prisoners would be swarming the city streets in no time? No, you stay! I leaped toward him, but the broken plates scattered all over the kitchen floor stabbed into my bare feet. Pain sliced deep. I cried out and slumped against the sink. Callum. His face, paler than I'd ever seen him, appeared in the kitchen doorway.
Darby. She was here and then just vanished and ran out the door.
He blinked at the broken glass, at the blood puddling underneath my feet.
She's gone.
Chapter 7. Joe. Cal shot toward the front door again.
I'm going after Darby.
Wait. With shaky hands, I plucked the glass shards from the bottom of my feet. I held back the pained hisses behind tightened lips, because this kind of pain was nothing compared to what I felt inside. I'm going with you.
You're bleeding everywhere,
he shouted.
You'll just slow me down.
I pulled the last shard loose and glared at him. Throw me my sandals.
I'm leaving,
he said, and banged his fist against the wall on his way out. Don't you dare leave me. You're all I have left. I sounded hysterical, and my voice broke into 1,000 pieces, with great heaving sobs, but I didn't care. All of this threatened to overwhelm me, and the one thing that might just keep me glued together was my older brother. But if he left, I would be all alone to think about Leigh, and I knew that would shatter me from the inside out. A pair of yellow flip-flops landed at my feet. I brushed the tears from my face to see Cal raking his hands through his hair while he stared up at the ceiling with shiny eyes. We were both hurting, but there wasn't time to mourn. I rushed to get the flip-flops on, ignoring the stinging stabs and the blood sticking my feet, and shot toward him. Thank you, I told him. He took my hand and pulled me to the screen door.
Stay by me, no matter what.
I had no idea what to expect if the core opened, but I didn't really expect it to be like this. The night somehow felt oily and dirty, as if something wicked was slipping underneath my skin. It smelled different, too, like a compost heap wafting from an ancient tomb and goddesses. That was because a tomb had actually opened. A chill gripped the dark with a frozen stillness that caught our breath and shivered through my bones. And it was the middle of May. But it was the absolute silence that unnerved me, that pulled me forward just as much as Cal's hand. No crickets chirping, no wind, no neighborhood dogs barking around the clock if you looked at them wrong, no sign of life. Nothing. This kind of quiet sounded unnatural.
We need to hurry,
he said, because he must have felt it too. Cal, I said, gazing along the length of our house. I gasped and looked the other way toward our garage. All the hawthorn branches, all the lilac petals, everything that was supposed to keep us safe, including Leigh, was gone. Where did it all go?
I don't know.
He swallowed as he searched the front of the house, too.
We'll worry about it when we get Darby back. Let's go.
But there wasn't any wind to move it, not even a slight breeze to snake the cold farther into our bones. Had someone moved it? Had someone on the wrong side of Leigh been close enough to our house to obliterate any kind of protection? Because that was exactly what we were, unprotected, for however long it had been like that, and we hadn't even known. We stuck to the middle of the street since no traffic zipped by. The wounds on my feet stung with every step, as if I had squirted lemon juice onto my flip-flops before we'd left. But I kept up with Cal's brisk pace anyway. Halfway to Leigh's house, dark shadows shifted beyond the streetlight on the corner. Somehow the night grew darker, as if the moon and stars had blinked out, or as if something was sweeping over us. I lifted my gaze hesitantly, not at all sure I wanted to know what was happening around me, and gasped when a streak of red lightning split the sky in half. Red lightning like the night had been ripped and bloodied. A police siren wailed in the distance, and above it, coming from every direction at once, someone shrieked, not nearby, but too close for comfort. A slow, icy shudder poured down my back. I bit my tongue on half a shaky groan. Cal sped his pace, his forehead beading with sweat, and locked his hand even tighter around mine.
Just keep going. Don't stop for any reason.
Almost there, but darkness filled Leigh's house. Wouldn't Darby need a light to see? Then again, if she could vanish into thin air, maybe not. What if she wasn't even here? Maybe she'd already collected her bracelet and reappeared back at our house. Still, we had to be sure. Black scorch marks burnt a narrow path across the grass, on both sides of the sidewalk leading up to the front door, like someone had killed it. But the only people I knew who killed living things were dead. Oh, goddesses. Had someone dead gone inside with Darby? Someone from the core? My heart beat into my throat. Cal and I were just humans. We didn't have any magic. Without Leigh, I wasn't so sure we stood a chance at her house, let alone anywhere else. Wait, no, we did have the lilac petals we'd swallowed earlier. But what if they didn't work for us? The lilacs on either side of the front porch had electrocuted Leigh with a powerful current, but we weren't like her, and that could definitely be a problem. Cal and I raced up to the front door anyway, because what else could we do? This was Darby, and Leigh would haunt my dreams with clanking, unrecycled aluminum cans if I let anything happen to her little sister. The closer we drew to the front porch, the heavier the worry grew inside my gut, so heavy that a sharp pain, followed by a crinkling wrapping paper sound, came from deep within my organs. Cal bit back a moan and held to his stomach, but we plowed onward. This couldn't be good. Had that been the lilacs we'd eaten? Because call me crazy, but it sure felt like they'd just died inside our stomachs. Nothing crunched under our feet on the porch. No dead lilac petals or hawthorn branches. I couldn't see to be absolutely sure, but it appeared like someone had ridded the Baxtons of protection, just like us. As Cal opened the broken screen door, I sank to my knees to run my fingers over the concrete to feel something, anything. My palms grazed dried husks of what used to be lilacs on one side of the porch. Leigh's mom's lilacs were dead once again, so someone who had practiced dark magic could enter? Had nearing the dead lilacs caused a sort of reversal of spells and killed the lilacs inside me and Cal? Totally not fair. Cal pulled me inside the unlocked house, and the thick darkness choked my lungs. I fumbled for a light switch on the wall, fighting for a breath, while an awful thought hit me. What if it had been Darby who had ridded both our yards of lilac petals and hawthorn branches and killed the lilacs by the front door because she had done dark magic? There wasn't any doubt she was powerful enough to do those things. And Leigh herself said she did dark magic, though she didn't say what exactly, only to learn how to take down One and I Ka. Had Darby learned it from Leigh, or was there really someone else in the house with Darby? A wintry feeling slid up my neck at both scenarios, because they both meant we were in way over our heads. Finally, my fingers found what they were looking for, and an overhead light snapped on.
Darby!
Cal shouted as he closed and locked the door behind us. I squeezed his hand, a warning that we shouldn't go into this blindly, because I doubted he had puzzled out all the details as quickly as I had.
Darby!
He called again and dragged me along with him farther into the living room. Wait, Cal, listen to... He held up a hand for me to shut up while he stopped next to the piano and peered around a wall to the hallway.
I think she's down there.
He whispered.
Do you hear that?
I couldn't hear a thing over my booming heart, but I leaned in real close so he could hear me. I think there might be someone else here. Even though it could just be Darby, it was still a definite possibility. His body tensed, and he slowly turned his head. His wide eyes searched mine, his face somehow growing paler than it already was, and he swallowed. And during those brief seconds of silence, I did hear something. The floor creaking farther down the hallway. I shrank back from the edge of the wall, as far as Cal's vice-like grip would let me, and glanced back at the front door. Mr. Franklin, my sophomore biology teacher, had talked non-stop about the flight or fight response, and I had never felt that instinct more than I did then. But of course, I couldn't run. Despite my doubts about Darby's good or bad witch status, there wasn't a safe place to go anymore. But my gaze landed on the bloody footprints staining the ivory carpet and leading right to me. If someone was in here with us, I might as well have painted a sign with arrows that read, "Sacrificial Virgin this way." Cal stepped toward the hallway, and my muscles clamped tight as I reluctantly followed. "Cal," I mouthed his name, pushing it out with barely a breath so it sounded less than a whisper, and pointed to another light switch on the hallway wall. Leave it off to be blinded by the shadows at the very end and try not to make our presence even more known? Or storm the house with all the lights blazing? He flipped on the light. Darby and Mr. Baxton's doors were closed, while the bathroom and Leigh's room were open. We stopped at Darby's room, our backs turned to the dark bathroom. A shiver ran across my shoulder blades, as if someone was peering around the flowery shower curtain, as if the darkness itself pressed in to snatch at us. I could have inched my hand inside the bathroom to turn the light on, but what could be lurking on the other side of the door we faced terrified me even more. Cal turned Darby's doorknob, and the door opened with a soft click. A woodsy scent that reminded me of the graveyard, since that was where most of Crapper's trees were located, floated out, but the minute I snapped on the light, I realized how wrong I was. A whole forest of thorny branches and leaves grew from underneath Darby's bed. They twisted up through tiny holes in her purple mermaid blankets all the way up to the ceiling, where they bent along the length of it to cover it from wall to wall. Some branches even snaked down the walls, still growing, with a creaking scrape as they scratched off the paint. Others heaved at the ceiling, and already small gaps had appeared, where they had pushed it apart from the walls, and in the middle of the room over a large red stain on the carpet that tilt. A whirled my stomach sat Darby. She faced away from us, in a wooden desk chair, staring at the destruction around her. I covered my mouth to trap my gasp. What on this green earth had happened in here? And what was Darby doing just sitting there like that? A sudden burst of anger flared through my veins. Leigh was dead, the core had opened, and Darby was reacting to this news by shaking up a proverbial bag of cats. "Darby," I hissed, and shot to her side. "What are you doing? Why did you leave us when we told you not to?" She looked at me with tears streaking her cheeks. A puddle had even formed on the inside of her glasses, and the stone of doubt about her began to soften. After all, I wasn't the only one who had lost Leigh.
"I needed my bracelet,"
she said, her voice cracking while she fingered the strand of twigs now attached to her wrist. I pushed my lips together because now wasn't the time to give her a lecture on the proper way to ask permission. Even I struggled with that one sometimes. She was hurting, we were all hurting, and Leigh's bracelet gave her some kind of comfort in this horror downpour. "And this?" I asked, my gaze searching the leafy green walls and the moving ceiling.
"I started growing it 2 nights ago because Leigh, well..."
She stared at the red stain under the toes of her shoes while she scratched her elbow. Her mouth opened and closed, as if she couldn't quite find the words to tell me what Leigh did to make her grow this monster tree.
It won't stop growing.
I see that, I said, and reached for her fingers. She jerked them back. Like her sister, her fierceness made her seem more solid somehow, almost unbreakable, and that flooded my eyes because it wasn't true. She needed comfort, but I wouldn't force it on her. But Darby, I sniffed and reeled my hand back in. We have bigger issues right now than an uncontrollable tree.
Dad will be so mad at me.
I glanced at Cal for help on that subject. Where was Mr. Baxton? Cal shook his head a fraction, sealing that topic for now, and I offered Darby a small smile to let her know it would be all right. A false promise, but I didn't know what else to do. Cal hesitantly placed a palm on one of the tree branches, twisting its way down to the carpet. When I caught his eye again, he said,
Maybe Leigh can still feel.
A long, low screech sounded from somewhere just outside. Darby and I froze. Cal ducked his head into the hallway, his shoulder braced against the door. A doorknob rattled. A key jiggled. Mr. Baxton? What sounded like the front door swung open, and in drifted the stink of dead cow and sour milk. My insides plummeted to my flip-flops, and I slapped a hand over my mouth to keep from gagging. Someone was here all right. Someone who was already dead, not Mr. Baxton. Oh my goddesses, was it Mr. Baxton? Cal leaped back inside, closed the door, and locked it, oh so quietly, and flicked off the light. Between the slats in the shades and moving, growing branches, only slivers of streetlight could cut into the room, but it was enough to see Cal slipping toward the window.
That's not Dad, is it?
Darby whispered, with a tremble in her voice. Get up, I breathed into her ear, and stay here. Her wooden chair creaked slightly when I picked it up and walked it across the room to wedge it underneath the doorknob. My heart thrashed against my chest, because the streetlight didn't spread this far, and I didn't want to knock the legs of the chair into something. Quiet as a held breath, I rested the chair where it needed to go to block someone's entrance, even with the door locked, because my bloody footprints would lead them right here.
The tree's in the way of the window,
Cal whispered from across the room, which meant we were trapped. I searched the darkness for Darby, my growing panic tripling the blood chasing through my skull. Darby, I said, my voice hardly a whisper.
Here,
she said, from over by her desk. I slashed at the darkness with my fingers on the way toward her, as if I could rip away this horrible reality and put us inside a new, rainbow-brightened one. When I felt warm fabric hanging from a bony arm, I whispered, Can you teleport out of here? She shook her head and murmured,
Not through walls yet.
Crap.
But Joe, hawthorn trees hide things from the dead.
Darby said softly.
The book said so. We'll be safe in here.
Well, that may have been true, but they only protected the inside of Darby's room, and my bloodied footprints in the hallway couldn't hide us from anyone. What kind of dead person had a key to Leigh's house? Unless they used the one inside the fake rock next to the second loose board in their back fence, but no one. I blinked. No one but the Baxtons and the Monroes knew about that. My insides shriveled with a bone-quaking shudder. From down the hallway, piano notes scattered in a broken, horrific tune. I wanted to throw my hands over my ears. Darby's, too. A single, wobbly exhale told me she knew exactly who was out there butchering the keys. Her mom, back from the dead and home again. It had to be her. A result of the core opening didn't matter. Cal, I hissed, we need that window open. He grunted as a branch snapped.
I'm trying.
I know this song.
Darby whimpered. It did kind of sound familiar, but my mind raced too quickly to pinpoint it. We had to get out of here. If not by Darby's window, then another one. We could zip across the hall and escape out another room. Anything but stay here another second. Darby already seemed a little unhinged, and Cal still suffered from post-traumatic stress from burying Mrs. Baxton the second time. Something banged into a wall down the hallway, and a flurry of whispers rose above the eerie, fragmented piano music. Had that been the front door? Oh, goddesses! Had Mrs. Baxton left it open? I pushed my lips together to quiet my loud breaths, hurried toward the door, and lifted the chair from underneath the doorknob. Darby, Cal, across the hall, now.
Blitzkrieg Bop,
Darby said, and tears strangled her voice.
That's my mom playing that song.
The whispering grew louder with the accompaniment of the piano. Someone was coming, but if we hurried, we could just make it across the hall, lock the door, and jump out the window. "We're going!" I hissed and unlocked the door. Over my shoulder, a pale flash of skin charged.
Mom!
Darby shouted. I swung myself back to clothesline her before she could make her escape and covered her mouth with my palm. She fought and kicked to get away, and I wanted to soothe her, to explain to her why I refused to let her run to her mom, but I couldn't. My voice lodged in my throat, my gaze stuck to the two shadowed poles underneath the crack in Darby's door. Someone stood just outside, led there by my bloody footprints. Agitated whispers penetrated my veins with needling cold. The fractured song played on, and the door smashed open.
Chapter 8. Leigh. When Tram's gaze collided with mine, I felt, rather than heard, his soul crumpling inside. His shoulders sagged, and his head drooped against one of the bars. I had to look away because I couldn't see him staring at the face of defeat, the face who had given it to him. The counselor circled us, staring us all down like lowly dogs, and stopped at the edge of the blood pit in the center of the 3 channels, his hands clasped in front of him. He surveyed the room, as if congratulating himself on its crazy, twisted design, and announced,
"You're a little late."
His voice bounced around the stone walls and made my lifeless insides jump. Not that it had been a long time since I'd heard someone actually speak, but it seemed so much louder outside my head, as if he was shouting into a megaphone. The ruler of the Corps, while just as dead as the rest of us, pumped himself full of chemicals and stuck himself with hawthorn needles to appear, not even close to an actual human. The chemicals dripped white from where the needles pierced his skin, the same color of his shirt under his black suit, the same color as his hair that fell over his shoulders. Too late for what? I thought at him. From the corner of my eye, Tram gave me a sharp look, and I could guess his warning. To keep my attitude in check, to behave myself. But when had that ever done me any good? When had it done him any good? Even when Tram did his duties, the counselor still got all fist-happy and beat him bloody.
"I've already bled my true children, all 3 of them, and that trinity of blood is right here."
He glanced over his shoulder, his all-white eyes boring into mine.
"All I have to do is drink it, and immortality will be mine."
What's stopping you, then? My purple energy still pulsed along the entire length of the wall to the right, but like the counselor, I pretended not to notice it.
"Nothing. The core is open thanks to you, and once I drink, I will pick off the rest of humanity that those who escaped here didn't kill, and leave my duties as counselor behind."
He smiled, leaking more white fluid down his pale, papery skin.
"I'll be free of the core, forever."
I flexed my fingers, and each time I did, the wall of energy waved in perfect synchronization, as if it was waiting for a cue from me. "Alone," I said.
"Alone?"
The counselor flicked his gaze up toward where Lily's cage had hung. Instead of pure darkness hovering above, orange light now shone through a chink in the wall. I was no expert on bloodletting rooms, but had I kicked the wall in during my bird-wrestling high-wire maneuver? He frowned.
"I don't know what you mean."
You said you're going to walk the earth forever. Are you sure you're good enough company for yourself for that long? The thin skin around his mouth stretched into a sneer or a grin. It was hard to tell.
"You're so much like that traitor mother of yours. Sarcastic, full of yourself, and dead."
I refused to let his words affect me since that was exactly what he wanted. And yet here I am, preventing you from taking that drink.
"You're not preventing him from anything."
I turned at the sound of a new voice inside my head, and both Aneska and her dead bird glared knives through me from the open doorway. A few blonde strands of hair, so much like Lily's and Tram's, curled down the thin strap of a tattered white dress. With a flick of her wrist, the doorway behind her solidified into stone wall. The bird bobbed its head as they neared, as if it wanted to continue using me as a pincushion for its needle-sharp beak. The counselor held out his hands, palms up, and said,
Son, daughters, come.
Lily rose to her feet, her gaze still stuck on the stone floor, and Tram hefted himself upright using the bars of the cage for support. It seemed as though their strength had been sapped along with their will to fight, because they both went willingly toward the counselor's outstretched hands while he pulled their invisible marionette strings. What I wouldn't do for some scissors.
It is time to drink, my children.
He gestured for Aneska, Tram, and Lily to kneel with him around the blood pit.
Join me in the first drink of the rest of your long, long lives.
What? I demanded. Them too? Did Tram and Lily really want that? To serve their dad for all eternity? From their stony, mind-controlled expressions, I had no idea, but I knew deep down that Tram could never want such a thing. He despised the counselor even though he obeyed him, but that was just the kind of guy Tram was. He was loyal to a fault, a brave warrior, and he wasn't even in the same league as his crazy dad. And Lily. Once upon a time, I thought she worshipped a demon hound cheerleader named Megan, but now I knew who and what she was. Like me, she was a Trameler sorceress who hadn't explored her true potential since half of it had been hidden from her for her whole life. I couldn't see her on the same page as the counselor either. But if the Trinity blood did work, would they all live again like normal? Would they be able to soak in the sunshine and smile and laugh like they used to? I looked to Tram, who, when alive, had always looked as if he'd been dipped in sunlight. It had bounced in his curls, glimmered in those green eyes. That was where he belonged. Outside with the trees and the open sky. Not here in the core. If the Trinity blood could give him that, give him life, then yes, I wanted him to drink it. All of them submerged their hands into the pit, cupping the blood so it trickled through their fingers. All of them, except the counselor. He looked on, a smug smile stretching his white lips. Why wasn't he drinking? Lily cut her gaze to me from her kneeled position across the pit for half a second. Was she trying to tell me something without using our undead psychic link? So she was aware of her surroundings, yet she still brought her hands to her mouth, to drink, to be the counselor's guinea pig while he looked on to see if it worked, or to see if it boiled them from the inside out. Would the blood kill them for good this time? Lily, Tram, stop. Don't do this, I begged. I started toward them, but Tram's empty cube-shaped cage barreled toward me end over end and flipped over my head, trapping me. The door banged shut before I could flash a hand out to stop it. No magic in, no magic out. I glanced at the wall of purplish light through the stone bars of my jail, cursing myself for not flinging the pulsing energy at the counselor when I had the chance. This room was like a cage, but I had torn a hole in it to allow my magic to work. Maybe I could do the same to my jail cell. I squeezed the stone bars while I watched what happened between them. Lily and Tram's palms were almost to their lips. Blood dribbled over their wrists and down their fronts, but they didn't seem to notice. Why are you doing this? I asked the counselor. Have someone else test it.
Who, you?
He chuckled.
Don't be so selfish. Drink, my children.
Aneska tipped her head back and poured the blood in her hand into her gaping mouth. Tram and Lily did too. My stomach sank to my knees, but I couldn't look away. I had to know what it did to them, if it would kill what was already dead, or if it would make them live again. The Trinity children pushed to their feet, blood streaming down their chins to streak their clothes, and stared at their feet in obedience. The counselor rose, too, and gazed at each of them in turn. I fisted my hands around the bars and squeezed, once, twice, marking the seconds while I waited for something to happen. Their glowing blue eyes to fade to normal green, their grayish skin to brighten. Anything. I almost hoped it would work, not for the counselor's sake, because screw him, but for Tram and Lily, who deserved to live again. At the same time, though, I didn't want it to work in order to save what was left of humanity from the counselor. If there was anything left to save. A sudden spasm swept through Aneska's torso, and she lurched forward to the edge of the blood pool. She grabbed at her neck as if she was choking while the counselor rushed to her side.
Aneska, my child, what is it? Do you feel it?
He asked. She clutched at her throat, her bright blue eyes wide, and that same image reminded me of Lily with a bird down her throat before the counselor killed her. I flicked my gaze to Lily while she backed away from the pool and wiped her chin with her hand, her expression empty. What the hell was happening? Tram backed toward me with an ash tree key tucked inside the bloodied fist behind his back. Had he and Lily somehow tricked Aneska and the counselor? I so wished I had the ability to shriek gleefully about that possibility, but the idea froze when Aneska whirled around. Her open mouth sagged down the rest of her face and slid everything else off, too. The blue light in Aneska's eyes blinked out when they puddled down her cheeks. Her pale skin liquefied and dribbled down her dress until there was nothing left but bone. She pitched forward face first into the blood pool, her body completely still. Dead. Oh no. What if Aneska and the counselor hadn't been tricked? Then Tram and Lily were next. I pinned my gaze on both of them, waiting, wishing, hoping. Tram took another step backward toward me. Lily stared blankly into the blood pool, its blood staining the dried red streaks on her white silk shirt black. The counselor knelt next to his fallen daughter, pointlessly trying to shake life back into her, the hawthorn needles in his face bouncing with rage.
Aneska! Aneska!
He shouted. When he finally stopped to level his white eyes at me, I matched his fury with my own. If he hadn't known what it felt like to lose someone close, he did now. Hurts, doesn't it? I asked, but then I remembered he couldn't hear me through my cage.
You!
He pushed to his feet and rounded the blood pool, his white hair flying behind him.
You did this. The traitor's daughter killed one of mine.
He marched toward me, his empty white eyes narrowed in murderous rage.
Let's see how you like it.
Behind him, something sprang up next to Aneska's body to bob on the blood pool's surface. Something with crimson petals that had once been pink. Lily's lily. Tram leaped back a final step, blocking me from the counselor's charge. Then he stood to his full height to face his father.
Get out of my way!
The counselor hissed into Tram's face.
Leigh didn't kill anyone,
Tram said, his voice as lethal as I'd ever heard it. Beside the blood pit, Lily knelt with her flower perched in her hands. Blood vanished into the petals until they turned a deep pink. Then she tucked it behind her ear.
I killed your precious Aneska.
Her gaze ticked to the counselor.
I killed my sister.
The counselor, his rage still aimed at Tram, froze. Before he could turn to face the only daughter he had left, a former cheerleader turned badass Trameler sorceress. A fist smashed into his thorny face. Tram's fist. Holy shit. The man who had beat on the only person brave enough to capture Gretchen's followers, his only son, had finally gotten a taste of his own medicine. Karma could be a real hero sometimes. The counselor, whose head had swung to the side with the force of Tram's punch, turned slowly toward Tram, and I could only imagine what he planned to do to his son then.
That's what I think of your immortality,
Tram said, and bent to unlock my cage with the ash key.
Now, Leigh!
Lily shouted once I was freed. I made the command, no questions asked. The purple energy clinging to the wall whizzed at the counselor, at Aneska's body, at that stupid bird flying around her head. I tried to shape it with my mind, mold it to my will so it wouldn't accidentally zap Tram, Lily, or me. But it moved like a thick wall, a fast, thick wall about 15 feet tall with dark purple currents streaking from one end to the other. Out of the way! I ordered just before it disintegrated the bird into an explosion of feathers on its reckless path across the room. Tram and Lily leapt for cover behind Tram's fallen cage. The counselor easily dodged it too. The energy wave stayed there on the opposite wall, vibrating, waiting for more, and growing. Keeping one eye on it, I dragged myself up to dare the counselor to make another move against any of us. His precious quest for immortality had abruptly ended. The Trinity blood he'd needed to end that quest had killed his daughter. I was still fuzzy on the how of it, but Lily's Lily definitely had something to do with it. I wanted to rub that fact in his prickly, demented face, so I charged toward him. But a shout from Lily paused my steps.
Tram, watch out!
Tram kneeled over Aneska's body as if checking for a pulse that hadn't been there for a long time, and behind him a headless sorceress eye stood with her hand outstretched. One. What was she doing here? She'd been dead set on finding Gretchen. A powerful gale swept through the room, stirring dirt around our heads, lifting waves from the blood pool to splash over Aneska's arms. One snatched Tram by the hood of his green sweatshirt and blurred toward Lily before the three of them vanished. Gone. No. What did one want with them? She wouldn't hurt them if they were Gretchen's kids, would she? The counselor towered over the room as he stood to full height, his white hair billowing around his shoulders with the wind that shouldn't exist down here.
You ruined everything. You and your inability to do as you're told.
Each word sharpened into the next until the final one was a shout. You're right. I curled my hands into fists, and this is me making it right.
You infected my children with your rebelliousness.
He stalked toward me, his outrage beating against the constant wind that tried to push him back. The gusts pressed me sideways, howling and screaming, and I fought to stay upright. But no way would I show an ounce of fear toward the approaching counselor. He needed to be stopped, once and for all. The howls and screams continued even when the wind suddenly calmed. And there, just a few feet to my left, stood the darkest sorceress who ever lived. Gretchen. Chapter 9. Leigh. Red hair, so much like mine, hung in thin strands to her ankles. Her pale skin had such a translucence to it, dark veins webbed everywhere just underneath. Protruding from them in 2-inch needles were thorns. Hawthorns. As if she'd stabbed herself with them like the counselor, or as if they had sprouted from inside her. The picture of her that used to hang in Whatty-What's always made me think someone as beautiful as her could never have darkness inside her that made her kill so violently. Not while carrying her triplet babies, Trinity gifts as she called them, who had been ripped away from her both in reality and in the picture. Not with that secret, content smile on her mouth. But now, wickedness rolled off her in waves, and I steeled my spine so I wouldn't back away, even though I really, really wanted to. She pointed her bright blue spider-webbed eyes at the counselor, and they were filled with such hatred that a shiver crawled up my back. Static buzzed inside my head, along with a gravelly voice that no longer sounded human.
Trayvin, so good to see you again.
The counselor gazed at her, his face too pinned with hawthorn needles to decipher his expression.
Gretchen, my love, it's been too long.
Yes. Yes, it has.
She glanced at Aneska, her daughter, dead in the blood pool, and her fingers slowly formed fists. A horrible realization struck then, lifting every hair on my body. One hadn't appeared in this room to separate Tram and Lily from me, or to hurt them in some way. She came to take them to someplace safe, someplace away from their parents, because this would not end well for either Gretchen or the counselor, and my feet were planted right in the middle of it.
You'll be happy to know my little experiment still didn't work,
the counselor said, and he sounded conversational and not at all worried to be stuck in the same room as Gretchen. Her gaze, so cold and ruthless, cut to him again. She squeezed her fists so tight her arms shook. I inched a single step backward because things were about to get ugly, more than they already were. There had to be a way out of here, some way to disappear, to let these two sort out their relationship issues without a third wheel. Besides, something still needed to be done about all the escaped prisoners. While these two played an angry game of catch-up, who knew what was happening on the surface of the earth? But Aneska had solidified the door I'd entered this room through into stone, and unless I tapped my heels together 3 times and wished my way out, I was stuck. Gretchen's hard gaze took in the inverted gift room.
You bled my Trinity gifts for your silly little experiment, didn't you?
Yes, but you never understood that all I've ever done has been for you, Gretchen. All those wasted years of experimenting on children that weren't even mine, those were your years you could have been queen. We could have ruled over the entire planet together, forever.
Gretchen stayed silent, and somehow that was even worse than her inhuman voice inside my head.
I love you, Gretchen,
the counselor said.
It's impossible to fall out of love with your kind. Even the very first counselor couldn't fall out of love with a sorceress. But trammelers, a traitor trammeler in our case, always get in the way.
Pretty sure the counselor and Gretchen had relationship issues long before my mom entered the picture. But whatever,
You are a Trameller too.
Gretchen said.
A Trameller sorcerer, gone too dark that you've become something else entirely. Death himself.
I crept another foot backward. Both of them seemed so intent on the other and who would bring down the ceiling first that neither of them noticed. Gretchen hadn't even acknowledged me as her three, or that I was even in the same room with her. Fine with me.
As the counselor of death, I have power, but immortality, that's the ultimate power, and it could have been yours long ago.
The counselor looked to his side at what was left of Aneska, but his empty eyes held no remorse.
It's not too late to try.
The counselor's body flew to the side over Aneska and the blood pool toward the opposite wall, but before he smashed against it, he transformed into about 50 black birds. They winged upward, over Gretchen's head, and disappeared in the blackness high above. Then silence. Gretchen seemed to have lost interest in him because she stared at Aneska's body. It would be normal for her to feel grief, expected even, but the venom in her eyes was just the same as when she glared at the counselor. It made me wonder if her darkness had corrupted her ability to feel anything other than hatred, if even a little of her former smiling self in the picture that used to hang in Whatty-What's existed, or if her time locked in the core had blackened her heart. Did she want anything else except revenge on the man who took first one Trinity gift and then the other two? Could she still feel anything else? Stone scraped against stone, and heat scorched the air above our heads. Gretchen, I warned, even though I didn't know exactly what was happening. Even though she didn't deserve my warning, even if I did know. Something hissed, but it didn't sound human. Then thick, orange liquid poured from above, a giant vat of it in a wide, bubbly stream. Lava. I'd seen enough pictures in science books to know it anywhere, and since it was 1,000 degrees or something, I didn't stand a chance, heartbeat or not. I scrambled for some kind of cover in an empty, doorless room. Gretchen lifted an arm to point at the lava falling straight for our heads. I froze, even though everything inside me screamed to run, and let it sink in that I was now a part of this battle between them. In fact, I had been for several weeks now, ever since I first gave gifts to the dead. The counselor's birds circled lower overhead as if to see what would happen to us, and I genuinely wanted to know that, too. They flew together in a perfect V formation, then dove for a landing a safe distance away from the plummeting liquid fire. The air blurred around them until they morphed into the counselor of death standing across the blood pool from us. Lava fell faster and faster, but Gretchen never wavered. She kept pointing. Something was happening to her other hand, fisted at her side. It looked as if the black veins under the thorns had expanded to color her fingers and knuckles into inky darkness, the same color that would mark her footsteps topside, but the counselor didn't seem to notice.
You loved me once upon a time,
He said.
You could love me again as my queen.
Stray drops oozed from the crushing wave overhead and crackled when they hit the ground. A yard away, the bars of Tram's stone cage tilted and crushed in on itself, then seeped fat, orangish-black fingers across the dirt floor toward my boots. The falling heat sizzled down my scalp before the actual lava reached us, and I bunched my shoulders to my ears, afraid I would meet the same fate as the cage. But as soon as the lava neared the tip of Gretchen's finger, black ice froze its descent. It cracked up the long orange stream in long, wavy spikes, smoothing the boiling bubbles with loud pops, up and up at least 50 feet toward the dark ceiling. It looked like someone's twisted, yet beautiful, idea of a jagged slide growing out of her fingertip in a fine point. She lowered her hand as she faced the counselor and shot out her blackened hand at him. The counselor's spiny face, hands, everything that was visible, turned inside out, a skeleton combined with glistening red muscles, for a second before he flicked whatever magic she had flung at him away.
Stop. Listen to me,
He said, and he sounded like he was scolding a kid for walking across his immaculate lawn. Gretchen cut her cold gaze to me. Static filled my head once again, followed by her growl.
He's the one who killed your mother and made it look like a car accident.
Her individual words slammed into me, but I didn't stumble backward until the full meaning landed one final blow. My throat worked on a scream or a swallow, even though I couldn't do either. "What?" I asked, but I never in a million years wanted her to repeat it. Was she lying? After everything Mom did for her, hiding 2 of her real babies, replacing them with 2 others to trick the counselor, keeping the real ones close to watch over them. Surely she wouldn't lie about the woman, my mom, who prevented the counselor from bleeding her precious Trinity gifts for his disgusting quest for immortality before now, which meant Gretchen was telling the truth. And somehow, that was even worse. Murder. Had the counselor killed my mom because she was a so-called traitor to him?
All that magic,
He said, and I couldn't tell from his expressionless, too-tight skin if he was confirming or denying it.
she was trying so hard to stop your followers, Gretchen, that when she found them at that despicable used clothing store, it was a dead giveaway.
He rounded the blood pool with slow, sure steps to sift his fingers through what remained of Gretchen's red hair.
She unleashed her magic on them, instead of hiding it like she had since she faked her own death. And for what? All to save your 3 there from becoming 3. It's sweet justice how much her plan failed. No trammeler of mine ever defects, ever tries to trick me, and gets away with it.
So it was true. Rage, sharp and vicious, mounted like stacks of storm clouds. A sound like rolling thunder boomed through the room. Gretchen shrieked inside my head moments after, but I couldn't see her anymore. The core was tilting, and the ground that had once been under my feet smashed into the back of my head. The counselor towered over me, an ugly grin slanting his protruding thorns.
She begged for her life like a coward.
He leaned down as if he was about to share some big secret.
Care to take a wager that you'll do the same?
Sure. I sailed my fist into his prickly face, then without missing a beat, I snatched his hand and pulled. Let's shake on it. With gravity on my side, he toppled in a heap next to me. I lunged to my feet and flung my purple energy wall at him. It swept right toward him, even ducked below the razor-sharp tip of Gretchen's ice slide. But before it knocked into him, the energy blinked out. He closed his eyes and mouthed,
1, 2, 3.
On the other side of him, the energy blinked back into existence and rippled in slow motion through midair. Again, I ordered, but it wouldn't listen to me, or couldn't move fast enough to respond. It was as if it had been paused. The counselor's all-white eyes snapped open and aimed over my shoulder at the solid wall where the door used to be. A loud, crackling roar bounced around the gift room, and I whirled around in time to see Gretchen, pressed face first to the rock wall, break the chains that held her 20 feet high. Chains that were courtesy of the counselor, probably. I would hate him too if he strung me up like that. I hated him anyway, so much so that I hadn't noticed the thorns jutting from my knuckles when I'd punched him. Seeing them, on me, made me want to plow my fists into him until there was nothing left. Gretchen fell in a blur and landed in a crouch, her murderous gaze pinned to him. Her back arched, like Elf's when he was about to spring, her mouth opened wider, and a streak of black fire shot toward me. Toward him because I jumped out of the way. A series of sharp cracks above my head made me move even faster. Gretchen's ice slide would break apart if she used more fire magic, unless that was her intent. But apparently I didn't move fast enough. The counselor had dodged Gretchen's fire too, and almost stood on top of me. Both his hands flashed inside his dark suit, and they reappeared covered with something black, sand-like, and moving. Spiders? If I could bottle my luck, I would have an empty, useless bottle to smash over my own head. His mouth curled in a sneer, and he shot the spiders at both of us. They spiraled through the air toward our heads faster than I had ever seen anything move. They landed on my face with a painful jolt that sent shockwaves down to my toes. They scurried across my skin, each movement lurching strong electrical pulses through my lifeless nerve endings, toward my closed eyelids. It felt as if they were reanimating every skin cell with a 10,000-volt zap. I dropped to my knees in agony and screwed my eyes shut tight. My eyes were too close to my brain, and a cooked one wouldn't get me out of here any faster. I tried to scrape the spiders off my face, but that just made them jolt harder, faster, more. A pained shout echoed in my head, a mix of mine and Gretchen's, and then a sickening ripping sound followed by a wet splat. Footsteps clipped toward us, Since I was blinded and unable to focus on much of anything except the pain, the counselor had the obvious advantage. But whatever he had planned couldn't be as bad as the pain was now, and I refused to let someone I hated almost as much as Gretchen kill me. I wasn't done yet, far from it. I had unintentionally kicked a hole in the wall to let magic in, so it was time to let more magic in. Stop him, I ordered my roots, and as soon as I did, I regretted it. The spiders on my face pulsed with a new, frenzied kind of torture that spasmed through my entire body. I fell to the ground, my muscles twitching painfully, unable to control my movements. But all that mattered was that my roots were coming. Rocks sprayed across my front as they broke through the ground. Bark dragged over loose dirt in their quest to find him and bring him down. The impossible wind inside the core kicked up with snarling, howling force. The counselor's footsteps stopped, and he exhaled on a groan. Crackles and pops ripped through the air while a fight I couldn't see raged on. But the sound of twisting, searching roots filled my throbbing body with courage, with hope, and that was all I really needed. To finish this, though, to get out of the core, to save the ones I loved, I needed to get rid of these zappy little black spiders. Screw the consequences, because what else could I do? Die? It was a little late to worry about that. Besides, I had already wasted so much time down here with the dueling ex-couple. A plan started to form, one about as shaky as my uncontrollable limbs, but maybe it would work. Bring me my wall, I told the roots, and I hoped they were able to grab onto something that was pure energy and not exactly solid. A deafening explosion shook the ground, followed by a hailstorm of rocks and dirt. These two exes were about to bring down the entire room if I didn't do something quick. When I felt my wall crackling near me, I knew my roots had succeeded. So I opened my eyes. The spiders dashed toward them, filling everything with black, moving electrical legs and bodies, and a cruel pain dragged through my insides. The room dimmed, then flashed red, red like zeros on a time bomb. Done. Finished. No. Somehow I posted my arms underneath me, and even though they wobbled under my weight, I hauled myself into a squat. Hovering in front of me, behind the spiders, my electrical wall shuddered purple through the air, still in slow motion but exactly where I needed it. I jerked my head into it, or through it actually, and the pains shooting around my body eased. A chain of squeals sounded like 100 boiling tea kettles, and the little fuckers puffed into black smoke that clouded my vision. Gone, but I wasn't. I was alive, not technically speaking, but that counted for something. My electrical wall pulsed at normal speed around my head. Because I was touching it? Because my roots held it in place? I had no idea. I stood inside my wall of energy while the last of the stabs of pain faded. Streaks of vibrant purple danced along my skin as if it was feeding me power, or I was feeding it. On the other side of the room stood Gretchen. Smoke wafted from the bottom of her scraps of clothing, and much of her long, scraggly hair had been singed away so it looked like she'd shaved her head. Or wrenched it out. Oh God, had that been that awful ripping sound? Had she done that to get rid of the spiders? She turned her face, and half the black webbed, thorned skin had been torn away to reveal nothing but bone and maggots. I turned away because, despite being empty and useless, my stomach rolled anyway. Her lethal gaze pointed down at the counselor by her feet with the boa constrictor, also known as my roots, coiled around him.
Gretchen,
He pleaded.
we can still be together.
She stared at him with a fury I'd never seen on anyone and didn't really want to ever again. Then she kneeled down toward him, something I didn't expect she would do. She touched what used to be her lips with her fingertips, then brought them to his pasty ones like a farewell kiss.
Please.
The counselor said, and kissed her fingers.
You could be so much more than you already are. You and me. Forever.
She stood and waved a lazy hand at the only wall that didn't have a blood channel climbing up its length, the broken ribbon on the inverted gift in a room meant for her gifts. The trio of gifts she carried and lost one by one to the madman who claimed he loved her. And one of her gifts lay dead for good behind us. The door that led to the rest of the house appeared once again on the broken ribbon wall, and me and my vibrating purple energy followed the dark sorceress toward it.
Immortality, Gretchen. We'll find another way. Your way, I promise.
The angry glow in her eyes hadn't withered with any of his promises. It didn't make her change her mind either. A loud, piercing scream raged through my head. The 50-foot slide of spiked ice hanging in the middle of the room fractured apart in a forceful blast. Sharpened spears rained down, gathering speed. The counselor screamed. Behind us, a great storm hailed to the stone floor. Despite what he'd done to Mom, the abrupt end to the counselor's wails would likely haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. But neither of us looked back. Chapter 10. Leigh. Gretchen and I stood on the bridge, surrounded by orange light, a black void, and that odd sensation I'd had before that I wasn't alone. My energy had seeped back into me where it buzzed under the surface of my skin, waiting. The truth about Mom's death, the counselor's final screams, existing in close proximity with the now faceless woman who seemed perfectly fine with killing children as long as they weren't her children, made me want to puke. I jerked away from her to try to get myself under control. "Where's Tram and Lily?" I demanded. "Why can't I hear them?" She stood stone silent for the longest time that I thought maybe it was me who was broken, that no one could hear me. What could she be thinking anyway? What did it feel like to be fueled by vengeance for so long and then finally achieve it? I had to wonder if she even knew what it felt like, if she could even see beyond her darkness to feel anything else other than hatred and the need for revenge. She had the capacity for love inside her, since it was love for her children that had driven her to the brink of the black magic hole that finally sucked her in. For good? I didn't know. Didn't really care either. She'd maybe loved the counselor at one time, though I really didn't see how that was possible. The oozing chemicals from the thorns all over his face didn't exactly push him to the top of guys you should introduce to your dad list. Not to mention his job as Death, ruler of the core, murderer, and Trinity children bleeder. But maybe I was just being picky. Her fists hung at her sides with black gashes cutting through both of them and deeper ones along her neck. The hand that had turned black to turn the counselor inside out had faded to a sickly gray. If the counselor was good at anything, it was beating people up. Under the layers of dirt and grime coating my skin and scraps, I couldn't tell if I had fared better or worse. Thorns still protruded from my punching hand, and I quickly plucked them out and threw them over the bridge, disgusted yet relieved to rid every last trace of the counselor from existence. Static filled my head, followed by Gretchen's inhuman voice.
I could never beat him before.
I nodded, since I wasn't sure what to think about that. Was this her version of a thank you? Because I sure hoped it wasn't. Her minions known as 1 and 2 had me killed after all. Me, Leigh Baxton, age 15, who hadn't even finished her sophomore year of high school because it had been destroyed trying to get me here, to this very spot right next to her. Meanwhile, I may or may not have helped myself get here from my own mounting darkness, and I may not see my friends and family who were topside ever again. I ground the toes of my combat boots into the dirt and held back a hiss because I wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight with her. As far as I was concerned, our agreement was finished since I didn't owe her anything else. I never did owe her. She'd have to get over me not groveling at her feet like One, Ika, and the rest of her cult, because the only people I was devoted to were friends, family, and the memory of Mom. I never wanted anything to do with Gretchen's revenge, even though I stood knee-deep in it now, and I hated her for reeling me in anyway. Something in her eyes flashed, awareness since she'd probably heard all of that, and her body blurred to stand nose to nose with me. Bitter cold enveloped my bones despite my deathly inability to feel, but I didn't back off. I'd thought I wouldn't pick a fight with her, but I never said I would run from one. "Am I round 2?" I asked. "Killing the counselor wasn't enough for you?" She stood frustratingly quiet, and I wondered how long it would take to learn to block all my thoughts. It was a major invasion of privacy. My own spinning mind was usually more than I could handle anyway. But if she wanted to lump me in with the counselor because I didn't bow to her, then oh well. I thought of all the things I could tell her to piss her off, all of which she heard, like roughing up her daughter Lily at Callum's party or referring to Tram as Scary Boy, in case those were unforgivable acts against her children too. At the same time, I brought my purple energy up to glow over my dead flesh, just in case she laid a finger or some kind of spell on me. If anything, though, I really did deserve an actual thank you. My mom had risked her whole trammeler career to save 2 of Gretchen's kids, and had faked her own death to go into hiding from the counselor. Then she'd really died because of the counselor, because of Gretchen. She might as well have killed Mom herself. Heat raged through my gut, and I balled my hands into fists even tighter than Gretchen's. You might as well have killed my mom yourself. All she was doing was trying to protect me and my little sister because she knew we were Trammeler Sorceress, just like you tried to protect your kids. She was trying to protect your kids too, and you just didn't care. An electric buzz vibrated outward from my chest, and I let both it and all my thoughts about her bubble up with no filter. A Trammeler Sorceress is a Trammeler Sorceress. No matter who its mother, though, right? You needed one final dead one, to open the core, which makes me think it stopped being about having a nice reunion with all 3 of your kids a long time ago. It was always about what you wanted, about revenge against the counselor, and that makes you just as selfish and no better than him. A thread of black magic brewed between her gnarled, thorny fingers while she studied me with narrowed eyes, as if she couldn't quite figure me out. That made 2 of us. But before she could fling anything at me, purple currents rushed from my body and smashed into hers. She flew through the air and landed with a boom that shook the stone floor about 30 feet away. With superhuman speed, she shot to her feet and lunged toward me. Low moans and bursting stones sounded to my left. Stone trees were coming to crush the magic right out of us, but neither of us moved. I raised my arm of glowing, pulsing bolts that zipped along my fingers and threatened to funnel out my palm if I let it. She crouched within inches of my hand, a black, oily substance spinning a web around her own. We were locked together in a power struggle, stone trees crashing toward us, and I may have been able to take her, but maybe not. Did I want her deader than she already was? Absolutely. But did that make me any better than her? Or the counselor? Should I embrace the darkness inside me and start killing everyone like Gretchen had just because I wanted them dead? For some reason, the answer to that question wasn't as clear as it should have been. But what would her final death really solve? It wouldn't change things. It wouldn't bring Mom back, really back like the way she was before. And I had better, more urgent things to do than waste time on Gretchen. The stone trees filled my peripheral vision, their roots and branches twisting at the ends of our hair. At the last possible second before they touched flesh, I turned on them. Purple currents jetted from my palm, and they exploded backward into a fine powder. "You're welcome," I said, because I'd done my fair share. Now it was time for Gretchen and me to go our separate ways. Forever, I hoped. She stood up straight and relaxed her fists, but somehow I could still sense her slimy magic still writhing inside her fingers. "Tell me where Tram and Lily are," I demanded. A noise like a creak followed by a sigh sounded to my right, and we both turned our heads. It felt like the Nowhere Bridge itself was watching us, listening to our thoughts, but it stretched endlessly like always. Gretchen must have felt something was off, too, because she looked off into the distance while I returned my gaze to her. That was twice now she hadn't answered my question. I refused to let there be a third.
With Gabriella?
She growled in that static-filled voice. Gabriella, Gretchen's sister, also known as One. She seemed more protective of them than Gretchen, a good thing in a place like this. "I need to talk to Tram about what to do about the surface of the earth and how to close the core," I said. Gretchen walked in the direction we'd heard the sound, her head tilted to the side. I didn't have time for noise hunting, and her inability to answer questions rotted away the last of my patience. "Gretchen." My internal voice equaled her harsh, gritty one. I readied my roots to snatch her and bring her right back, but she just kept walking. Her head bent toward the ground as if she was looking for something. Or at something that was invisible to me and my supersonic, blue-tinged eyesight. Maybe her darkness had made her lose her mind. Or maybe she was just dismissing me because my use to her had run its course.
"Where there's smoke,"
she said,
"there's fire."
There went the last of my patience, since that answered nothing. I hurried my roots out of the ground and toward her with a swoop of my arms. They ripped through stone and wound over the cracks. But before they reached her, she snapped her arm up and pointed to the right. A low tunnel appeared where just seconds ago there had been nothing. Was that how this place worked then? Point and tunnel? More stone trees smashed into existence at the use of magic, but Gretchen leveled them back out again with one cold, webbed glance. At my command, my red roots scraped and coiled across the ground behind me while I stepped toward the opening to the tunnel. Narrow walls with uneven, jagged stone framed a passageway of midnight black, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. I tossed one last glance over my shoulder at Gretchen, who knelt on the ground facing the drop-off of the bridge. She nodded at something. For me to go inside the tunnel? Confirming the location of where she'd last spotted her brain? Whatever. I was done with her. I sidestepped into the tunnel since it wasn't wide enough for me to face forward and guided my hands over the rocks to find my way. Loose pebbles rained down my front, and parts of the wall needled across my skin in one long cut from my palms to my elbows. I hardly noticed. Tram? Lily? Can you hear me? I'm coming. No answer, but I pushed on for who knew how long until finally my hands met empty air where the wall should have been. I stepped out into a small stone room lit only by candles attached to the walls. No, not candles. Bubbling lava shaped into a candle's flame. It burned brighter the farther I stepped inside. In the corner sat a cage, similar to Tram and Lily's, but taller, and inside stood both one and Gretchen. Had Gretchen followed right behind me, or somehow beaten me here? Whoever said death was easy had never been to the core. She and her headless sister faced Lily, who stood outside the cage, an ash tree key gripped in her fist, and a mess of emotions lighting her eyes. Gretchen slipped something into her other hand, and a wordless exchange seemed to pass between them before Lily locked the cage. It was such a weird sight to see dead Lily with her flower tucked behind her ear, easily imprisoning two dark trameler sorceress-eye, one of whom was her long-lost mother, and the other an aunt who had lost her head. Had they gone inside willingly, or had the newly acquainted family had a long chat about the benefits of cage life? Really, though, Gretchen now had those who had at one time been important to her close. The only person missing was Aneska, but her death hadn't been for nothing, at least in my eyes.
Leigh!
I turned at the sound of the familiar voice, but couldn't immediately place the direction it had come. After all, the voices inside my head only had one location. But finally, I found him. Tram leaned against the wall in the far left corner. Light from the lava candles gleamed across the top of his curly head, but it didn't come close to the same brilliance as the sun. He needed to be outside where it lit the tiny golden specks in his green eyes and powered that gorgeous smile that made my heart stutter. Here, dead, he couldn't smile, and his glowing blue eyes seemed so sad. Looking at him like this, dead and defeated in the core, saying my name but not with his perfect lips, sliced frozen barbs into my heart. It was like he wasn't the same person, and I hated it. Tram. All at once I wanted to apologize, beg his forgiveness, explain to him exactly how I'd failed him, but the words tangled themselves up in my mind. I had let everyone down, and whether it was because of me and my darkness, or because of the spiders inside who had controlled me, didn't matter. I failed. Me. And the guilt came crashing down to bury me all over again.
Leigh, stop!
Tram said and hooked a finger around one of mine.
Don't do this to yourself.
How? I asked. How do I stop feeling like I let you down? I single-handedly destroyed everything you've done in the past 6 months as a trameler. How much do you hate me right now?
Not at all, because you were brave enough to try,
he said, squeezing my hand. The lava lights touched his curly hair and moved across the strands as if to give it life. I wished they would.
It's not an easy thing to go up against those who use dark magic. It corrupts. It eats away souls the more it's used, shoots hawthorns up through your skin if used too much, and running away from it is often the smartest thing anyone can do when faced with something as terrifying as darkness.
I nodded down at the knuckles on my punching hand, where the counselor's thorns had pierced my skin. Blackened holes dotted the tops like scabs, as if the darkness that might exist inside me was leaking out my pores to harden into a visible kind of truth. Flinching, I hid my hand behind my back, away from Tram, away from myself.
Lily came forward to stand next to her brother as she pocketed her ash tree key. The pink leaf necklace at her throat pulsed with the flickering lava light. Tram's green one rested against the hollow of his throat above his matching sweatshirt.
You didn't run away, Leigh,
Lily thought.
And I know you fought hard.
Tram added.
Because that's just who you are. I could feel every second of the battle when your roots slid past you in the middle of the Trinity trees. You did all you could.
But in the end, it wasn't enough. Had I really fought as hard as I could? Or had the darkness that had crawled inside me made me crave death and the resulting power? Had it weakened my resolve to save myself and everyone else? I didn't know for sure, might never know.
What are you doing right now?
Tram asked, stepping closer. He grazed his fingers around to my elbow, and I expected it to trigger my heartbeat into a frenzy, but it never did. I didn't have one, and I missed it. Only his steady gaze pinned me to the spot like it always did.
What have you been doing since you arrived in the Corps?
Trying not to be even deader than I already am?
Fighting,
he said, nodding.
Fighting the counselor. Fighting to save your friends and family. Even fighting your own death. That's not darkness inside of you, Leigh. That's stubbornness and love and everything that makes you... you. Maybe one in Ika did put something inside you to give you the illusion of darkness within yourself, but maybe it's not real. Maybe it was just part of their game. Only you can tell by what you choose to do next.
All this time, Tram had been a hot Yoda philosopher, and I didn't even know it.
Who?
Tram asked with a trace of a smile in his voice. Grrr. This whole inside my head thing was getting embarrassingly old.
She thinks you're a green dude with pointy ears,
Lily said.
And hot too, which is scary freaky because we're all dead. It's like narcolepsy or something.
It's necrophilia, Lily, and gross. And suddenly I was transported back to the lunch line in Crapper High School's cafeteria, perpetually stuck behind her and Megan. Somehow that memory of being alive filled me with hope. That maybe boring school days could somehow be a part of my future again. It was weird how much I missed everything about life. How do we get out of here? I asked. How do we go back to the way things were before? Lily took one of the lava candles from the wall and held it in front of her as if to study me better.
So, you want to continue fighting?
Yes, always. It was such a simple answer, one I would seriously have to wonder about if I had thought anything different. I was my mother's daughter, after all, the same woman who made excellent pancakes and also single-handedly caught the darkest sorceress who ever lived. It wasn't in my genetic makeup to give up, and as if to remind me of that, a shot of heat sizzled across my hand. Tram and I both jerked. He must have felt it too, and I knew without a doubt it had been Callum. If I could inhale, I would surely smell cinnamon. Panic stormed up the base of my neck and lifted every hair. Callum's in trouble. We have to go, I thought, and crashed in the direction I'd come toward the tunnel. And if Callum needed help, Joe likely did too. There had to be a reason he was outside touching a tree, and not inside the safety of the hawthorn twigs and lilac petals surrounding their house. I couldn't imagine the horrors they were facing because it might buckle my knees, but if I didn't make it to them in time. A sense of helplessness weighted my shoulders, slowing my steps, but I shrugged it off. No more thinking. I needed to get out of here, to somehow fix the problems topside and make everything right again. For now, that was all the plan I needed. Light footsteps sounded behind me through the tunnel, 2 pairs of them. As if we were connected by death, I sensed Tram and Lily, their worry almost as palpable as my own. The farther we went, the faster Callum stampeded into my mind, similar to how he always managed to do, in high definition. His brown eyes that caught his smile before his mouth, the rip at the neck in his t-shirts, his constant bedhead. How he had been by my side these last few weeks, the parrot to my pirate, even when I thought I didn't want him to be. I did, though, a lot, and the power of that want crushed my chest with a desperate, pinching heaviness.
Oh,
Lily thought. A familiar orange light glowed at the end of the tunnel. The 3 of us burst out and onto the strange bridge once again. My red roots still snaked across the floor where I left them, and the eerie feeling that something else was here with us crawled across my shoulders. Lily stared at me, the lava candle still gripped in her hands, and I immediately looked away. If she didn't know my true feelings for her best friend's ex-boyfriend, she sure did now. I didn't hear any nasty thoughts coming from her, though, just a sense of warmth and understanding. Deep down, she must know that Middle Megan had always been a pain in my ass. And Tram? His stoic gaze captured mine for a second, but it was long enough to send me a single thought.
I know!
Tram, and I had no idea what to say next. Yes, I had feelings for Callum, intense ones engraved on my heart as deeply as the lilacs on the ring he gave me, which was still in the pocket of my ripped-up, grimy pants-turned shorts. But Tram had a special place there, too. My heart, not my pants. Oh my God, time to stop thinking.
It's okay, Leigh,
Tram said, and a tinkle of laughter rang with his words instead of the counselor's warning bells.
My place is here now.
It is?
I hear there's a trammeler position available.
Lily tilted her head.
Interested?
You mean? Tram nodded.
We're staying here.
Someone has to rule the core,
Lily said.
It needs to be done right this time, by people who haven't been corrupted by dark magic,
Tram added. I ticked my gaze between them, brother and sister, and so much more. You too.
Lily's turn to nod.
And we'll need an official trammeler to capture the escaped sorceresses to put them under roots until we can convict them to the core.
Me. Tram touched my fingertips with his own.
Only if you want it. There won't be any restrictions. You can quit when you want. You can wear what you want. There won't be any bells ringing when you laugh or kiss or anything.
Whoa. Me as the official trammeler. A 15-year-old girl who couldn't even keep her combat boots tied. A dead trammeler sorceress. But I'm dead.
So are the escaped prisoners,
Lily said with a shrug. From the pocket of her blood-stained silk shirt, she pulled a small glass tube that glimmered red in the dull light. Trinity blood? I asked. When Tram nodded, a ball of doubt formed in my gut. Immortality. With this, I could live again. This was a huge step, one I didn't have a lot of time to consider, so I took the vial. Because I could do it. I could be an official trammeler like Tram had been. I had to do it to try to right all my wrongs, even though I had no idea where to start. Okay. Such a simple word for a complicated mission, but okay.
But it won't make you immortal,
Lily said.
At least, I don't think it will. I diluted it with some of my mother's blood, so it's no longer pure Trinity blood.
I looked down my nose at her. You don't think it will make me immortal, but you don't know for sure?
Don't leap off any tall buildings to test that theory, I guess,
Lily said.
But don't worry, there aren't any lilies in it to kill you if you've done dark magic like Aneska.
Good to know.
And Leigh?
Yeah? She grazed the petals of the lily stuck behind her ear.
Tell my parents I love them.
I nodded at the girl that maybe, possibly, I could have been good friends with if only we had more time. I will. Tram stepped forward while Lily sank her eyes closed, her thoughts quieting.
This isn't goodbye, our trammeler,
Tram said.
I'll convict prisoners to the core you capture in your cages, faster than the counselor did, or you'll run out of space. You'll still see me below your roots.
But not in the sunlight where a soft breeze could turn his curls to gold. Not ever again. I wish it didn't have to be this way, I said, taking his hand in mine.
Drink it.
Tram touched the bloody letters printed across my ripped-up shirt that read "Girl," as if to memorize them, as if this really was goodbye, because despite what he said, it was.
Live!
But what if the Trinity blood did make me immortal? What if the dilution of Gretchen's blood made the darkness that might still lurk inside me even darker? How would that make me any different than the counselor? I scraped my darkened knuckles up my back as if to tear away what could start growing from them at any second. Could I trust myself with this responsibility? Did I have a choice? There had been so many times in my life when I didn't know if I was making the right decision, and this one seemed like the Godzilla of them all. But I lifted the topper off the blood vial and tipped the contents down my throat. Chapter 11. Leigh. The blood from the vial tasted like nothing, like a few syrupy drops of air. Okay, I said, now what? The bridge rumbled, and the dirt on its surface bounced and shook around like millions of jumping beans. Cracks zigzagged underneath our feet and ended at a large hole several yards away. Tram's roots, red like mine, stretched the hole open wider, then slithered out to wind around mine on the ground in a playful dance. While I was distracted with watching them, Tram swept me up in his arms like he always did when we were about to tunnel underground. It didn't seem to matter how many times I told him I could walk just fine on my own without him carrying me, but this time down here filled me with a sense of hope that we were finally moving closer to a solution. I clung to it, and him, as tight as I could.
Now, we go up.
His eyes seemed to spark a brighter blue, like they'd turned a deeper green with his shifts in mood when he was alive. Then he turned to Lily.
Coming, Lily?
Something about the way he said it was so protective, so brotherly, that I turned to Lily too, just to see her reaction. She fingered the pink leaf necklace at her throat, then held it close to her heart with her chin raised.
I will, brother.
She thought it as if she was testing how it sounded, if it felt right, and she must have decided it did because she pushed Tram closer to the hole.
After you.
Tram dropped inside, and my stomach didn't jump into my throat like it usually did. My death had killed that initial panic of free-falling, and I missed it. It had been such a rush, that and the actual tunneling part, feeling the wind whip my hair and the grit sand-blasting my face. Now I could keep my eyes open, but the stinging exhilaration was gone. Tram's roots tunneled higher and higher, or lower and lower, since directions in the core didn't seem to make any sense. I willed him to hurry, but apprehension flared through my veins. My imagination, the real bitch that it was, flashed me all sorts of scenes we could discover topside, people screaming, people dead, and all the escaped magical beings causing brutal mayhem and laughing it up. But somehow, I didn't think I could prepare myself for what I might find. And I had no idea how to make it right again, other than Tram and Lily's belief in me. Callum was definitely priority number one. I had been maybe 63% sure he and Joe would be fine as long as they stayed inside the circle of hawthorn twigs and lilac petals around their house. Way better than 0% sure, but if they weren't safe, then what about Dad and Darby? I dug my fingers deeper into Tram's neck. Hurry. We soon came to an abrupt stop before any sign of daylight or a breeze sifted into the tunnel. Tram's roots twisted and creaked through the dirt while they waited for his next command. He continued to cradle me against him as he looked down at my face, his eyes like twin blue stars in the night sky. Lily came up next to us, her footsteps silent in the soft earth.
Ready?
Tram gave a reluctant nod, and I wished with all my heart that ruling the core didn't have to be his responsibility to take. He gently set me on my feet, and I faced Lily, ready as I would ever be. She stepped to my side, close enough as if to whisper in my ear, and traced the candle's flame with her fingertip.
The light chases away the dark. The light commands. But the light has a weakness in its spark. A single burst of air, and I will do what the dark demands.
Seconds later, she blew the candle out, even though the flame was made from lava, even though she had no breath. This is dark magic, Lily, I warned.
It has to be done.
If you work the spell on yourselves, will you be immortal? I asked. You drank the Trinity blood too. You could come with me. Desperation filled the voice in my head, even though I knew what they were doing, what they were sacrificing, was the right thing.
The counselors of death aren't supposed to be alive. This spell is for you, and you alone.
Tram said tenderly.
Go on, Lily.
She eyed me through the curling smoke as if waiting for me to change my mind, but when I didn't, she continued.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, for darkness is bound by mere hours. The sun will rise once more, weakening the dark's powers. But at night, what is done cannot be undone. Yet one last gift to the dead can restore the semblance of breath. Break the binds that tie you to death.
Something slammed against my ribcage in quick, stuttering jolts. A roar filled my head and rushed energy to my toes and back again, faster and faster until my body seemed to vibrate. I slapped my hand into Tram's to steady myself, and with the other tried to catch the heartbeat that now raced in time with my flowing blood. with Trinity blood, with Gretchen's blood, with my Trameler sorceress blood. The blue radiance inside my eyes winked out, and complete darkness pressed in. I heaved in a breath, actually inhaled for the first time in who knew how long, and the smell of damp earth and the rotten flesh of Tram and Lily assaulted my nose. Tears burned my eyes, and my throat pulled tight as a prickly sensation worked to my fingertips. At the same time, life entered my body. Something powerful, something great and terrifying all at once exited in a rush. Death. I choked out a groan, a real one that didn't just exist inside my head, and I clutched Tram's hand tighter when I didn't hear his or Lily's voices anymore. Nonsensical whispers swirled around their glowing blue eyes. They were speaking, but I couldn't understand because I wasn't one of them. Not anymore. But I didn't need to comprehend their whispers to know what was happening. They were sending me back so I could find a way to live as a Trameler sorceress, and they could rule the core together as brother and sister. Who else could effectively do it? Who else would make it their life's work to see to it that the core never opened again? Definitely not Gretchen or one. There weren't any other possibilities, and that fact made me squeeze Tram's hand even harder. I reached out for Lily, too, and crushed her cold, sandpapery fingers into mine. While standing in the lunch line behind her and Megan, I would have never pegged her for such a selfless person. But that was before I found out she'd brought mine and Sarah's yards back to life and had tried to warn Sarah's parents about burying her in the middle of the Trinity trees. It proved that jumping to conclusions about someone was a complete waste of time. Both of them were beyond brave for stepping up like this, for giving up their own lives, though maybe they didn't think they had much of a choice. No, that wasn't right. Everyone had a choice, including me. And I chose to give one last gift to the dead, to Tram and Lily, to Mom. I would give them me so I could make everything right. "I'll fix this," I said, and my voice quivered because I still had no idea how. Tram slid his hand from mine, and with stiff movements, he stepped away, his bluish gaze never leaving my face. Lily unhinged her bony fingers from my death grip and moved to stand beside Tram. Then, without any warning, their whispers went silent, and their blue eyes blinked out. Gone, leaving me all alone to face an uncertain future. I had never felt the crushing weight of the world as much as I did right then. At my command, my roots broke from the ground and wormed a tunnel upward. Bleak gray light slanted through about 20 feet above, but whether it was dawn or dusk, I had no idea. My roots had lost their crimson color, I guessed because we weren't in the core anymore, and tunneled while gently tracing my arms and legs to guide me in the right direction. Soon it felt as if I was flying. I just hoped I wasn't too late to save Callum and everyone else, and to piece the world back together again. The higher the roots climbed, the more artificial the light became. This was different. Where had the roots taken me? Back to Crapper, I hoped. I launched myself the few feet up to the opening of the hole and scurried out. Squinting into the glaring brightness, I took stock of my surroundings. Spilled plastic movie cases from overturned racks lay scattered across the floor. Had I done this with my not-so-graceful entrance? Something told me no. The store was empty, but the lights were on. Someone, or several someones, had left in a hurry. From the pentagon shape of the building, I could tell that this was the video store down the street from the graveyard. A display leaning on another one blocked my view of the glass doors, so I slowly, carefully pushed myself to my feet. Not because I didn't want to see outside, but because something didn't feel right. "Hello." My voice sounded like I'd swallowed a good portion of earth and had been dead a while, so I doubled over to hack it all out and to remind myself to breathe at regular intervals, at least enough to speak. Telepathy really had its advantages sometimes. "Hello?" I said, and that time all my voice parts worked. An odd quiet fell over the store, and the prickle up my scalp confirmed I wasn't alone. If whatever lurked in here with me wanted a face-to-face, it would have to make an appointment. I skated and slipped my way over the movie cases, scattered around the fallen displays toward the double-glass doors. At the same time, a girl, a stranger, approached from the other side. Her black scraps of clothing, smeared with grime, barely covered her, and the laces of her combat boots dragged along the floor. Blonde hair, not chosen 3 red, breezed over her shoulders in long waves, but it was the eyes that made my heart stutter. Bright blue, not glowing, but alive. If I didn't know any better, I would swear I was looking at Mom when she was still with us. But in reality, it was my reflection. I was a mirror image of her in almost every way, mixed with a healthy dose of Dad's sorcerousy lineage. We even shared a lack of tattoos now, since my pale but dingy arm had been emptied of a black 3. We also had death and resurrection in common now, a fact that would drag me down into a deep dark place inside my own head, and I didn't have time to sort that out right then, or the fact that she had been murdered by the counselor.
Tick-tock, Leigh.
I whipped around and smothered my yelp to keep my heart from flying out of my mouth. "Who's there?" I called, my voice more ferocious than I felt. There was a sound like static, like a lost television signal, then a voice that sounded like a stick dragging over gravel.
At night, what is done cannot be undone. Yet one last gift to the dead can restore the semblance of breath.
The voice sounded so impossibly close, but I didn't see anyone. Gretchen. It was her. Had she escaped, or was she still inside my head, because I drank her blood like some rabid vampire?
Once the sun rises,
she continued,
the core won't close.
I fumbled in my pants pocket and let out a part moan, part choke, part crazed laugh that I still had my phone and it still worked. 4:53 a.m., it read, which meant I had roughly an hour and 15 minutes to figure out a way to close the core. Tram had said I had limited space under my roots for the escaped prisoners. If I was maxed out, where the hell was I going to put the thousands of others if the core wouldn't close? I spun around and shoved at the door, but it must have been locked from the outside. No amount of kicking, pushing, hitting did any good. It was as if it had been blocked off somehow. To keep something out? Or to keep something in? A reflection of a moving shadow spun me back around again. No, not a shadow. Smoke, black and oily, billowed from the direction of the hole I'd climbed out of near the back of the store. Unease, identical to what I felt on the bridge in the core, crawled through my insides as it drifted upward and darkened the fluorescent lights. Black smoke. Ika. I knew it as well as I knew my own name, and suddenly I didn't think she was as dead, crushed to pieces by a stone tree, as I'd thought. I lunged through the darkness for something, anything to smash the glass in the doors. But something arctic and slick and not quite solid wound around my wrists and the ankles of my boots and yanked. My head smashed against the corner of something metal. Stars pulsed inside my head, then went dark when my whole body was dragged across the store and sucked into the hole. My stomach flipped end over end at the sickening freefall. Dirt and rocks knifed into my skin as my speed multiplied. Back to the core, back to death. Tick-tock.
Chapter 12. Joe! I screamed. My breaths came so quick. My throat felt scraped raw. It made me feel like I was going to throw up. So did what had smashed the door in, and now stood in Darby's bedroom. The hallway light slanted inward, as if to highlight every gruesome detail. A pole of a man with silvery hair and an old-fashioned suit stared with glowing blue eyes. 3 eyes, with one in the middle of his forehead. His grayish skin had peeled away from his lips, so there wasn't anything left but rotten teeth inside a gaping, blackened mouth. An undead sorcerer, I guessed, like 1 and 2. An escaped prisoner from the core. Whispers and a smell like a burning plastic factory barged into the room just before he did. He flicked his gaze to me first, then Cal, and as soon as he did, my bloodied feet left the carpet. All of me left the carpet until I hovered above it, at least 6 inches. Terror slammed my pulse into my ears. My body turned to face the tree branch-covered window as if I was trapped in an invisible current. I swam my arms around to grab hold of something, at Cal floating beside me to fight against the scrawny old dead man, but with my back now turned to him. I had no idea what he might do. "Darby," I whispered, but I couldn't twist around to find her. I craned my neck to see her, but froze when a wintry touch stroked my arm. My stomach rolled at the feel of dead skin scratching against mine, and I wrenched my arm away.
Get away from her, you asshole!
Cal shouted, and spit flew from his mouth as if he'd gone rabid. The muscles in his arms and neck had tightened into ridged cords, and his mouth curled in a fierce scowl. I had never seen him so mad. His outburst gained the attention of the dead man, who walked toward Cal with unhurried steps. What did this guy want? Why not just kill us and get it over with? I darted my gaze around the near-dark room, looking for a glint of Darby's glasses, so I would know she was safe. Unless she dodged out of the room? Oh, goddesses! Had she gone to see her dead mom play the piano in the living room? The contorted notes of Blitzkrieg Bop continued to play as Mrs. Baxton hunted and pecked at the keys. This would be the song I heard as I died, my last song, and despite my respect for the Ramones, that really pissed me off. Like Darby, I preferred Bobby Fever, though I would never admit that to Leigh. The man looked Cal in the eye, and Cal stared right back with clenched fists at his sides. The man lifted a gnarled hand with large gray bumps protruding from his knuckles, toward my brother, as if in preparation for some kind of offering. At the same time, a loud clock began to tick from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. But the only thing Cal gave him was a ball of phlegm that stuck to the side of the man's face. I screwed my eyes shut in revulsion, wanting desperately to unsee that, but worry for Cal popped them back open again, just in time to see the bumps on the man's hands blink like eyes, like bulbous eyes underneath the skin of his knuckles. The man brought his hand closer to Cal, unfazed by his spitting talents, seeming to wait for something, as if the man expected Cal to drop his eyeballs in his palm, as if that was exactly what the man wanted him to do. Air lodged in my lungs as I stared in horror. What could this man want with Cal's eyes? No way would he give them to this man, and no way would I let him. I tried to hiss out a warning, because I wasn't sure Cal was smart enough to have figured this man out yet, but I couldn't get enough breath behind it.
You touch me or anyone in this house, I'll kill you,
Cal warned. His jaw twitched as the man pushed his hand right under his nose, and the clock ticked louder. Mrs. Baxton continued to ring in the apocalypse with an out-of-tune piano. The growing trees in Darby's bedroom heaved against the walls and ceiling with a low groan, and somewhere outside, someone screamed for help. Out of the corner of my eyes, something moved underneath the window, where just a sliver of light angled through the branches. Pale skin glinted, and a trace of relief coursed through the pins and needles stabbing into my toes from floating above the floor. Darby's head peered from behind the cover of her bed, watching the window, then me, with her finger held to her lips for me to keep quiet. She didn't have to worry. Pretty sure I hadn't drawn a breath for the last 10 minutes. I hoped she had something hidden inside that pretty scary head of hers to get rid of this guy. Otherwise, this would not end well. If she did, what was she waiting for? For the timer to stop and the buzzer to ding, announcing that Cal's fresh-baked eyeballs were cooked to perfection and ready to be knuckle food? My heart knocked against my chest, my own inner countdown to the great unknown. Then, a timer really did buzz, making both Cal and I flinch. The old man slowly lowered his deformed hand, watching as it swung back to his side. His other hand, the normal one closest to me, formed sharp claws with his fingers and strangled the ball of worry inside my gut. "Cal!" I shouted, and at the same time, the man lunged forward at Cal's face. Cal screamed in agony. A wall of fiery heat rushed across Darby's bed toward the man. Dark purple flames licked up his back, up the collar of his suit. The man threw back his head in a hiss and flung Cal away from him. Cal dropped to the floor on his knees and buckled over while clutching his face. "Cal!" I shouted over the roaring fire, but I could barely hear myself. The man jerked backward with his arms raised as the fire engulfed him. The blaze reached higher toward his silver hair and his third eye. What little flesh he had left slid down his face in stringy clumps. The burning plastic factory dead man's stink, fused with cooked skin, watered my eyes, and I wanted to look away. I wanted my feet to touch ground again so I could go help my brother. I wanted Leigh to come and rescue all of us from this rotten hellhole she'd once called home. But I couldn't. She couldn't. Finally, thankfully, both the sorcerer and the fire burst into a pile of black sludge that rained onto the carpet. I plummeted to the floor, inside the puddle of sorcerer goo. Of course, it had to splatter across my mouth. Of course it did. Beyond disgusted, I wiped my face clean with the back of my hand, then grabbed Cal's shoulders and angled him toward the hallway light. His right eye looked raw and red on the inside, and half-moon marks like fingernails circled the skin around it. He could barely open it. "Can you see?" I asked, my voice tense. He nodded, but when I released him, he covered his eye and winced. His jaw pulsed like he wanted to rip something apart with his bare hands. And all I could think about was his baseball scholarship. It was stupid, given the state of chaos we were in, but still. I knew how much he loved the sport, since he'd reminded me every day by refusing to change the channel from 24-hour baseball highlights. "That fucker," I said. But then the sight of Darby's purple mermaid blanket on her bed reminded me where we were. "Sorry, Darb—" I leaped to my feet, my gaze tracking the singe mark across the bed and toward the little girl standing behind it. "You did this?" Her face was as pale as I had ever seen it. Trembles racked through her little body, and an ache spread through my chest for her. I had no doubt she was confused, but the power inside her seemed violently darker compared to Leigh's.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered.
"I had to wait until he attacked so he'd be distracted. Are you okay, Callum?"
He lifted himself to his feet and gazed at her with his one good eye. Maybe she didn't see it in him, but I did. Suspicion. Did she really have to wait, or did she come up with that excuse out of morbid curiosity? To see what the sorcerer would do all the way to the eye-gouging end. Either way, he still had two eyes, and we needed to remember that.
"I'm fine, Big D,"
he said, forcing a smile.
"My eye thanks you."
"We thank you too, Darby." I couldn't help the note of doubt that crept into my voice, but I tried to cover it with an encouraging nod.
"We need to get out of here,"
Cal said.
"Go see if the window's clear across the hall, Joe."
On painful, bloodied tiptoes, I crept toward the door, but turned back, listening. It wasn't just Darby that coiled my knot of worry tighter. Something had changed, but I couldn't place exactly what. Police sirens wailed outside. The walls and ceiling groaned with the straining tree branches. But something was missing. A creak sounded in the hallway, and right away I knew what had changed. The piano. Mrs. Baxton had stopped playing. Another creak, closer this time. Was that her, coming to see what us crazy kids were up to? My second mother, who had assured me I could be whoever I wanted, despite the rigid box crapper insisted on stuffing me in? She'd been outside watering her lilacs while Leigh had gone inside to go to the bathroom or whatever. Miles beyond depressed, I broke the news that the high school had shot down my plan to start a recycling revolution there. If it wasn't on the state tests and couldn't improve the school's athletic department in the short term, then, according to Principal Mallory, saving the planet in the long term was a useless endeavor. After that, Mr. Mallory had his very own voodoo doll named after him.
"Aim higher, then,"
Mrs. Baxton had told me.
"Take it to the city government."
In that instant, she became my hero. When she died, I wasn't just mourning the loss of my best friend's mom. I was mourning my own personal kick in the butt. I needed to start a petition for a recycling center. All of Leigh's fears about seeing her mom back from the dead must have transferred to me, because I knew I wouldn't be the same person afterward. After all, it had changed Cal the night he'd buried her the second time. I glanced at him over my shoulder, and he stood statue still, arms locked at his sides, staring in the direction of the hallway with his one good eye. A deep tremble shook his right hand, and he didn't even try to hide it. He knew she was coming, too. Still behind her bed, Darby watched the doorway through a haze of ceiling dust that drifted down in front of her. I expected her face to mirror mine. What could only be a holy kind of terror. But her expression had emptied of everything. She simply waited to see her mom again, neither hopeful nor petrified, and that rattled me to the center of my life force. Another creak in the hallway. The bottom hem of a grimy polka-dot dress waved into view, followed by a bare foot with peeling gray skin. Tears swam across my eyes. We should have ran across the hall when we had the chance, because now the only way out was through her. Through Leigh's mom, who now looked more like Leigh than ever. Cal swallowed a shaky groan. Something snapped overhead. I dragged my eyes away from the horror appearing in the doorway. The ceiling tilted under the pressure of the flourishing trees, popping out large chunks of wood and plaster, right over Darby's head. What shoots up must come crashing down, and I didn't even think. I dove across the room, skidded over Darby's bed, and tackled her to the floor underneath my body and piles of falling ceiling. It collapsed onto my back and head. Stray nails and splintered wood speared my flesh. Pain exploded up and down my body, but it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. That was probably the adrenaline buzzing through my veins. But still, I was alive, and I knew it would be 10,000 times worse if I let anything happen to Leigh's kid sister. Creepy or not, no living creature deserved to be crushed by its own house. Darby's breath warmed my arm, and wetness trickled under her soft cheek. Her tears or mine, I didn't know.
Joe, you all right?
Cal wheezed, and my heart cracked open at what he'd witnessed in the doorway, at what he was still witnessing. Was Mrs. Baxton in the room with us now? I had to get us out of here and fast. Just a few more holes here and there, I said, and hoped he could hear me under the pile of rubble. I blinked the plaster from my eyes and peered out between a crack in the debris and out a gaping hole in Darby's wall that looked out into the night. Branches spread it open wider and wormed their way out into the open air, into a way out. Ask and ye shall find, but it wasn't quite that simple. Blue lights flashed up and down the street amid the sirens. Wait, those weren't police car lights. Those were eyes, sorcerer and sorceress eyes, floating in skeletal bodies up and down the street and across people's yards, hundreds of them, crawling the roads to wreak their own special kind of havoc. I'm great, really, I whispered, for the assurance of anyone listening, including myself. Everything's great. A shadow loomed closer to the widening hole in the wall, a juddering, quivering one with a body shape that didn't mimic a human's. It had too many limbs and a shorter stature, and for 1 microsecond, I thought it might be Elf here to rescue us. But the toxic stink radiating from it smelled nothing like my cat's sweet fur. The thing, dog, had its nose pressed to the ground as it walked, quaking with each unsteady step until it must have caught a whiff of a dead lady dog in heat. It raised its head and turned slowly so the light from the windows across the street caught the ripped flesh down one whole side of its body. Bile scorched the back of my throat. Dogs had come back to life, too? Innocent animals should have no part in this disaster. Darby whimpered.
Get off of me, Joe.
At the sound of her voice, the dog's only ear snapped to attention, and it turned its head to the tiny hole in the ceiling wreckage I peered through. Its greenish, reflective eyes narrowed. Whispered growls swirled out of its sagging mouth. It sat back on its haunches, hackles raised, while strings of black drool dripped from its rotten fangs. Then it lunged. Chapter 13. Joe. No. I bolted upright to my feet, out from under the fallen ceiling, away from Darby, and clapped my hands once to distract the dog. It sounded like a gunshot in the night, and through the widening hole in the wall, 100 pairs of glowing blue eyes fastened on the Baxton house. What a giant herpes zoo tonight had become. Tree branches had stretched the hole in the wall to the width of about 3 of me while they twirled up into the rancid night, free at last. Soon, there wouldn't be any walls blockading us from the escaped heartbeat challenged on the street. For the 1000th time, I wished Leigh was here. Everything that had buried Darby and I now buried most of Darby, but I had no idea if it would be enough to protect her. The dog pawed at the pile over her and knocked several boards and chunks of plaster and roof tiles off. "Darby, don't move or say anything until I tell you," I warned, because that was who the dog appeared most interested in.
Mrs. Baxton, please.
Cal pleaded, and his voice broke in half, tearing me up with it.
Go back to the graveyard.
I risked a glance in his direction. He held both fists to his shaking head, as if to keep himself together, his eyes screwed shut, while my second mother brushed past him into the room. Her sunken cheeks and dark, gaping mouth emphasized her lifelessness so much. Just looking at those parts of her stuck my lungs together. Her eyes glowed blue, even though she wasn't like one or two at all, except for the trammeler part of her. A patch of long blonde hair, so much like Leigh's and Darby's, waved across her face from the outside air. Her fingers twitched at her sides, snagging the fabric of her dress, while a tender breeze ruffled the hem around her bony knees. Her dress, that one piece of hair, gave her movement when there shouldn't be any, gave her life when there was none. A sob welled in my throat, but we didn't have time for tears. I focused on the dead dog standing on top of the debris that separated it from the little girl I didn't understand, on the coming storm of evil dead people who were about to congregate on the Baxtons' front lawn. "Cal," I said, my tone as sharp as a barked military order, "get over here and help me." The dog heaved a tortured kind of whispered whine, while frantically scratching and nosing around the fallen ceiling. Chunks of it slid to the carpet like a rock slide, and I shuddered to think what it might do if it unburied Darby. What did it want with her anyway? Cal had backed across the room, knocking the backs of his knees against the foot of Darby's bed, and slowly dragged his gaze away from Mrs. Baxton to the dog. "It wants what's underneath," I whispered, in case somehow the dog knew who I was talking about, because stranger things had happened. I pointed at the growing hole in the wall, now stretched to half of Darby's bedroom, and the gathering undead who were stepping onto the lawn, their bright blue eyes quivering cold fear through my insides. "And we're about to have company." He took in the state of the dog, and his throat bobbed on a hard swallow. A sheen of sweat broke out all over his face as he opened his mouth. I thought he was going to be sick, but instead, he pushed out a low whistle. The dog's ears perked up, and he stared down his long nose at Cal. He whistled again and backed along the bed toward Mrs. Baxton. The dog climbed down from the rubble to follow, and, completely ignoring me, sideswiped the skinned half of his body across my patchwork dragon's skirt. Slimy black ooze streaked down the yellow scales and slopped onto my flip-flops. My stomach clenched, but no time to puke. Several undead were nearly standing on top of Darby, and several more drifted across the lawn. "Darby! Out! Now!" I barked. The ceiling chunks and boards immediately shifted, and I dragged Darby to the other side of the bed. The trees tore through the remaining part of the wall with a series of loud cracks and pops, shaking the house's foundation with their force, leaving nothing between us and the rest of the end of the world. The escaped evil people now pressed into the room through the missing wall, all their gazes locked on me. They shrunk the room with the power that radiated off them, and suddenly, I knew what Leigh must have felt when facing 1 and 2. Terror, so complete and absolute, froze me from the inside out. I wanted to scream. Maybe I did. Sound faded from deadly quiet to blaring loud within seconds in my eardrums, and I may have heard someone behind me yell my name. But my whole existence had jackhammered and skidded across a dark road to somewhere I never wanted to go, as long as I lived. Time slowed, but my gaze drank in several horrors at once. A man with a gray beard with dismembered fingers, knotted into it, rounded the bed toward me. A woman with her mouth sewed shut, wearing a long black dress, seemed to be speaking to me over some kind of figure, covered in white dust, as tall as her chin. A figure I had pulled with me to the other side of the bed just seconds ago. Darby! The woman coiled her fist at Darby and swung, and everything stopped completely. The man with the finger beard, the rest of the sorceresses, my heart, everything stopped. Everyone stared at Darby, born again from a pile of broken ceiling and covered head to toe in ceiling dust. She lifted a hand to her mouth, and when it came away, blood smeared her wrist. The woman had hit her, had actually hit her, and spilled her trameler sorceress blood. Fury, as hot and thick as a peanut butter and pickle sandwich in hell, swamped my body. Before I could comprehend what I was doing, so I could tell myself it wasn't a good idea, I charged across the bed. The other sorceresses switched directions too, away from me and toward Darby, whether out of hatred, curiosity, admiration, or a combination of all three. I didn't know. Didn't care either. That bitch had just swung at my best friend's baby sister. I wrapped my arms around Darby's torso in an attempt to drag her away so I could clobber the woman with a good old-fashioned ass-kicking. But Darby twisted out of my grip and landed on the bed on all fours. Head dipped low, Darby's back spasmed, and a trail of dark purple fire heaved out of her bloodied mouth. It streaked toward the woman, consuming her, then dropped her into a pile of black goo. A fiery live wire snapped across the carpet to the next heartbeat, challenged and the next, burning up all those inside the house within seconds of each other. It even spread to those still drifting in and those wandering the street. Dead, once again, killed by a 9-year-old. What had she done? Saved my life and hers, sure, but was that the best way to do it, with a calculated murderous spree? Maybe so. Maybe not. I couldn't be sure of anything anymore, but it seemed like the counselor's way of doing things, sentencing Gretchen's dark supporters to the core, was a tad more humane than obliterating them into goo.
Joe!
Cal called from somewhere inside the house. I could argue the ethics of what had just happened for days, but what was done, and we needed to leave. When I snatched up Darby's hand, she whipped her head around with a ferocious glare. A revolted shiver crashed through my bones at what I read in her face. Not just wild, untamed power, but a thirst for more. "We have to go," I said, the words almost lost in my voice's quiver. She gripped my hand as she unfolded her legs from underneath her and stood. I didn't know why that surprised me, but it did, maybe because she'd waved off my touch the whole day. It reminded me that she was still a little girl. "Does it hurt?" I asked, nodding to the blood smudging the corner of her mouth. She knuckled it away and shook her head, but her chin trembled. I didn't know what to say, as a variety of emotions warred inside me concerning her, so I didn't say anything, and turned toward the bedroom door. But the emptiness of the room slowed my steps. Mrs. Baxton was gone. Relief swelled my chest, not for me, but for her. Mrs. Baxton seemed like a shell of her former self, but even so, I was glad she hadn't been here to witness her youngest daughter morph into a killing machine. So, where was she?
Joe!
The urgency in Cal's voice renewed my speed, and I pulled Darby after me into the hallway. I prayed to all the goddesses that he had enough sense to lock the front door. Anything could have snuck in through it while we battled what plowed through what was once Darby's wall, and judging from the awful smell that still flooded the air, something dead was still in here with us. The bathroom across the hall was closed, as was Leigh's dad's room at the end. They hadn't been when we'd arrived. I specifically remembered how dark the house looked, like night and all its horrors had worked its way under the paint. Down the hallway's length, past the series of bloody flip-flop prints, everything stood quiet.
Joe!
The whisper rushed at my right ear, so close the hairs at the back of my neck leaped to attention. The rest of me did too, and I slapped a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming at Cal to never do that again. He pulled me and Darby into Leigh's bedroom, then closed the door softly. I kept my back to all the reminders of her because, even in the darkness, I was too emotionally drained to handle it. But because Darby's trees were a destructible force just like their maker, they were already cracking open the seams between her room and Leigh's. A soft breeze filtered through and rustled the punk posters all over the walls. That single sound nearly undid me because it was so empty, so final.
We need to get out of here.
Cal hissed. "You think?" I choked out.
But I'm not leaving Mrs. Baxton here alone. No, I won't.
Even in the dark, I could see the tortured slouch of his shoulders and his trembling hands as he covered his injured eye. What are we supposed to do with her?
Bury her. Again.
Cal, we can't. I glanced at Darby, wishing I could see her better in the dark, and at the same, wishing I couldn't. How could we bury someone who wasn't exactly dead without killing them?
Leigh wouldn't want us to leave her here.
Cal said.
She needs to be put to rest. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. But we need to leave.
His devotion to helping Leigh's mom filled me with a sense of sisterly love that didn't happen too often. But I doubted he'd thought this through. Still, we couldn't stay here. Where is she? I asked.
In her bedroom.
Where should we take her?
The graveyard.
Darby piped in.
My dad's there, remember? He'll know what to do.
If he was still alive, if there was still a graveyard to go to. Darby's trees moaned and stretched and tore the crack wider along Leigh's wall. If we waited too much longer, the entire front of the house would be gone. Fine, I said, wiggling my fingers out to Cal. Give me your keys.
What? No.
You can't drive with one eye. Gimme.
I still have both eyes.
But he gave in and handed me his keys from his jeans pocket. Leigh's wall was steadily being pulled back like a stage curtain dipped in liquid nitrogen, and behind the steady hail of debris, more pairs of glowing blue eyes loomed. My heartbeat nailed crushing blows against my ribcage at the thought of going out there with them. But if Darby loaned me the bracelet Leigh made her, maybe, just maybe, I could get back here with the car and all my body parts still intact. It was supposed to hide me from dead things. Hopefully, it worked better than the lilacs I'd swallowed that had shriveled up and died. Darby tightened her grip on my hand.
I can come with you.
No, I said, a little too sharply. No, I said again, my voice softer that time. You're bleeding, and Cal needs your eyes in case I didn't come back, but I couldn't let myself finish that thought aloud. Can I borrow your bracelet, though? A few seconds later, she slipped it on my wrist.
It will protect you. Leigh said so.
I sure hoped Leigh was right. Darby's trees continued their demolition, and almost half of Leigh's wall was already gone. Blue eyes seemed to float along the street, their owners' shadows hidden by the night, but it probably wouldn't take them long to find all sorts of merriment at the Baxton household. Cal took Darby's hand from mine, then slipped the door open.
We'll wait in the hallway with this door closed. Go.
As soon as the door clicked shut behind them, I faced Leigh's room with imaginary blinders and swept toward the hole in the wall and the escaped evil that prowled behind it. I didn't have time to gather some of Leigh's courage she may have dropped on the carpet. I didn't have time to be afraid. Earth was in shambles, and just like I always did, I had to try to save it. Chapter 14. Joe. I crawled through a gap in the tree branches, but a particularly cruel branch twisted into my back and scraped up my spine. Stumbling to my knees in a puddle of black ooze, I pushed my lips together so I wouldn't hiss in pain or revulsion. The sting at being skinned alive brought tears to my eyes and blurred the world into a carnival ride with blue lights. Oh, how I wished that was what I walked toward. Once I shoved myself to my feet, I swiped at my face, and reality shifted back into all its nightmarish glory. I checked to see that the bracelet was still fastened to my wrist. It was, but I didn't dare touch it for fear I would disrupt its power, and it would stop working. So far, so good. None of the heartbeat-challenged shambling up and down the street seemed to notice me. But when their blue gazes swept past mine, my chest turned to ice, and my steps faltered. I skirted around them, giving them as wide a berth as I could, so I didn't have to brush up against the grayish skin, sloughing off their bones. The edges of Cal's keys stabbed into my palm, but I didn't dare loosen my grip. Some of the undead banged open people's front doors with flicks of their wrists and crashed inside them, only to be met with piercing screams. Others wandered the street in packs, as if they were fueling their collective magic to unleash it on anyone who tried to stop them. Some of their eyes didn't glow blue like Sarah, as if they had been kicked out of their graves too when the core opened. Had that happened before or after Mr. Baxton had gone there? I swallowed as waves of goosebumps rolled up and down my skin. Terrified whimpers punctuated the night, whether human or animal, I didn't know. Behind me, Darby's trees moaned as they twisted higher, seeming to give more of a voice to the undead than their swirling whispers. Just a couple houses to go. A neighbor's front porch light glinted off Cal's window, and I quickened my pace. Almost there. I risked a glance behind me at Leigh's house, and immediately wished I hadn't. Dead people swarmed across the lawn toward the massive hole that left the house half open. Tree limbs writhed and swayed above the roof, twisting toward the moon like splayed and broken fingers. Faster, faster. I zipped the key in the car door's lock and threw the door open in one long squawk. Blue eyes shifted in my direction, but they moved right on past. Once I settled myself into the seat and slammed the door behind me. I allowed myself one tiny exhale of relief. But it ended with a sharp gasp. Just like most of the other houses, mine was surrounded. I'd been so focused on getting to Cal's car, I hadn't noticed before. The undead surrounded the front door and punched at the windows. A painful spasm tightened my chest. Elf. The backs of my eyes burned. An awful cry tore from my throat as I jammed the key in the ignition and cranked it. There wasn't time. I had to get to Cal, Darby, and Mrs. Baxton. I slammed on the gas and yanked the wheel to the left at the same time. The car plowed over the dead on the way to the Baxtons, bumping the tires up and down in wild lurches, spinning my stomach, but I didn't care. They weren't supposed to be here. The natural order of the earth said so, and despite being alive once upon time, they were far from natural. Some of their kind had taken my best friend from me, maybe my cat too, and I would be damned if I sat by and let them take anything else. So fuck them. Plus, 20 points for knocking their shoes off if anyone was keeping score. I pressed my foot against the gas pedal with gritted teeth. Some undead splattered into black goo all over the windshield when I hit them, and I flicked the wiper lever to thunderstorm speed to get it off. Others rolled under the tires to study the road a little more closely. I swerved around those, whose eyes didn't glow, though. No, not them, because they didn't deserve any of this. Cal's car bounced over the curb and onto Leigh's yard, and without easing up on the gas, I crashed the car into her open bedroom and the undead shambling about inside. Her bed shot across the floor and slammed into her dresser, which tilted it against the opposite wall and effectively pinned a few undead scum. The others exploded into tar all over the hood. Leigh's bedroom door was still closed. I'd made it in time. Thank the goddesses for small miracles. I punched the horn in case Cal hadn't heard me barrel into the house. The door cracked open, and a brown eye that matched both of mine peered through.
You wrecked my car?
He asked. The door opened wider, and he pushed Darby through with his hand covering her eyes. He led Mrs. Baxton in his other hand and settled her in the front seat next to me. The air contracted inside the car with her pungent odor, and my stomach threatened to raise a white flag as I pushed the button to lower all the windows. She stared straight ahead, looking as lost as ever, and I wondered if a small part of who she used to be still existed somewhere deep inside her. Just because her soul was gone didn't mean it hadn't made a lasting impression, and Sarah, over time, had been a big help to Leigh. Would a completely soulless person do that? Or was it because she hadn't been tainted with dark magic? Still, even though I loved her like my own, it creeped me the hell out sitting next to Leigh's dead mom. She didn't have her seatbelt on, though, and because I'd earned at least 500 points in just a half block, she was going to need it. I held my breath and leaned over her, slowly in case I freaked her out as much as she did me. Which reminded me of something else. "Darby," I said, once my fingers found the belt. Mrs. Baxton's gaze snapped to mine. I froze, her hollowed face just inches from mine. So there was a part of her still in there if she recognized Darby's name, and she had come back to her familiar home.
"What?"
Darby said from the back seat. Mrs. Baxton's whispers stirred into a frenzy around our heads. but it didn't come from her pinched mouth that sagged open in a silent scream. It came from inside her, as if her soul was communicating from a great distance. But it was still there, with her, with us, which might explain the notes Mrs. Baxton left for Leigh. Her soul was still here, somewhere, trying to communicate with her daughter. I took in a shallow breath, inhaling some of Mrs. Baxton's decayed corpse, and tried to fit the seatbelt into the lock with trembling hands. "Keep your eyes closed, okay?" I told Darby.
They are.
"Good. Don't open them until I tell you to." The lock finally clicked, and I sat back in my seat again with my eyes squeezed shut, too. I didn't know what Cal had said to convince Darby she needed to keep her eyes closed. I told her to, but I silently thanked him in my head. She didn't need to see her dead mom riding in the front seat, or me squishing over everything roaming the streets, and she definitely didn't need to get any ideas from whatever magic we might see on the way to the graveyard. If we even made it to the graveyard. "Seatbelts," I barked. "You're going to need them."
You wrecked my car.
Callum said behind me. "But you're alive. You're welcome." I put the car into reverse and watched the rearview mirror for anything to hit. As long as the escaped undead's eyes glowed blue, I could convince myself that they were soulless and needed to be wiped out from existence. I had no idea if I was right, but I couldn't pause the apocalypse just to have an ethical argument with myself. After testing the car's hydraulic system many more times, I swerved into our driveway, popped the trunk, and jumped out.
Where are you going?
Cal shouted after me. I grabbed the crowbar and with gritted teeth said, "Nobody messes with my cat." The tree I climbed as a little kid dropped withered, blackened leaves to what once was lush green grass. All of our windows were shattered. Our screen door didn't exist anymore, and our front door had been reduced by half. The undead had either drifted to the next house, or were inside rifling through my underwear drawer for some catnip or whatever. I didn't know what I would find in there, couldn't prepare myself even if I did, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least check. Steeling my spine, I shoved open the remnants of the front door. Elf! A horrible, rotten stink, laced with regurgitated eggs, replaced the usual sweaty sock smell. I held a fist to my nose, the same hand that Darby's bracelet decorated. Whatever was in my house with me wouldn't be able to detect me before I went all serial killer on them with my crowbar, especially if they had touched one silky hair on Elf's head. Whispers from unseen, sagging mouths mixed with shattering glass at the back of the house. Seconds passed, then two glowing orbs appeared at the bottom of the basement steps. Not blue, El Gato Diablo green. He seemed okay, pissed, but okay. My throat clamped shut, but somehow, "Here, kitty," squeezed through. Through the kitchen to my left, shoving around the chair at the dining room table Darby had sat in minutes, hours, before, was a dead girl. A girl with glowing blue eyes, a few strands of blonde hair, and decked all in black clothes. Leigh. A strange, choking noise ticked at the back of my throat. I sagged against the banister that led downstairs with a trembling groan and shook my head hard. Downstairs, Elf spit out a low hiss that sounded an awful lot like my heart deflating. No. This couldn't be happening. I couldn't do this. I couldn't see my best friend back from the dead. Tears burned down my cheeks, taking the strength I thought I had with them. The closer she drew, a black blur behind my tears shuffling through the kitchen, the tighter I held to the crowbar, though I had no idea what I planned to do with it. No way could I bury it inside her skull. No way, not ever. "I love you, Leigh. I'm so sorry." The words sounded strangled, garbled, but seemed to fall on deaf ears. She couldn't sense me, which somehow seemed even worse than if she could. Her blue gaze landed on the metal bars that connected the stair banister to the floor as she came closer. Her deadly smell, her being here, pressed me backward, but not enough to let her pass by me and venture downstairs with Elf. Dead best friend or not, I had my limits, and almost every single one of them had been severely crossed tonight. My muscles tensed as she drew nearer with slow steps. My heartbeat slams matched the flow of tears. but something on her left hand caught my eye. Something shiny and huge wrapped around one of her peeling fingers. And unless Leigh hadn't told me everything about her life, I could swear she wasn't married. This wasn't Leigh at all, but I couldn't find any relief in that. As soon as the dead imposter rounded the corner deeper into the house, unaware of my presence, I patted my leg at Elf. A gray streak shot up the stairs and leaped over my feet on its way outside. Cal opened his door to let him inside the car. I clutched the crowbar against my chin and forehead and sobbed into the cool metal for a moment before racing to the car, to the graveyard, hopefully to Mr. Baxton, to total and completely blinding uncertainty.
Chapter 15. Leigh. Between the rushing air, the flying grit, and the panic whipping through my body, I swore I heard a whispered laugh. Dead Aika, or Ghost Aika, or whatever form she took apparently wanted the last word. Her role as two had literally been crushed out of existence, and now there would be hell to pay. The farther Aika dragged me down, the tighter my chest clenched. The air had grown thinner in the dark, constricted tunnel she sucked me into, until my lungs held my last breath. Once again, I was being buried alive, but this time under miles and miles of the earth instead of a few feet of dirt. Nothing had changed from before. Aika was still trying to kill me, and I still clawed and kicked and fought for survival, because I was alive and she wasn't, sucked to be her. Still, my lungs burned, and my skin felt as if it had been peeled off with hurtling rocks and grit. Dirt filled my nose, my ears, my eyes, disorienting my sense of direction. I sent my roots around my feet in a stupid attempt to catch smoke, to find some way to stop my decline. But we were plunging too fast. She could be dragging me toward the core, or to some other type of hell where she could punch a straw through me and suck all the power and life out. But I refused to be the Capri Sun in her lunchbox covered in crazy. Besides, the sun had a nasty habit of rising even when I didn't want it to. This time, though, I couldn't burrow underneath the bed covers when it did. I needed to be topside, armed with the know-how to close the core, or else it would stay open forever. Air. Now. I wouldn't open my mouth. I couldn't, because too many people who meant the whole world to me needed me with them right then. My tremolo roots weren't working, which meant my sorceress side had to. I drew the power from the center of my heart, felt it trace outward with each slam of my heartbeat, and uncoiled it out of my fingertips. Something bright purple sizzled and bounced toward my feet at the same speed as the lights exploding behind my eyelids. Keep. Mouth. Shut. Maybe I imagined the purple energy. Maybe I didn't. It was hard to tell when Earth was crashing in on my lungs, but Aika was still tearing through the planet with me in tow. Neither magical side had worked, except the me side, the side that made me the scrapper that I was. I wasn't dead again yet. With my lungs blazing and thick, permanent darkness tunneling my vision, I hitched my knees up to my chest. My hands met cold smoke wrapped around my ankles. Purple energy bolted through my fingers while I strangled Ghost Aika with the last bit of strength I had. Her smoke, laced with purple sparks, clung to my hands in shivery spasms as if my energy was torching it. My roots raced past my arms and under my feet to stop my backward bullet momentum with a jarring vibration up my spine. My mouth opened at the shock, enough to sift dirt inside, but I slammed it shut again. No breath, no air. But I was almost free. Up, I demanded, and without Aika to stop them, my roots wasted no time. But how much time had I wasted? How many minutes until sunup now? Stupid Aika and her eternal hatred. Rainbow colors whirled behind my eyelids in a roller coaster spin. I hoped I wouldn't be sick, or I would lose the precious sliver of oxygen that still kept me alive. Faster, I willed my roots. Pain. So much pain racked through my body, but I had been through too much to give up now, to inhale dirt when all I wanted was sweet air. Finally, with one last heave, my roots shoved me out into the open. Air blasted through my scorched chest on a loud wheeze, but it was anything but sweet. Didn't matter, though. I couldn't drag it into my lungs any faster. My fists, clenched against the carpet in the darkened video store, arced an electrical current between them. Ika's shapeless mass bucked inside my fingers and fought for escape, but it wasn't as though I could hold on to her forever. An inhuman moan somewhere inside the store silenced my gasps. Footsteps crunched over spilled movie cases by the door. Even though I really didn't want to, I held my next breath inside my aching lungs. Ducking my head, I peered between the bars of a fallen display stand. An impossibly tall shadow stood across the store, barring me from the outside world while glowing blue eyes lasered in my direction. The metallic taste of my own heart coated my tongue, and I froze. It wouldn't take that thing long to find me, not with my glowing hands and the squirming ghost caught inside them, but I didn't have time for a lengthy battle with every single escaped sorceress eye I came up against. I didn't have time to be afraid either, or to weigh my next decision for more than 2 seconds. Since revenge and hate fueled Ika, even in death, she would have no trouble finding me again. So I released her. She sprang up and disappeared into the darkness. I stood, energy still crackling between my fingertips, and ticked my gaze to the beast that lurked inside the video store with me. It charged at a superhuman pace, and I didn't even think. I whisked the power in my hands toward it, through it, to ram open the door. Glass exploded. Wet, sloppy sounds hit the walls around where the sorceress eye had once stood. But my gaze narrowed in on the scene outside, and nothing else. Each step that marched me closer to get a better look knotted the helplessness even tighter around my throat. The fragile threads that had once held reality together had been ripped apart with vicious force. A woman lugging a suitcase ran across the parking lot with her kid in tow. A moment later, a hunchbacked sorceress eye followed. At the gas station across the street, several more had climbed the outer walls and were peeling the building away as if it was made of paper, while a huddle of wide-eyed people watched from the brightly lit inside. Hundreds more crawled the streets. When they weren't tormenting humans, they tortured each other. Next to an abandoned police car that had crashed into the road, a sorceress circled a sorcerer who had dropped to his knees. Every time she sliced her blue gaze in his direction, his arms twisted at unnatural angles. Everywhere. Oh my God, they were everywhere. And not just in Crapper. The whole world would be like this. This was my fault. I did this. If it was intentional because of the darkness that may or may not live inside me, then I was officially changing my mind. Nothing was worth this. Not power, not anything. The fear, the devastation, none of it. How many people had died because I died? How could I ever make that right, let alone close the core back up again? And where did I even begin? My boots ground the broken glass into dust as I stepped over it and out into the nightmare world. The police car hadn't crashed into the road itself like I'd thought, but into a deep crevice in the earth. It ran from the direction of the graveyard and cut across the street as far as the eye could see. Was Heartland Cemetery even there anymore? Was Dad still there? There were too many things I needed to do at once, too many people I had to save, and I fumbled for my phone with slick, shaky hands. 1 hour. Time to start now, then. Bloom, I ordered my lilac energy. A spark ignited in the center of my palm and snapped from finger to finger into a buzzing frenzy. I zapped it toward the torturing sorceress and the sorcerer with the broken arms, toward the escaped prisoners peeling the gas station across the street like an orange, and reduced all of them to black sludge. The people inside the gas station stood from their huddle and blinked at the thick globs smearing down the windows and doors. A little girl with dark skin pointed in my direction and said something to the others, but I turned my back on all of them, on the guilty feeling I should have felt, but didn't. There I was dealing out my own special kind of punishment for escaping the core, and I probably should have been bothered by this epic destruction of what had once been a life. But I wasn't. Like, at all. That part of me must still be dead. Surely it would be resurrected eventually. Surely it hadn't winked out for good like a dying star in the night sky. Unless it had. And that ripped open the festering doubt in my gut with a frozen claw. I couldn't get rid of every single escaped prisoner that way, though, which didn't make me feel any better about the apocalypse I'd started. Tires screeched to my right, and a car swerved to avoid hitting the crevice in the road. Its bright headlights threw halos into the backs of my retinas, and I could only stand there blinking, almost completely blinded. A ball of red energy fell out of the driver's side door and slammed it shut. A back door opened too, and a head popped out, slowly as if whoever owned that head couldn't believe what it was seeing. These movements seemed so familiar, so ingrained in who I was and who I wanted to continue to be. I started running across the parking lot before I realized why. It didn't take long, though. The closer I drew, the tighter hope clung, so warm and alive in my chest. The boy with the rip in his t-shirt, and the magic ability to make my heart beat faster. The girl in the patchwork dragon scale skirt, who shoved her bottle-red hair out of her face to stare, open-mouthed, with tears shimmering red and blue in the spinning police car lights from the crevice to her left. Callum, Joe. My face cracked on a smile as I ran toward them, my beacons of light in a stormy, dark nightmare. A nightmare that could become permanent if I didn't hurry. Chapter 16. Leigh. Joe didn't make a move to throw herself into my waiting arms, so I stopped a few feet away, hurt by her reaction, but also so happy to see her that I didn't really care. I was probably too scary to look at with my scraps of clothing covered in miles of dirt and muck and blood, and had been dead just a few minutes before. Not like I could blame her, but she was equally decked out in blood that better not be hers, so much so that her badass recycler t-shirt now read "Bad Cycle." That described the last few days better than I ever could, but what had happened to her?
Is this real life? Are you really alive?
Joe said over the sharpening wind, her voice cracking.
Because if this is some kind of sick joke, I'm going to start swinging my nunchucks.
Callum stepped up next to her, away from his car, covering up one eye with the hand that had started to violently shake ever since he buried Mom again. His other good eye burned right through me with the smile that always started there first, then curled his mouth the way that made me forget how to breathe.
Did you really think Leigh Baxton, Sorceress Slayer, would stay dead?
He asked, but his odd tone betrayed the confidence in his question. No joke. I jumped the crevice in the road, then wrapped Joe up in a hug to prove to her by squeezing her and never letting go that yes, I really was still alive. It's me.
How?
She asked, her voice throaty, but she hugged me right back. Too late, I remembered that she'd eaten lilacs to prevent dark magic sorceress eye from getting too close, but it obviously wasn't working very well. Me first, I said into Joe's brassy hair. The lilacs and hawthorn twigs didn't work? Joe stiffened and shook her head.
The ones outside our house blew away, I guess, and something killed the lilacs in our stomachs.
I glanced at the shuffling sorceress eye, and sorcerers, but I was going to lump them all in under sorceress eye to save the S-abuse, all around us, ready to raise my magical hackles if they so much as looked in our direction. For now, the hawthorn bracelet wrapped around Joe's wrist kept them at bay. Darby's bracelet.
Your turn,
Joe said. It's a long story, one I don't have time to tell, because I need to close the core before sunrise. Callum's uncovered eye widened.
Why does it sound like there's an or else attached to that?
I pinned my gaze to his warm one through the strands of Joe's blowing hair. Because there is. If I don't close the core, there won't be anywhere to put all the escaped prisoners. The cells below my roots won't hold all of them. Joe pulled away and clasped her hands on my shoulders. There was a desperate hardness to her grip, and to the edges of her face I hadn't seen before, and I didn't like it. What had she and Callum been through tonight to make them drive out in the middle of all this?
What can we do to help?
She asked. I don't know, I admitted and looked to Callum again. Where's Darby?
In the car.
He answered.
Joe lunged away from me then, pushing and pulling on her fingers to pop them, and nervously glanced back at the car while her throat bobbed on a tough swallow. Callum squinted in that direction too, his jaw pulsing and the wind pushing his hair in all directions. I tried to follow his gaze, but the headlights blinded me. There was something, probably a lot of things, they weren't telling me. Well, why isn't she coming out to see me? I asked, skirting around them to the car. Callum snatched at my wrist to stop me.
Don't.
His voice broke on the plea and his face twisted on the kind of horrified sadness I knew all too well. There was only one thing that could make him look that way. One thing he would try to protect me from seeing, even though I brought her back. Mom, in the car, with Darby. Rage constructed thick walls around me, so much like the grave that Mom should still be at peace in, that I backed away from Callum and Joe in case that rage became uncontrollable magic. A breathless moan pushed past my lips and blended in with the sorceress eye's whispers around me, as if we weren't all that much different. I had done everything in my power to keep Mom safe, but according to my memories, I was the one who brought her back. No one needed to know that, not yet, and maybe not ever, especially Joe and Callum. "Let me see my sister," I ground out. With a nod, Callum stepped out of the headlight's glow and toward the rear door of the car.
She's had her eyes closed the whole time,
Joe said, taking and squeezing my hand. Her assurance melted off some of my self-loathing, and I squeezed back, thankful to have the continued support of my best friend forever, my constant light in the dark. A smaller version of myself sprang toward me with a sobbed shout that bruised my already aching heart. I picked Darby up from the concrete to bury my tears into her soft cheeks, then quickly set her down again because she weighed more than a sumo wrestler.
Black sticks in pregnant gardens,
Darby said, blinking up at me and wiping her nose.
That's how you close the core.
My mind spun around her words to try to make sense of them, but this reunion, though mostly happy, had wasted enough time. "Come on," I said and took Darby's hand. "You can explain on the way to the graveyard." Callum gazed down the jagged hole snaking through the street toward Heartland Cemetery.
You're sure?
"That's where I glanced down at Darby, even though she probably already knew Dad was still there. He had to be because Sarah wouldn't let me down. Joe took my hand once again.
"I'm coming with you."
When I opened my mouth to protest, she jabbed her finger under my nose.
"You have no idea what it felt like when you died,"
she warned, her voice so shaky and watery, I almost couldn't understand her.
"If Callum is the parrot to your pirate, I'm your undetachable steel hook. Just, don't pick your nose with me or anything."
"Okay, come with me. I really must have done something right to deserve someone like Joe." "Callum,"
I'll keep her safe,
he said with a solemn nod, and I believed him. His promise was as much to Mom as it was to me, and his protectiveness of us both stirred the hope deep inside my heart. Hope that I could fix all this. Hope that I could find some way to thank him. "Don't stay out here," I said, glancing around. "Take her inside the video store. There's got to be an office or something you can hole up in. And take Joe's bracelet." I wriggled it off her wrist and tossed it at him.
"Take Elf, too,"
Joe said. At his nod, Joe, Darby, and I started toward the crack in the road that widened the farther we went.
"It's good to have you back, Baxton,"
Callum called, and the faint smile in his voice stopped me in my tracks. I turned and grinned back at him for a fleeting second. The electrical sensation that buzzed between us fueled the hope I refused to let go of, and sparked a burst of warm energy inside my chest. His belief in me had always been unwavering, so straight and sure, it made me want to never prove him wrong, even though I already had, but never again. "You want to go out on a date with me sometime?" I asked.
"Yeah,
He uncrossed his arms to reveal his trembling hand, as well as his heart.
I do."
With my feet a little lighter, we set off once again. Our steps crunched over gravel, the only sound in an eerily quiet night. Even the red lightning crackling through the sky kept silent without any echoing booms to chase after the boiling clouds. The farther we walked past the video store and down the split road, the dimmer the sorceress eye's blue eyes grew. They weren't following us. Yet. Up ahead, blue lights swirled from the top of another police car that jutted at an angle from inside the concrete. Around it, a large hole had formed from one end of the street to the other. We crept toward the car, but since the graveyard was on the other side, we were going to have to eventually cross over somehow. We didn't have time to find an alternate route. I led the way forward with Darby's hand gripped tight in mine. Jo trailed several feet behind us, rubbing her bare wrist, while casting worried frowns at Darby. What was that about? One question at a time. Okay, Darby, spill it. Tell me about the whole black sticks in pregnant gardens thing, and don't leave anything out. She took off her glasses while we walked and rubbed them on the dusty hem of her Redding is Oxygen t-shirt.
In the Sorceress's Trinity book, at the end of the chapter called All You Have Is Bleak, it said if the core opens black sticks in pregnant gardens, that's it.
It didn't say what or where this garden is? I asked.
No,
she said and hooked her glasses over her collar. What are you doing? Put those back on. She shrugged.
I can see just fine, but it was almost like a page had been ripped from that chapter because it made me think I missed something.
I looked at her sharply, but she shook her head.
The pages were all there. I checked.
Well, this didn't help us at all. If Darby didn't understand it, I wouldn't waste my time to plunk myself down in the middle of the apocalypse and try to decipher it.
Maybe it's not a literal garden,
Jo said.
Maybe it's a figurative garden, like one that's pregnant with ideas, you know?
No, I said, pulling Darby to a stop. It seemed the only way across the jagged hole in the road to the graveyard was to leap over it. At the edge, an abyss crowded with nothing but darkness met the toes of my boots. Now wasn't the time to test if I was really immortal, or not just for shits and giggles. I don't.
Maybe someone's name is Garden and she's pregnant, and we have to poke her with black sticks,
Darby said. I looked down at my little sister. What a weird thing to say. Jo glanced at her, too, her troubled frown digging into my uncertainty. What was she not telling me? And where had my innocent little sister gone? It made me wonder at the ways her newfound sorceress powers had manifested inside her. Without her glasses shielding her vivid blue eyes, her nose, cheekbones, and chin appeared sharper, making her look older. Her blonde hair gusted behind her shoulders, free from its usual ponytail. The contrast between her flowy hair and the hard angles in her face projected her growing power in fierce waves. Give her a few more inches in height, and she would look just like me, with the same darkness inside of her. But I was afraid her darkness was much blacker than mine. Thornier, too. Like the hawthorn tree she'd sprouted up under her bed to trap me when I'd been feeding on her trameler blood, to give it to Ica. Hawthorn. Death's tree. The counselor's tree. Both the counselor and Gretchen were trameler sorceress-eye, but their overuse of dark magic had turned them into something else entirely. Could that happen to Darby? Would it happen to me? I rubbed my black punching knuckles down my side, holding my breath in case growing thorns snagged on my scraps of clothing. Darby and I had both practiced dark magic. What if the dark festered inside us until we were both just as thorny as the counselor and Gretchen? By that point, the power will have consumed us, and we might not even recognize our former selves. Just like I didn't recognize the person in my own memories resurrecting the dead, or biting my own sister until she was numb. When Darby sliced her gaze to mine, a shudder rolled down my back, and I looked away. I really shouldn't have. The next instant, she shook out of my grip and had placed one foot on the hood of the sunken police car.
Darby, don't!
Jo shouted. My warning fell out in a sharp gasp.
This is the only way across, right?
Darby said.
So, let's cross.
The car's tires barely settled on narrow, uneven ledges just inside the hole. Under Darby's weight, one of the front tires shuddered and groaned against the chasm wall. One more shift, and it could tumble into nothingness, carrying Darby with it. I started forward to help her, to catch her, but she moved too quickly. Another foot up, and metal squealed against concrete. She jumped onto the windshield and grabbed hold of the bar on top of the car with the rotating lights to propel her up over the trunk. The car lurched forward into a cloud of dust. Metal screeched and ripped and whined, but she had almost pulled herself up to the trunk that was now plummeting. Panic shredded through my chest. Darby! The car stopped falling, but the sudden stop unhinged Darby's grip on the trunk. Her terrified gaze pinned to mine before her body disappeared behind the car, before she fell. I blinked at the spot she'd been just seconds ago. Darby, not here. Gone, like Mom. A high-pitched wail started from the pit of my soul and drove me to my knees. Joe dropped next to me, saying words I couldn't understand because my sister... Oh God, my sister. Joe sandwiched my head between her hands and shook me until one word filtered through my panicked haze.
Listen.
I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to focus on sound, tried to calm the rush of horror through my veins, because Joe needed me to listen. My name. It came from the hole that had taken my sister. My name. Darby was still alive. Relief burned the backs of my eyes and twisted up my throat. "Where are you?" I croaked. A muffled voice answered, but it sounded as if she said,
"Underneath."
I almost willed my roots up from the ground to help, but their vibrations might release the car right on top of her. There had to be another way. I couldn't climb over the car like she had because the car now jutted straight up instead of at an angle, and there were no hand or footholds to climb it. I wrenched at the handle on the back door, but the closeness of the door to the ground only allowed it to scrape open a few inches. Enough for a leg to slump out. A body. A large man's body, and not the good kind of man if he'd been sitting in the back of a police car. The nasty stink rolling from the car and his gaping jaw verified his sorceress eye status. But was he dead, for good this time, or just knocked out from whatever had happened here? I swallowed and tried again. Just hang on, Darby. Like she would let go. But what had made her think climbing all over a car crashed into the middle of a street would ever be a good idea? She had more sense than that. Except the times that she didn't. The guy lay sprawled against the mesh cage separating the front from the back seat. A large hole in the mesh between his legs matched the diamond pattern engraved on his forehead in a bloody tattoo. A car wreck, probably. But where was the cop? To reach the other side of the car where Darby had fallen, I would have to slide over him and hope that whatever kept the car from disappearing into the hole forever could hold one more person's weight. Just one. That was all I asked. "Stay here," I told Joe, and slithered in through the open door. Chapter 17. Leigh. Face to face with a dead man in the back of a police car. Not quite how I thought I would spend my night, but pretty close. A squicky feeling shivered to the insides of my boots as I reached a hand past his nose to the handle on the opposite door. I had been close to dead people before, but never full-body contact from his snakeskin cowboy boots all the way up to his XXL camouflage I hunt birds for the chicks shirt, and I would be perfectly okay if I never did this again. But if he was dead, what had happened to the cop? Hopefully not the same thing that had almost happened to Darby. That wouldn't happen to Darby. Something shiny on the floorboard next to the dead guy's head made me pause for a half-second. A police badge, with a bite taken out of the bottom. I snapped my gaze to the man's face, waiting, watching for the slightest twitch, for his glowing blue eyes to open and meet mine. A backseat brawl would shift the car too much, and this sorceress eye definitely had the advantage of surprise, since he was so good at acting dead. Unless he wasn't acting, in which case, I had one less thing to worry about. "Just be dead," I muttered under my breath because actual breathing made me taste his rot. When he didn't move, I reached for the door handle. It folded in, but nothing clicked or budged. I slowly pushed up to my knees, careful not to rock the car, into a pose that would provide better leverage, but would win me the reputation that would make all mothers hide their sons, and even their sons forever. With a little more force, the door squawked open as much as the road would let it. I wormed the rest of the way over the dead guy, trying my best not to knee him in the mesh-tattooed face, and up through the door at a painstakingly slow crawl. I feared one wrong hand or foot position could plunge all three of us to our deaths, so I tried to think skinny thoughts. Once my feet finally hit pavement, I dropped to my knees at the edge of the hole and reached for Darby. She hung about 3 feet down, the back tires on the car crowding her little fingers on the same ledge, and too far away from my fingertips. "Darby, you're going to have to swing yourself up to take my hand," I told her. She stared up at her hands, a worried wrinkle digging into her forehead and sweat dotting her upper lip.
"I don't like heights,"
she said in a small voice. Then why had she turned superhero and thought she could leap police cars in a single bound? Were her new powers going straight to her ego? Me either. I leaned over the edge even farther. She squeezed her eyes closed.
I could vanish and reappear somewhere else, but I'm too scared.
You don't need magic, I said, gritting my teeth. You have me. She looked at me then, and fierce determination set her jaw and swung through her legs. Using that momentum, she flashed an arm out. I caught it at her wrist, and the extra weight threw my shoulder against the car. Metal and rock groaned together and tick-tick-ticked, faster like my rocketing heartbeat. Panic-fueled adrenaline flooded my body when the force of the hit almost jolted her from my grip, but I locked up my muscles and dug in my heels to keep her bony wrist locked inside my fingers. But the car was moving. Not just moving, but rocking side to side as if it was wriggling to be free. Or as if something was wriggling to be free. But if it did wriggle free, the car would crush her.
Leigh, watch out!
Joe shouted from the other side. But I refused to lift my gaze from Darby or the spasming car, not even for a second, since that was all it could take to lose her. My muscles burning, I hefted her to the upper ledge so she could grab hold and snatched at the back of her shirt to help pull her up. Climb, Dar! I broke myself off with a scream. Something took a chomp out of my right shoulder, as in a literal bite that seared pain all the way down to my grip around Darby. Her eyes widened to the size of plates as she took in whatever was making me its dinner.
Behind you.
I don't care, climb. But why would she when something bitey lurked up here with me? The back of her t-shirt tore with the force of my fingers as I hauled. Her shoes scrabbled up the rock wall but slipped back down again. She needed more traction or boots like mine. I should be the one climbing up. Another bite struck against the back of my neck. Another between my shoulder blades knocked me flat and skidded me across the pavement. My fingers slipped. My everything slipped. Over the ledge, past Darby's upturned face. Her fingertips curled into mine, but it wasn't enough for me or for her. She was slipping too. Terrified screams bounded down the hole after me, including one final shriek of metal on rock. The car plummeted, falling straight into Darby and then into oblivion. With me. Chapter 18. Leigh. Go. Time braked to an almost standstill, while that word slanted through my horrified, tumbling mind directly to my roots. Hallelujah, that they knew what that vague order meant. They punched through the concrete walls in all directions, flinging pebbles into my bare skin and eyes, and snatched me from my freefall. Tick. Darby stopped her fall on the same ledge that had caught her before 3 feet down from the surface. Tick. Other roots snaked up the wall toward the falling car, but its weight crushed them into a slow explosion of splinters. Tick. The car's front bumper was inches away from Darby's head. Talk. Now, centimeters. My mouth opened on a throat-tearing scream that would rival my baby sister's. My muscles threatened to lock up with fright, but my mind plowed through it, the only thing not moving in slow motion. Clinging to one of my roots, I kicked through the air to swing Tarzan-style straight into the wall below Darby. My eyes now level with the middle of her back. I kept my focus there, on how tiny she felt as I circled my arm around her waist, instead of how cold her skin was, on how the headlight beams closed in on each individual wave in her hair. I shoved my boots against the wall and lunged us both to the right, away from the falling car. Away, with maybe a 16th of a second to spare. Darby! Relief threw my voice into a shout, but it came out more like a sob. Are you okay? Instead of answering, a deep, bone-cracking shudder quaked through her when she glanced upward.
Oh, Leigh, get out of there!
Joe shouted from the opposite side of the hole. I squeezed my eyes shut briefly to find the will to replace one horror for the next, then followed Darby's gaze. Pointed tips of worn snakeskin cowboy boots poked over the edge of the hole, and attached to them stood the dead guy I had climbed over in the police car. Only he wasn't dead, and he wasn't exactly a guy. He was a glowing-eyed monster with a large stomach swelling his camouflage I hunt birds for the chick's t-shirt and an unhinged, sagging jaw that dipped lower and lower. Inside his gaping mouth, hundreds of long black tongues slapped against each other with sick, wet sounds as they wormed through the air. Sliced into their rolling tips, pairs of sharpened fangs glistened with drool. Teeth inside all those tongues. It didn't take a lot of braining to imagine what this thing intended to do, since he had likely finished his cop appetizer and taken bites out of the main course. Still, disgust clenched my mouth on a nauseated groan. Darby whimpered. "Get him," I demanded of my roots, and the ones not holding me burst upward. Teeth snapped together into a whirlwind of writhing tongues. Wood chunks hailed down. I might as well have sent my roots into a wood chipper. Tongues and teeth swayed closer, as if searching blindly for blood and bone. When something slimy licked over my ear, sweat broke out over my face. My legs and arms burned with the effort to balance both Darby and I against the wall, but I feared if we didn't pretend we were statues, the man would make our ribs into toothpicks to clean all those teeth. I reached inside myself to pull out my sorceress power, and as soon as the electrical jolt crackled between my fingertips, I shot an arm up toward the monster with purple sparks flying. At the same time, Darby's back arched away from me as if she was about to be sick. Her shoulders bunched up to her ears, and dark purple flames spit from her mouth. They trailed a path up the rock wall and consumed the man who towered over us. Hisses bellowed from the hundreds of teethed mouths that had been lit up with my lilac energy, but my power winked out with the destruction of Darby's magic. Hers shriveled the lengths of the tongues into drooping black tar until the entire man puddled to the ground. Ooze slid over the edge of the crevice, and something about its thick, gel-like consistency, about how it was dripping toward our heads, reminded me of the falling lava in the core. I had stood next to Gretchen then, and now I stood next to a dark stranger I didn't want to be near anymore. The sweet, book-obsessed little sister I used to know would have never done this killing the dead so easily with hardly a second thought. With an uncertain breath that puffed Darby's hair over her shoulder, I ordered my roots up and away from the black sludge. As soon as my boots hit flat concrete, I whirled on her. "What was that?"
"Helping,"
she said, her voice shaky.
"I'm a trammeler sorceress like you, remember?"
"No." I shook my head and backed away. "Not like me." But right when I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Maybe our powers hadn't manifested the same, but we had both practiced dark magic. She had resurrected a number of animals in the attic, and I finished the job with Maria's dead dog. Not to mention all the graves I might have emptied, including Mom's, even though I swore I didn't do it. Darby and I had darkness lurking inside us, and it would grow and become stronger. Darker even, the more we practiced it and the more people, living and dead, magical or otherwise, we killed, like it or not. Which meant we couldn't kill all the escaped sorceress or who knew what it would do to me. To us. There wasn't enough time to travel the world to do that anyway. There had to be another way to stop them. A gust of wind broke me from my thoughts, and I lifted my gaze to the red lightning zigzagging overhead. Maybe it was just me, and I hoped it wasn't, but the sky seemed a shade lighter. I turned to Joe across the hole, who dropped the hand covering her mouth into her lap, her eyes as wide as I'd ever seen them. She knelt several feet back, her long dragon-covered skirt tucked around her knees.
"Some night this is turning out to be,"
she said to the man's puddle, then ticked her watery gaze to mine.
"Right?"
My heart cracked at how every day those words sounded, as if she was grasping onto a tiny bit of normalcy and lifting the mood for a happy ending like only she could. With Joe, there was no dark, only light, and I loved her even more for that. "I'm coming across to get you, okay?" I told her. Her mouth screwed up into a question, but before it left her mouth, I sent my roots across the chasm to hug her tight and carry her safely back to me. If Darby hadn't leaped onto the police car, we could have all traveled safely across by route at the start. Joe's touch pirouetted over the bark as she held on tight, and when she stood at my side where she belonged, I squeezed her hand. "You good?" I asked.
"Yeah."
Her head bounced on an overly enthusiastic nod I didn't buy for a second. When was the last time she blinked?
"But forget stealing Cal's car. Your tree taxi is way cooler."
Sighing, I took Darby's hand maybe a little too roughly and marched us forward to Heartland Cemetery, but my next footstep sloshed into a puddle. I glanced down at my boots, and red fluid lapped against the sides of them in thick waves. Not the puddle that used to be a teeth-tongued monster. It was blood. blood from the Trinity trees when the core had opened.
That smell.
Joe groaned. The wind pushed the coppery stink and the guy's death sludge right at us, so we sped our pace to get through it faster. Our feet slapped against the ground and sprayed a fine mist up past the tops of my boots and over our clasped hands. This wasn't exactly my first Carrie audition, but Joe made small disgusted sounds while Darby stared straight ahead with cool indifference. The closer we drew to the graveyard, the tighter my insides coiled. Sagging, empty flagpoles jangled in the wind behind the bent and twisted gates. Blood painted the entire parking lot crimson and crawled bloody fingers underneath Dad's overturned Jeep at the far end. "Dad!" I yelled on the off chance he had found his way back to it. Even though I hated to do it, I released myself from Joe and Darby. "Stay here!" I told them and sprinted toward Dad's Jeep. My steps splashed through at least 2 inches of blood, since that was about how high my combat boot heels were. My untied bootlaces dragged through it and winged it up my arms and face with every step, even dotted my lips. So I swiped my wrist across my face to peer inside a shattered window. Empty, except glass shards that burned red in a flash of red lightning. "Dad!" Somewhere nearby, a deep voice called out something unintelligible. Maybe Dad, maybe not. Either way, he was still here. He had to be. I threw a glance over my shoulder at Joe and Darby, who were looking at something over their shoulders deeper into the night. "Do you see anything?" I called. They shook their heads slowly, and Joe crossed her arms against a tremble. Sorceress Eye had probably lurked after us, but we didn't have time to sit and wait for them to progress past the point of creepy stalkers. "Come to the Jeep," I said. They trudged through the river of blood toward me while I searched the darkness behind them. No glowing blue eyes. Nothing. At least not yet, but with Darby and Joe with me, my insides wobbled in triple time. I needed to get Dad, figure out a way to close the core, and get us out of here before the sky lightened anymore. Easy peasy. Yeah, right. The iron gate at the front of the cemetery had bent inward and lay nearly flat. On the other side of it stretched black emptiness, as if the graveyard had collapsed under the weight of the Trinity tree's blood, and the earth had sucked it all away like some kind of planet-made black hole. And I would need to cross that void to get to where I'd left Dad. "Get back," I ordered, then curled my hand at the ground to summon my roots. Chunks of concrete bit at my legs, and blood splashed when the roots tore through. They waved through the air over our heads in a wild display of groaning and stretching bark, then zipped toward Dad's Jeep. When they wrapped themselves around the top half of it, I powered a gentle calm toward them to dissolve their manic energy, and they tipped the Jeep back onto all 4 tires again with hardly a bounce. I opened the driver's side door, unlocked the rest, and with a wave of my hand to the back seat said, "After you." Joe shoveled broken glass from the seat as she clambered in, and Darby threw a backward glance at my roots, sowing my new reality through the night sky.
"Yours don't have thorns,"
she said, and it was as if she was pointing out an everyday observation. "No, they don't." I shivered at the memory of what grew under her bed, about her scary bad idea of poking a pregnant lady named Garden with sticks, about the dark purple flames leaping from her mouth. Her power didn't turn dark, it must have started that way. But no way would my little sister end up as twisted and thorny as Gretchen and the counselor. "Stay here, scream if you need me, loud and... a lot."
Pretty sure that won't be a problem,
Joe said from all the way across the back seat. She'd folded herself against the opposite door so she could face both Darby and whatever might be skulking behind us. "I'll be right back," I said, and started to close the door.
Joe's eyes widened even more. Horror movies, Leigh. Look into them. That was probably the worst thing you could have said.
Right. I searched for something else to say that would put their minds at ease, but slammed the door shut instead. It was probably safe to assume we'd moved past the whole mind at ease thing a long time ago anyway. Before I turned to the non-graveyard, I scanned the small strip of buckled parking lot and across the blood-splashed street at the neighborhood houses for any sign of life, death, or anything in between. Leaving Darby and Joe behind, even if it was just for a little bit, solidified all my worries into heavy stones that dragged me back to them. A big breath later, I dropped those proverbial stones and piled them up in a protective fortress around the car. Time to get Dad. I swept my roots over the downed gate and over the void in a tight-weaved pattern wide enough for me to plant both boots on at the same time. Walking over the fallen gate was the easy part, but at the edge of the chasm, I paused. Warning lights flared in time with my thrashing heartbeat, a reminder that I wasn't fond of heights, especially ones that dropped for miles? Weeks? Especially ones I'd already dropped through while dead. "Dad!" I yelled. My voice bounced in a rolling echo, and another voice joined it. It was hard to pinpoint from where exactly, though. Luckily, my phone still had power. I shined its glow around the dark void, on its edges, and down around the horizontal stripes of dirt that grew richer in color the deeper they went. When I emptied my lungs of one breath, I inhaled another and stepped out onto the self-made wooden plank. I refused to look down or up, and I desperately wanted to close my eyes so I wouldn't see anything at all. Of course I didn't, because then the darkness would consume me. Another step and another. Some of my roots branched off of each other and brushed gently against my arms, as if guiding me forward, reassuring me they would catch me if I fell. Always good to know, but sweat still rivered down my sides. I strained my ears for any kind of noise from the direction of Dad's Jeep, but above this hell pit, the wind raged. It was growing in strength, too, and even if it didn't carry me off my plank, I wasn't so sure I would be able to hear Darby and Joe if they needed my help. Still, I kept going. "Dad!" I yelled, shining my phone around.
Leigh.
A faint voice, deep and harsh with exhaustion, somewhere ahead and to the right. I blinked in case I imagined it. But no, it had sounded as real as the hope pumping through my heart. A smile broke over my mouth as tears filled my eyes. I wanted to call out to him again, but so many emotions held my throat tight. My phone's beam made shaky, sideways infinity symbols in my trembling hand while I scanned the top of the hole, the sides, down into the depths for any sign of Dad. A faint vibration on my plank whirled me around in the direction I had just come. "Dad?" An answering moan came from somewhere behind me. A shadow loomed at the other end of the plank, on the plank, moving toward me. No glowing blue eyes. Human, then, or a dead corpse of a human. Too tall to be Darby. Joe? She was much too smart to follow me out here. Besides, this person didn't have a skirt billowing around their ankles. Just a shadow. Coming quick. I turned around again, the hairs at the back of my neck lifting toward my approaching company. Maybe the sharp wind would throw that thing, over the side. Dad's voice had sounded like it was a little to the right of where I lead my roots, so I curved them just a little, my phone trained straight ahead. Finally, I spotted him. His arms splayed out against the twisted branches of an ash tree about 10 feet off the ground. His head hung against his shoulder limply, as if he was asleep or watching something unfold in front of him. The tree's roots looked as if they'd been sawed in half when the ground had fallen away, but somehow it still stood tough enough to hold his weight, which made me love that tree almost as much as the guy hanging from it. I opened my mouth to call out to him again, but several whispers carried on the wind, and I snapped it shut again. We weren't alone. Since whatever was here with us had probably already seen my phone's light, I kept it on and crept forward on my root plank. The closer I drew, the more shadows took shape on the ground next to Dad's tree. 2 deep-hooded figures kneeling over a third. No glowing blue eyes, but a darker shade of black that blended all 3 of them into the night. 3 of them. Of course 3. But was one of them Sarah? I didn't see her anywhere. Behind me, my roots jumped with approaching footsteps. With nothing underneath to support them, every single step quivered up through the soles of my boots and shook my whole world. One wrongly placed toe, and that would be it for me. I was a floating pendulum in an enormous clock ticking down to sunrise, a reminder that I didn't have time for more fights with more stupid sorceress eye. Instead of playing tiptoe, I sped my jerking roots toward him and shouted, "Dad! Who else is here?" He said something, but the words bounced in another direction, and I couldn't make it out. But his shoulders straightened some, and he craned his neck as if to see me. I hurried faster so I could see him too. Almost there. The shadows in front of the tree trunk lurched to either side of him, human-shaped and staring up at him. The vibrations strengthened with the steady thud of footsteps behind me that rattled my bones, but didn't reach my ears over the rushing wind. The plank I'd weaved together jumped and scraped along the abyss wall, shaking loose dirt all over it, which rolled underneath my sliding boots and threatened to send me over. I flashed out my hands to steady myself against something, anything, to scramble off the plank and get to Dad. My cell, my only source of light, jarred itself loose from my fingers and nosedived into hell. My fingers grasped at empty air, trying to save it, myself, the whole damned world, when piercing shrieks scattered into the wind. Darby, Joe, oh God. Chapter 19. Leigh. My heart stuttered, but I couldn't risk looking out over the hellhole for what could be wrong with Darby and Joe, for what was creeping up behind me, for what might already be reaching a hand out to push me over the side. The screams continued. Wait, not screams. Scream. Joe's scream, not Darby's, which somehow was even worse. I gritted my teeth against the shrieking wind, my best friend's cries for help, the thing behind me that jumped my roots so hard they cracked my teeth together. Finally, my fingers curled around one of the roots on the tree Dad hung from, and I swung mine around to platform onto the dead grass. My crunchy footsteps didn't zip a pair of blue eyes in my direction. The shadows flanking Dad didn't even move, and neither did the crumpled form in front of the tree, the headless form wearing a gray KU sweatshirt that swallowed her skeletal frame. Sarah. It was her, but my possession no longer reanimated her. Purple energy no longer lit the flesh and bone where her head used to be. Because I didn't have death's power running through me anymore? Didn't matter. All that mattered was clenched in her tight, pale fist, a curved ash tree key, and arcing up from it was a black silk ribbon that tied Dad to safe higher ground in the tree. I didn't get a chance to be specific with how I wanted her to save Dad before I was swept into the core, but this way was as good as any. Even in death, that girl had proved to be my hero again and again. Dad was alive and unhurt and probably way pissed, but still. Rips and dirt ruined his white button-up shirt, exhaustion shaded around his eyes, but he was here with me, and that was what I wanted. His glassy eyes ticked from the shadows flanking him to me as if he couldn't quite believe anything he was seeing. Even though I never, ever wanted him to, he had seen me undead, and the range of emotions that played across his face at seeing me undead broke my heart. I would try to make it up to him for the rest of my life. But what were the Sorceress Eye waiting for? They just stood there as if waiting to be captured. So I didn't waste a second. My gaze locked on Dad and the Sorceress Eye. I marched toward Sarah and knelt next to her. My fingers brushed hers in my blind search for the ash tree key, and her frigid skin iced up my arm, a reminder that she was truly dead. For real this time, and that fact cut deep. The slightest movement shimmied down the Sorceress Eye's long black robes. I froze and threw a questioning look toward Dad. Had I imagined it, or had he seen it too? He gave a small shake of his head, and I had no idea what that meant. As soon as my thumb, already bloodied from the night, connected to one of the bumps on the ash key, the Sorceress Eye pressed in closer to Dad.
Leigh!
He shouted, but I could hardly see him around their enormous billowing robes. They flashed their withered hands underneath Dad's dangling, once shiny accountant shoes. One pushed, the other pulled, and bark snapped in half. Jagged wooden teeth formed at the base of the tree trunk that supported him until the tree, along with Dad, angled toward a thicker, larger tree right next to it. If the tree fell, it would crush him against that tree. The lilacs I'd talked him into eating wouldn't save him from that kind of death. Hot venom churned through my veins, and I snapped the ash key into two. I whipped the pieces toward the two Sorceress Eye, and a shockwave jolted through the ribbons that attached the key pieces to Dad and the tree. They unfurled from around Dad and enveloped the Sorceress Eye into two columns of ribbon that spiraled around them from head to toe. Two dead trees that hadn't been there seconds before shuddered in the wind, their thick branches shaped like the ends of a robe swirling up to the moon. Dad, now free, released his grip from the branches of the slanting tree just before it smashed into the second. He dropped onto solid ground, his eyes pinned to mine.
You're alive,
he whispered, and the words hitched into a sob.
but I saw you.
Dead. He saw me open the core with one and Ica. What I wouldn't give to wipe that from his memory for good. He'd been through too much already. I bit my molars so hard I expected to hear a snap. Jo's frightened shrieks continued, sweeping my arms and legs with goosebumps. Her screams meant she was still alive, but I needed to destroy whatever lurked on the plank back to her and Darby. And fast. "Dad," I said, and my voice broke apart too, at what he must be feeling. Loss, terror, disappointment. I never wanted him to feel any of those things. "I need you to stay here."
Where else am I going to go?
Dad said, but the wind whipped the words sideways so I almost missed them. That one statement from him, so empty of everything I thought he might be feeling, melted a chunk of icy fear that had gripped my chest the moment Lily brought me back to life. Nothing would ever be the same now, but if Dad still loved me, still believed in me, then nothing else really mattered. Still, my heart broke that I couldn't squeeze him to me and cry into his shoulder like I so desperately wanted to. Instead, I whirled to face the unknown. Back on my plank made of roots, I lunged ahead over the opening to the core, completely blind and feeling my way forward, back to Darby and Jo and whatever waited ahead. Tears threatened, but I wouldn't let them come. Determination to make all of this right fueled everything inside me now. I would win, my way, once and for all, and who or whatever stepped in my way would regret it for the rest of their undead or otherwise lives. I sped my pace, searching in the dark for anything resembling movement, led by my roots and the sound of terror. The juddering thud of footsteps had stopped. Maybe the person following me fell off. Maybe they turned back. Maybe... My neck slammed into an arctic grip. Papery skin grazed my earlobes, wrapped underneath my jaw, and squeezed. My boots left the plank and dangled over the black void. Panic erupted through my legs and I kicked with every ounce of strength I had. None of the blows connected with anything. Around an impossibly long black robe, bright blue slits opened slowly at eye level. They stared at me with a focused evil that raked chills down my back. If I could have drawn another breath, my screams would have joined Jo's. I should have known there was another one, that there were 3 members in the Black Robe Club. "Get it," I ordered my roots, and somehow they heard me over the rattling bells inside my skull. They zipped toward the thing, looping and twirling around nothing but a shadow. Sputters choked their way out of my mouth. I clawed and kicked at empty air, tore at the hand holding my throat, but there was nothing there. It was like it was all an illusion. But the world fading in and out, the white light that glowed at the back of my mind, then darkened to night again, the involuntary ticking inside my throat, proved otherwise. I could sense my roots' frustration while they attacked the shadow. Bark scraped across my skin in a spiraled path around my torso and tried to yank me away from the thing, but the sorceress eye's grip only tightened around my throat. My fingers scrambled for an ash tree key in what was left of my waistband, but they came up empty. Had they all fallen out? I couldn't be beat yet again. I refused to let this thing kill me, and drop my lifeless body back inside the core, only to have to save my friends and family all over again. We weren't doing this. I would win. My will to live lashed out in a kicking, punching mess of limbs, and something jarred loose inside my right boot. Something sharp and bumpy. The warning alarms inside my head changed into a tornado siren wail. Darkness tunneled down a narrow passageway toward a white glow filled with a dozen smaller orbs of light, the color of lilacs. I could almost smell them, almost touch their earlobe soft petals. So close. Almost. A spasm jerked through my body with a final burst of adrenaline, then my arms fell slack to my sides. They hung so close to the gap in my boot where an ash tree key had slipped, the gap that existed because I could never keep my laces tied. So close. Almost. Thoughts scattered like the lilac orbs inside my head, but I held onto one. Boot. My roots scraped down both legs in their frenzied rush to help save me, and one dove down into the gap. It retrieved the key and brought it to my hand, and on that short path it had gathered plenty of my leaking blood. Silky ribbon shot out of the key, wound around my wrist, and flashed toward the thing. The power of it yanked my shoulder muscles with blinding pain, but the pressure around my neck eased. I drew in a sharp breath and listened to the crackling, snapping sounds of a tree taking shape right in front of my nose. I slipped the ribbon from my wrist and collapsed against the trunk, breathing deep, but Joe's screams, closer this time, shortened my recovery time and drove me forward again. My roots guided me across the hellhole while I filled my lungs with as much as oxygen as they could hold on the way to the next battle, and the next. Because it would never end, would it? Not unless I could figure out how to close the core. I still had zero idea how to do that, and night was rushing into day with a lighter strip of blue on the horizon. How much time did I have left now? If I stopped to look, it would slow me down. Tram had given me his job because he believed in me. But what if that decision turned out to be a mistake that cost millions of lives? But even though the weight on my shoulders threatened to buckle my knees like matchsticks, no way would I give up. My heart, including everyone I held close to it, were what kept me going. Always. As soon as I stepped over the downed gate of Heartland Cemetery, Joe's shrieks stopped. She was in a crab pose 2 feet away in a river of blood up past her wrists. Darby stood in front of her, chin tucked to her chest as she glared in the same direction. I followed their gazes to Dad's Jeep, now smashed and dented on all sides, like it had been wrecked 100 times while parked. And out from behind it came an enormous, hairy, segmented leg. A familiar body along with 7 more legs trailed after the first. Ika's great aunts, the Granny twins, from what used to be Whatty What's, in giant spider form. When all 6 of its eyes narrowed in on me, an enraged squeal rushed from between its fangs, and it charged. With a roll of my eyes, I sent 2 orders to my roots, one to bring Dad safely across the hell pit, and the other to take care of this furry devil once and for all. Turning my back on it, I hauled Joe to her feet and took Darby's hand. I didn't bother to turn around at the sound of Dad's Jeep whooshing up in the air, or the explosion of glass and metal when it finally landed again, or the dying moan of a crushed arachnid, because I was so done with spiders. Chapter 20. Leigh? 5:50 a.m., only about 15 minutes until sunrise, and I wasn't any closer to figuring out how to close the core. I watched the seconds tick by on Joe's monkey watch she'd loaned me, feeling completely helpless. Time had once again joined ranks with the rest of my enemies. Black sticks in pregnant gardens. Black sticks in pregnant gardens. What could it mean? We rode in Callum's car while Joe drove carefully through Crapper without any real destination. Sorceress Eye packed the streets, their glowing blue eyes intent on what to level next. Many houses lay in ruins. Some roads were impassable because of downed power lines and ripped-up concrete. But worst of all were the still-alive humans. Those who hadn't been caught in some kind of magical spell that froze them in mid-sprint zipped past us in cars. They were horrified. They were running even though there was nowhere to run to. All because of me. The guilt was enough to bury me all over again, and I only had a single shot at any kind of redemption. 5:51 a.m.
What's happened here?
Dad kept asking in a lost kind of voice. Do you know anything about black sticks in pregnant gardens? I asked him. Did Mom ever mention it? He shook his head, but I couldn't be sure he'd even heard me, so I didn't press him. It was a lot to take in, so I squeezed his hand to remind him that despite everything, we still had each other. He crushed mine back, then held it in both of his with a watery glaze in his eyes that were aimed at the black dots on the tips of my knuckles. I covered them and rubbed them raw, until I was sure no thorns had gouged through when I wasn't looking. Darby sat on the other side of him, her eyes closed as if in one of Joe's meditative trances. I was glad she wasn't seeing our town in this state, but her silence made me wish I was wearing more clothes to poke holes into. Then again, I didn't want her help at figuring out this puzzle if all she could offer was stabbing pregnant women with sticks. 5:52 a.m. 13 minutes. Sticks, sticks. Really skinny people? Burnt people, maybe? Or as in the color of their skin? God, it sure would help if someone had an actual detailed explanation for what I was supposed to do since closing the core was kind of an enormous deal. but the only sorceress I knew other than Darby and I was Mrs. Rios, but she was in the hospital nearly dead from me. Not me. Ugh, I didn't know anything anymore. I shook my head at the brightening sky through the windshield, at the tiny breaks in the clouds that revealed winking stars, as if they knew a secret, and I didn't. One of them, it seemed, was following us, but I didn't have time to count all the brain cells that had obviously abandoned ship to make me hallucinate moving stars. Black sticks. Black sticks. There was something I was missing, and it was right there. But all my doubts and fears and overwhelming sense of duty were blurring my brain, just like the spiders had, but no, they weren't in my head. I ruled my insides now. Black sticks. Down the road we traveled, gnarled tree branches and blackened yards twisted over our heads like taloned claws swooping in, evidence of the escaped sorceress eye. All the streets we drove down had been turned into the color of night. The color of darkness. Black. Where did the darkness come from that seeped from the sorceress eye's feet? Not just any old tree, Death's tree, the counselor's tree, the hawthorn. Black sticks. Yes. Stop the car. My voice cut through the deafening silence, and everyone jumped. A sudden lightness expanded in my chest. I need a hawthorn tree. Darby cracked open an eye.
We have one at the house.
Red lightning snaked across her face, etching a sharp tattoo there that faded after my next blink. I stared at her to be sure it was gone, my fingers flying once again to rub my knuckles. She lifted an eyebrow.
Remember?
How could I forget the thorn trees she'd started under her bed to keep me out from underneath it? To keep me, the spiders, I mean, from crawling through her mattress to suck out her trameler blood and give it to Ica. 11 minutes. I dug my palms into my eyes to forget that memory that wasn't even mine. Joe, I growled, my house, and step on it. Black sticks were hawthorn sticks. That had to be right. And pregnant gardens? Pregnant. Important. Important to me? Because there was only one garden important to me, and that was Mom's lilac bushes on both sides of our porch. I gripped the back of Joe's headrest and pushed, as if that would help speed us along. She didn't need much help with that, though. The windshield wipers were left on to clear the black ooze left behind after flattening any sorceress eye who dared get in her way. She careened around corners, throwing us first against one side of the car and then the other toward home. Finally, the tires shrieked to a stop in the driveway. A lump swelled in my throat at what had once been my house. It looked like a giant razor had scraped half of the front clean off, and giant hawthorns had sprouted through the roof. In their now deadened state, they leaned in the direction of the howling wind, their black, deformed branches a stark contrast to the bright oranges and yellows striping the sky behind them. 3 minutes. Before Dad went into an all-out meltdown, I ordered him, Joe, and Darby inside the still intact front door, into the garage, and to lock the door. I practically fell out of the car in my rush, but Darby had somehow already beaten me outside. She stood inside what had once been the wall to her bedroom and reached for one of her hawthorns. "Darby! Inside! Now!" I barked. Sludge on the crunchy grass sucked at my boots, almost like blood but thicker, blacker, and it slowed my sprint to a lumbering waddle.
No, I'm helping.
No time to argue. Like I always did, I would protect her. I glanced behind me at the sorceress eye who were trudging closer, then nodded toward Dad and Joe. The front door clicked locked behind them. A tangle of what might have been some of my dirty laundry rolled by, smeared with the sludgy substance and confettied with bits of dead grass. I ripped through my punk girl band posters with the red mohawks and nose rings that skated across the top of the lawn, but I slammed into a brick wall of uncertainty. Would this even work? Did I need to bring Mom's dead lilacs back to life first? Because the last time I neared them, they electrocuted me. They repelled dark magic, and because I had practiced it by bringing a dog, and maybe a whole graveyard of people back from the dead, I'd been swimming in dark magic. If I brought them back to life, would me or Darby even be able to get near enough to place the hawthorn sticks next to the lilacs? Only one way to find out. With one last heave of my boots through the sludged-up yard, I dropped to my knees and cradled a brittle petal in my palm. Darby's fists were full of branches, so I took a deep breath and said, break the ties that bind you to death. All the black stems unfurled and straightened as if in one perfectly choreographed dance routine. The petals unfolded and relaxed into normal flower shape, brightening in color from their tips to the middle. Not quite fully alive to zap me, but not dead either. A tiny window of time to end this for good. Drop them, Darby. Her shadow fell over me as she shuffled closer through the muck at a snail's pace, her outstretched arms piled with hawthorn sticks. Instead of throwing daylight on her, the rising sun surrounded her with a thick gloom that blocked out all light. Now, Dar! An electrical spark flashed behind my back, and a rushing live wire slammed into my shoulder. It knocked me into the air and dropped me onto the sidewalk with a crushing blow to the side of my head. Darkness threaded fingers over my eyes, but purple energy streaks popped the overwhelming scent of lilacs under my nose like smelling salts. I shook off the darkness the best I could because I couldn't black out. Not now, I wouldn't. But a long, twisted shadow writhed and floated all across the yard and between the cracks of the branches Darby still carried. Had I jarred something loose when I'd cracked my head on the concrete? No. Because Darby's gaze followed its movement too, and that fact rattled jagged chunks of glass around my chest. Something was here with us, and I was pretty sure I knew who. Hissing in pain, I wrenched my wrist with Joe's monkey watch from its weird angle underneath me. 2 minutes until sunrise. A warning clawed to get past my lips, but the electrical lilacs had already stolen all my air. The black shadow climbed up Darby's chest and sifted into her mouth before I could haul myself to my feet. Darby threw her head back, her possessed blue eyes almost as bright as the coming sun. With a guttural sob, I launched myself at her, at Aika, and tried to unhinge her fingers from around the sticks. "Let her go!" I shouted into Darby's face. Behind her, a fiery yellow lit the sky. I maybe had seconds left.
Time's up.
Aika's voice clattered from Darby's mouth with a sound like sandpaper against a dead tree. "Not yet, it's not," I said through gritted teeth and yanked and pulled at the sticks clutched in Darby's hands. They were not budging. When I glanced again at Joe's watch, tears welled in my eyes. 3 seconds. A frustrated, monstrous hiss poured from deep inside me toward the hawthorns growing from our house. They exploded in a puff of wood chips and fell to the yard several feet away from the lilacs. 2. I dove after them as quick as I could through our sludge yard, scooped some up, and launched them at the lilacs with every ounce of strength I had left. 1. The lilac's thick stems and petals caught them. The earth bucked both Darby and I off our feet, and we pitched sideways. Had I done it? Had I beat the sunrise? Or was this the core holding its door open for good?
The darkness,
Darby rasped, and it almost sounded like regular Darby protesting about what lurked inside Aika. I pushed myself to my feet once again on the unsteady, rolling ground to see Darby bearing her teeth up at a falling star. It hovered above her, a beacon of white light, small like an orb, and one that I'd seen before. Was she talking about it? Because it was far from dark.
So dark, so...
Something buckled the street with a loud series of explosions, everywhere like gunshots. I leaped to Darby's side over the boiling, shaking ground to both shield her from whatever was happening and to hold her steady so Aika wouldn't hurt her even worse than she already was. "Let her go, Aika!" I shouted. "I'm the one you hate. Hurt me instead." Darby's frail body thrashed against my grip, and between her and the trembling earth, it felt as if we were riding a massive, hellish roller coaster that had no beginning and no end. In the street, dark masses bloomed from the ground around the sorceress eye, silencing their growling moans, covering their glowing blue eyes in a thick mask made of bark. Big, beautiful ash trees, as alive as I was, covered the length of the street where Sorceress Eye once stood, a victorious flutter turning the stems of their enormous leaves. Roots lifted from their bases to gently catch the falling unmagical undead, who were now dead once again, and sweep them below ground where they could rest in eternal sleep.
Too dark, killing.
I snapped my gaze to Darby, whose wide eyes faded to normal blue, then glowed once more. They aimed toward an old woman with milky white eyes kneeling over her feet. Mrs. Starr, the lady from the library basement who had erased my tattoo and ridded me of spider poison, the owner of the star who had followed us home and now hung just above our heads. She'd wrenched one of Darby's long sleeves up her arm, had somehow wrestled her bundle of hawthorn sticks away, and pointed their sharp thorns directly at Darby. "Wait!" I shouted. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Starr coiled the sticks behind her head.
"Getting the darkness out of her."
"Too dark, she's killing me!"
Darby shouted. Mrs. Starr brought the branches down toward the spider bites that marked Darby's bare arm. At the back of my mind, I knew she was trying to help, just like she had helped me, but I threw out a hand to stop her anyway. A purple storm of lightning bolts shot out of my fingertips and laid the frail old woman out. But not before she'd nicked the crease above Darby's elbow. Darby screamed in Ika's razored voice. Thick black spider venom lifted from Darby's arm in a slow spiral toward the bright star hovering over her, the same as when Mrs. Starr had emptied me of the ink from my 3 tattoo. Darby's eyes flickered from normal to not in the span of seconds like a devil's disco ball.
"It's everywhere. It's..."
A curl of smoke puffed from between Darby's lips and evaporated into the air, into nothingness. Gone. I blinked, not quite sure I believed it had really happened. Or what had happened. Had Darby been talking about the darkness that had possessed her in the form of Ika? Or had that been Ika describing the darkness inside Darby? Darby's shoulders and arms relaxed. Her chest rose on a deep breath, and her eyes fluttered open to meet mine.
"What?"
she asked, her voice irritated. I had no words to answer her, so I looked for some kind of help in Mrs. Starr. She stared down at Darby with unseeing eyes, but I knew she saw everything clearer than I did. "Is it over?" I asked. "Did we win?" The forest of trees on my street fluttered their green, leafy canopy over what was trapped inside like a relieved exhale. I could feel the escaped sorceress eye's power contained in the trunks, and could almost breathe easy, too, if it weren't for the growing worry creasing Mrs. Starr's face as she gazed down on Darby. I followed her gaze and brushed Darby's baby-soft cheek with my thumb as she caught her breath and blinked, hardened yet normal, eyes up at me.
"I fear it won't ever be over, my child,"
Mrs. Starr finally said, and turned to face the street.
"Especially for you."
Chapter 21. Leigh. 3 days later, Callum and I drove through the cleared streets of Crapper on our way to Heartland Cemetery. One by one, and at a rapid speed, the new trees had vanished, quicker than their blossoming into existence. Poof. There and then gone. Lily and Tram were keeping busy convicting all the escapees back to the core. According to Callum, the hinge between the Trinity trees had been restored when I'd thrown the black sticks into the pregnant garden. The fallen gates had been magically erected, and the jagged chasm that had been the graveyard had sealed almost instantly. Other than people's trashed houses and the stain on their memories from that night, everything appeared to be back to normal. Rumors flew all over town about what happened, including an alien invasion, the zombie apocalypse, the Bible edition of the end of days, and a worldwide drug-induced hallucination caused by toxic mushrooms. I steered clear of the blab food chain and focused my efforts on picking up the pieces. Callum and Mr. Monroe covered the front of our house with loose boards and a tarp, while Dad talked to the insurance company for hours, in an attempt to explain what happened with a bunch of half-truths. Meanwhile, Joe and I helped our Crapper neighbors clean up, since I had no idea what Dad wanted to do with the enormous trees growing from inside Darby's room. We had been talking a lot, me and Dad, about Mom and the counselor, about me and my Trameler sorceress future. He was trying to understand himself just as much as he was me, and I totally got what that was like. It couldn't be easy finding out you were something other than what you thought at any age. And Darby, she was staying with her friend Maria during the cleanup. I couldn't form words around everything that had happened with her, because my thoughts were a jumbled mass of confusion. So I stayed quiet, but the knot of doubts I held grew heavier every day.
You're quiet today.
Callum said while stopped at a stop sign.
Should I be worried?
Probably. My breath fogged the glass on the passenger window, and a small smile tilted my lips. His car was still wrecked, but he drove it anyway. His plan was to work over the summer to pay it off, here in town, with me, then go to the local community college and play baseball there, once the scratched retina in his eye healed. He wore a patch over it, all pirate-like, which meant every day was talk like a pirate day whenever we were together. And that was a lot. He used to say I was the pirate to his parrot, but I was pretty sure we'd turned that around. A lot had turned around, including the taco cinnamon smell that used to fill his car. It now smelled like leather and shampoo. Not my favorite, but I could live with it. I could live with most anything. He seemed happy with his decision to stay, and his happiness bloomed warmth through my chest every time I saw him smile, every time he touched me, kissed me. I was thrilled he'd chosen to stay, and sure, that might make me seem selfish, but the heart wants what the heart wants. Denying the truth wouldn't change it, no matter how much I used to want to. I gazed down at the ring he'd given me all those weeks ago, at the way the sun caught the silver-engraved lilacs and somehow gave them a purplish tint like the real thing. My still blackened knuckles rubbed against the leg of my skinny jeans, hidden from view in case thorns burst out of them. My other hand was clasped with Callum's on the space between our seats. Whatever he had seen that night after I left him with Mom, whatever he'd been through before trying to bury her once again, caused his hand to shake constantly unless I was holding it, which I gladly did. I would spend a lifetime trying to find a way to thank him for all that he'd done for her. I'm just thinking about you and this town and my new job as a Trammler sorceress and lots of other stuff, I said.
Wait.
He said, stepping on the gas.
Let's go back to the part where you were thinking about me. Were you thinking about how you should have gotten with me a long time ago? About how amazing I am?
I snorted. It's a good thing your ego didn't suffer any damage because I'm not sure you would be able to function without it.
But I'm right, aren't I?
He said it like a statement, and his mouth curled into a slow grin that sped my pulse. Why don't you keep telling yourself that? I rolled my eyes, even though he couldn't see it through my sunglasses.
I will.
He laughed as he flicked on his turn signal at the intersection that led to the graveyard.
But you want to know what I was thinking?
What? As we went past the video store, I craned my neck to see sunlight gleaming on a new pair of double glass doors. Because it was something I thought Tram would do, I called the manager and offered to replace them since my power had accidentally smashed through them, knowing full well I only had $1.47 to my name. But as soon as the owner found out who she was speaking to, she said not to worry about it.
Our Trammler saved the world. Thank you,
she'd said, and hung up on me. Okay then.
I was thinking that you're sitting in my car with me, and we're not fighting or running for our lives. Weird, huh?
He pinned me with a look from his soulful brown eye that promised me a forever with him. A forever I vowed to take. My cheeks heated under his scorching gaze. Eye on the road, dude, and the day is still young. There's plenty of time for screaming and maiming and general mayhem.
Good.
He rubbed his thumb over my knuckles, the knuckles that weren't marked by the counselor's thorns, each slide of his fingers powering my need to never let him go.
I was starting to lose hope.
Not like I thought there would be, but there wasn't any sign of Dad's sad Jeep or the smashed spider underneath it in the parking lot when we pulled into the graveyard parking lot. Maybe they'd both fallen into the earth before the core had closed back up. For now, Dad was driving a car he'd borrowed from a friend to and from work. He'd said he didn't care about the Jeep, didn't even seem mad about it. Just beyond happy to have me back and that he couldn't hear me screaming inside his head anymore. That made two of us. On the open gate in front of us, a painted, glittery sign read, "Thank you, our Trammler sorceress." Streamers and balloons flapped in the wind from the gate's corners and tangled around and between the bars in impossible knots, and I had to wonder if that was what was keeping it anchored there. "What's all this?" I asked, pointing, even though it reeked of my very best friend. She had no doubt bought every bottle of glitter in Crapper. Happy dust, she called it. I called it an addiction, but who was I to judge? Callum lifted a skeptical eyebrow.
You really have to ask?
We stepped out of the car, and I quickly adjusted my sunglasses to ward off the daylight. Following my first escape from the Trinity grave, I developed a severe sun allergy. Now, the sun physically exhausted me. I preferred to play in the dark with all my vampire friends, of which I had none, and that was something else that gave me self-analysis paralysis. It was too scary to think about. I circled the hood, already missing the warmth of Callum's hand. His trembling fingers stilled the second I took them in mine, and his resulting grin triggered an equally large one that hurt my cheeks. All this goofy smiling probably made me look like a dumbass, but I didn't care. Life, being alive, being me, was good, and I so desperately wanted to keep it that way. So you didn't have any part in this? I asked.
A little.
The wind fanned his bedhead even more as he slid closer. So close, my skin heated, and not from his warm cinnamon breath on my forehead either. With a slow finger, he grazed my blowing hair up past my jaw and behind my ear, leaving me breathless.
I kept you distracted.
Pretty sure it was the other way around, I said, or tried to, since I couldn't seem to get enough air. His buzz touch melted everything else away, until it was just his playful dark eye searching mine, filling my vision until I stood on tiptoe to mold my lips and tongue with his. My whole body rioted every time we kissed, a frenzied live Lunachicks concert, or what I imagined one to be like since I'd never been, mixed with the heavy bass beat of my heart. Exhilarating and with zero ringing bells, thank God, courtesy of Tram. I pulled away at the thought of him, grasping at the tear in the neck of Callum's t-shirt to steady myself, not because I felt guilty about kissing Callum while thinking about Tram, but because all kinds of guilt weighed on my shoulders. Tram would never have this, any of it, and despite his strict sense of honor, that really sucked. Lily had given up everything too, proving once again how much I'd underestimated her.
You're thinking about him again, aren't you?
He asked it softly, concerned, and not at all judgy. When I explained how I came back from the dead, I didn't think I could make it any clearer that I, scratch that, no one, would be standing here with as much peace as we could muster if it wasn't for Tram and Lily. Callum knew that better than anyone. Not just him, I said. Callum nodded at our twined hands.
I wish I knew what to say to make all this easier for you.
Me too, I said, following the direction of his gaze and knowing if I let him go, some of the same demons that tormented me would continue to shake through him. So, I couldn't let them. Now prepare to be happy dust-bombed. On our way down the rocky white path into the graveyard, small wreaths of dandelions, feathers, leaves, and sticks decorated the tops of all the headstones. Not just hawthorn sticks either, used to hide gifts from dead sorceress eye, but all kinds. These were gifts for the dead, a celebration of remembrance, and we didn't have to be afraid of giving them any more. When we came upon Joe and Miguel decorating Mom's grave, my chin wobbled, and a rush of emotions pulled at my throat. Larger wreaths, a number of colorful flower bouquets, and even a couple balloons on strings attached to heavy rocks rested at the base of her headstone. Joe did a double take when she saw me and slapped a hand over her mouth while she took in my expression. With another hand thrown over the first for good measure, she charged at me, then threw her arms around my neck.
Do you like it?
She asked, her voice muffled and just as watery as the cheek pressed to mine. I couldn't speak. I just held her tighter and nodded.
I hope your mom likes happy dust, because I sprinkled some over her.
A choked laugh fell out of my mouth, and I nodded again. Maybe someday I would actually be able to speak, but for now, nods and tears were about all I could manage. Joe pulled away, wiping a frilly sleeve across her face, and said,
Come see Sarah's grave.
Another nod while I swiped at my face, too. She skipped ahead with Miguel in tow, but I stayed back with Callum and Mom. The sun lit the picture embedded in her headstone, and it almost seemed as if she was staring at me through that 4th of July memory and into the present. Her smile was bigger, her blue eyes brighter, and she seemed happy. Maybe even proud, but also at peace, as she should be. My gaze tracked the ground underneath the flowers automatically for a little white card, but I wasn't all that surprised when I didn't see one. I hoped she had moved on after her spirit had witnessed me piecing the world back together again, after I'd avenged her murder, but a small part of me also hoped she would continue to leave notes. Her guidance, just her thinking of me, made me feel less lonely without her. I clasped Callum's trembling hand again in my own and said, "Thank you." He stared off into the distance, worlds away except for the tick in his jaw like an unwanted recollection beating into his head. Someday that haunted look on his face would break free, but for now, all I could do was be there for him. He obviously needed to make sense of everything he had done for Mom, and his being here at the graveyard showed progress. For me, too. I tugged him to follow up the path toward the center of the Trinity, the place where it had all begun. Less than 72 hours ago, I had been in the same place Sarah was now, 6 feet under a mound of dirt, terrified of death, of the unknown. But instead of allowing fear to quake through my bones at the reminder, a quiet kind of resolve filled my lungs along with my next breath. I died and came back, and though the future still held the unknown, I had accepted my fate as a Trammler sorceress. Death was no longer something to be feared, whether the counselor's personification of it or not. I'd been dead, defeated it, but hadn't bought the t-shirt.
What do you think?
Jo asked, flapping her arm wings around her head. At the base of Sarah's headstone, a wreath and bouquet leaned against a simple wooden plaque that read, "Hero." It's perfect. I couldn't think of another word that fit Sarah better. If it wasn't for her, I would have lost so much more than my life. The night after she saved Dad, I went back for her, and armed with a shovel and her head that had rolled to the far fence to keep me company, I buried her myself. Hers was the only deadly presence I could handle, and I missed it. I missed her.
Some people might wonder about it, you know? Ask why she's a hero if she committed suicide, but those people can suck it. They don't know anything about her life, or what she went through, or what she did when she was dead. And look.
Jo pointed to the smaller headstone next to Sarah's, where a pair of yellow baby shoes, tied together at the laces, dangled over the side.
As much as I want those adorable things to still fit me, they really, really don't.
Jo. I shook my head at everything she'd done, everything she continued to do to keep her top spot as world's greatest forever friend. I love you.
I love you too,
she said simply, and a shaky smile waved over her mouth.
Thanks for being alive and capturing all the heartbeat challenged and making this kick-ass planet of ours whole again.
Anytime. Miguel nudged Callum with his elbow and muttered,
"We should probably go arm wrestle or fix a car or something after all this emotional stuff."
Jo sliced a lethal gaze toward him, and he flashed her an innocent smile right back.
I can't.
Callum caught my eye and winked.
I have a date.
Jo clasped her hands in front of her chest as a smile burst across her face.
You two are freaking adorable.
"Oh, okay.
Miguel said, nodding.
We'll make sure the bat signal doesn't go off until you're done then."
Thanks. You do that. Keeping inside the shade of Ika's split tree, I knelt at Sarah's grave to brush my fingers over her wreath. It was weaved together so perfectly in a tight band, so much like Tram used to make. These had been important to him, which made them equally so to me. Jo, can you teach me how to make these?
Ask Miguel. He made them.
He grinned.
"I can do some pretty amazing things with my hands."
Jo snorted, and a blush burned to the tips of her ears while Callum narrowed his eyes at both of them. I fought back a grin, but lifted my eyebrows at Jo so she knew she would get an inquisition later.
Anyway, great post-apocalypse weather we're having today, huh?
Her gaze flitted past me, in a desperate attempt to find something else to look at, then her whole face brightened.
Look who showed up to the party.
Before I turned, I caught Jo jabbing Miguel in the ribs. Then my breath snagged when I saw who she was talking about. Mrs. Rios walked up the path toward us, free of both the hospital and the bandage around her head. One of the nurses stayed by her side, the one with black hair who had complimented me on my 3 tattoo, and hovered her hand below my Spanish teacher's elbow as if to support her. Mrs. Rios was paler than normal and stepped with an unsteady gait, but her dark pixie hair was arranged to cover most of her head wounds. She'd probably demanded to be released early so she could attend the funeral for Miss Hanson, the school librarian, in a couple days. Seeing Mrs. Rios again brought back so many memories, some good, some bad, and some I still wasn't quite sure were really mine. But she was here, alive, and that was all that mattered right then. Tears filled her eyes as she approached, and when she held out her arms toward me, I darted into them. She hugged me tight and choked out,
I'm so proud of you, our Trammler sorceress. You won.
Epilogue. Back at the crumbly motel, our home away from home every time our house went all nightmare on Holly Street, brought all my festering doubts to the surface of my skin. Maybe it was the small, enclosed space. Maybe it was because we stayed in the exact same room as before, which made me think I had to relive everything all over again. Maybe it was emotional exhaustion from Miss Hanson's funeral, trying to explain to both Lily and Tram's adoptive parents the sacrifices they made through written letters, plus everything else I'd been through. Or maybe it was because my Trammler sorceress duties, of which there were very few right then, gave me too much time to think. Like why I laid Mrs. Starr flat when she was about to rid Darby of the spider poison inside her. I knew exactly what she was doing, had even gone through it myself, but instinct or a sisterly sense of protection had taken over. At least I thought so. I did have a problem with a blind lady stabbing my little sister, but had it been something else too? Had the darkness that might lurk inside me wanted to keep the poison inside Darby? But that made no sense. And what exactly happened to Aika? If Darby had killed her with the amount of darkness inside her, then I didn't know what. But ever since Darby had read the inscription on Dad's coin, unsuppressing her sorceresy powers, she hadn't been my same book-nerd little sister who asked if Merlin could read to me. How had all of this started? Not with Sarah being kicked out of the Trinity grave to empty it. It began with a pair of sisters, Gretchen and Gabriella, or One, who were two of the darkest sorceress-eye who ever lived. Gretchen had a need to be reunited with her children, and One did everything in her power to help her. Sisters. Sisters who would do anything for each other. I sat in the uncomfortable plastic chair against the far wall and watched my sister sleep, while I thumbed the surface of Dad's coin that he used as a bookmark. Maybe I could suppress her powers like Mom did and hide them in the coin for safekeeping. Or maybe together we could work on controlling our darkness. Darby was far from stupid, though, so even if I did hide her sorceress powers, she would find it. Taking something away from her would only piss her off even more, which might make this whole situation worse. No, I would train her. We would work on ourselves with each other and with honesty for as long as it took. We would be on the lookout for thorns growing out of either one of us. Just to be sure, I rubbed my hands together. Nothing stabbed me, but almost a week after punching the counselor's head, my knuckles were still blackened from hawthorn pricks. As if the darkness that might exist inside me had risen to the surface, lying in wait to push needles from my skin at any second. My skin flaked from all the searching and rubbing I was doing, but I couldn't stop. A fuzzy, static sound filled the room, and I jumped a mile in the chair. I stood to look around in the near dark, my pulse slamming an erratic beat between my ears. The television was turned off. Neither Dad nor Darby stirred in their sleep. A voice like a hiss slid through the noise and wormed a cold trail up my spine.
Watch.
It sounded like Gretchen, as if we were somehow still psychically linked, not by death but by blood. After all, her blood had been mixed with Trinity blood in the vial I'd poured down my throat. I made my way toward the door, careful not to bump into anything with trembling limbs. Watch what? What did Gretchen need me to see? At the foot of Darby's bed, Gretchen's next word slammed me into a block of ice.
Huh.